Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I am the chief host, the College Genesis, guiding you through the next few hours of interesting conversation, stimulating debate and discussion. We're going to have a good show tonight, as always, right? Last night's show was very, very explosive. As always, we just keep knocking it out the park. We keep, as this movement grows. I can just thank the audience, listening audience, and people who like, share, and subscribe, and basically contribute content to the show. The listeners, the callers, I appreciate everybody. Now tonight we have a good topic. It's called part of the Black History Month continued series, and it's called the history of the birth of the Black Republic. And I'm gonna tell you why I chose this topic and what it's all about. The idea of the Black Republic, right, has been going on. Is probably the oldest ideal among Black people in the New World. Matter of fact, when we think of Black America, we think of civil rights, marching, inclusion, integration. That's really very recent, right? And the Black Republic or the Black Nationalist Movement is the only one that's organic from Black people. And just because you may say, well, what is a Black Republic? Okay, we say Liberia, Haiti, whatever like that, but also Black institutions, right? If you're going to be part of a country of America, right? What do you need a historically Black college for? Why do we need Black churches? Why do we need Black schools? Why do we need Black communities? Why? Because there's a republic culture in Black America that we really naturally really believe that we were, in some ways, we were organized among ourselves, we could survive. Okay. Why is it that immigrants approach all America? We think African. Look, the bottom line is this, man. You got these immigrants out there protesting, burning the American flag, rioting and waving the Mexican flag and all stuff like this. They can protest all you want. It is what it is. African immigrants, I really, if they doing this about to Mexicans, what do you think it's going to do to them? It's going to even be worse with the African when it comes to them, because this is what it is. I have no answers for this and everything. But Donald Trump said something interesting. He said, look, you guys got to go to your countries and love your countries and be there. In other words, build yourself a real Black republic, love your country and be patriotic. Donald Trump said, the future belongs to people who love their country, the patriots, and the national. And you will get respect from the United States. But you will not get respect if you got to basically constantly send your people to another land for money and sending back remittances. That is so dead. That whole globalist thing where I could go to the West and live off some crumbs. And the worst thing about the African immigrants, they come over here and thinking they're going to they think they really thought they were going to replace Black America. It's just really sad, really sad. But I just hope they, like people like Ross Moish, goes back to Haiti, him and Principe and whatnot, If they go back to Haiti and whatnot, that Haiti was the world's first Black republic. And the fact that you got so many Haitians sitting in America while they got a country down there, it's just a shame and disgrace. So, but I'm not going to use this platform to bash Haitians or Black immigrants tonight. We welcome tonight, but we're going to talk about the meaning of the Black Republic, and why that is, why Haiti is important, why Liberia is important, why Freetown was important, why the whole idea of Black independent African independence was important, So this idea of Black people having nations or republic is as old as the first Africans are brought to the New World. That's what they were firstly thinking. Haiti was not a Black empire, bro. Haiti was a little tiny little piece of shit on the island. They formed the republic because France relinquished Queen. Let's not stop it. Why not? It was a Black empire. Stop it. That was France that had an empire. And the Black people that were basically part of exploration of the New World, like the Louisiana Purchase, that was not no part of Haiti. That was part of France. Stop it, Ross Moisture. Stop Ross Moisture. We're not going to deal with fake history here tonight. People, look, the problem with Black people is, we always make up history to make ourselves feel better after the fact. You sit there, the black man sits there and does nothing but sits on his ass with his thumb up his ass. Then he basically said, damn, man, 500 years went by. We haven't did shit. We've been taking L's for 500 years. So let's just make up history, and make ourselves feel better. Yeah, man, the black people built pyramids. The black man did this. We were Carthage. We built, we were the Moroccans. We were the samurai. We were the Chinese. We were the Buddhists. The Indians, India were really actually black. We blackened everybody. It's a coping mechanism for people that haven't done shit and contribute to civilization at all. So it's a coping mechanism. But my goal is this. See, our ancestors, when they thought about the Black Republic, that's the highest ideal you could ever do. So therefore, we knew that the idea of a Black Republic that's successful will erase forever the idea of Black inferiority. Destiny was crowned emperor. Is that supposed to be a joke, Ross Moise? That's supposed to be a joke. He was I don't know, man. Like I said, the fun never stops, man. With people like Ross Moisture in here and stuff like that, the fun never stops, And like Principally says, I take the first part of my monologue throwing shots. I don't throw shots. I just respond to what the idiots say in the chat room, It comes across like I just spend the first up. I have nothing else better to do but let me sit around all day thinking about how I'm going to throw shots at Negroes for the first hour. And I don't like doing that. I don't like throwing shots at people, but I do respond to stupidity, So it is what it is. But yeah, so this is Black History Month, right? Tonight we're just talking about the Black Republic, and so like I said, more and more I know that the case now for Black Republic, the African American culture, is going to grow. Mark my words. People, the best book that ever talked about this was C. Eric Lincoln's book, The Black Muslims of America. He said, look, even as America becomes more integrated, blah, 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 blah. He said there's always going to be that undercurrent of Black nationalist movements surfacing. Why? It's very simple. It's not really hard to understand why. So people, sociologists and all these other people that have been trying to study Black people and everything like that have been like this. Let me tell you something about these Black sociologists and these Black leaders. They're more oppressive than the white man, the Ku Klux Klan ever was. Why? Because they are oppressing the natural instinct in Black people, which is wanting to be free, the wanting to be in liberation, the one to control your destiny and to be your own master, and your only master you have is God. But here in America, in this culture, the white man is master. And so no matter how much they try to talk about integration, no matter how much they talk about what the opportunities are in America, the fact still remains that Black people really deep down inside feel that we are capable of ruling ourselves. That's why I said the whole idea of the Black Republic. Black people thought they could rule themselves even in the 1800s when most of us was in chains. They were Black people. Now, how is it they can convince you now to think that you don't need to rule yourself, that you could be under the nuts of the white man forever? Let's talk about the Black Republic, the Black Republic. So the idea of a Black Republic is like the oldest ideal in African American culture, the oldest ideal, right. It started probably in the 1600s. There were Black people in places like Boston, Nantucket, places like Maine, places like New Hampshire, places like New Jersey, New York. These Black communities, the biggest topic of conversation among Black people in the 1800s, late 1700s, was the idea of can we form a republic of our own like the white man? Because at that time, it was very clear that America was a white republic. So I don't understand why people come to this country thinking, oh, yeah, man, blah, blah, blah. America does not want you. So ask your question, why is, America does not want these Black people here. They don't want the Haitians here. I don't know why Ross is here. They don't want the Haitians. They don't want the Africans. They don't want them here at all. So therefore it all. Actually, Liberia and Sierra Leone are not Black republics anymore. They're tribalized countries and everything. They're not Black republics. They're not Black nations. Anymore. So it is what it is. The people may look black and whatnot, but they're not a black republic, not black power, black nationalist countries. So it is what it is. You tribalists in Africa destroyed that. You guys couldn't understand. Like I said, the idea of a black republic, man, Liberia was, right, was an answer to white supremacy and racism, right? And of course, when you try to create this black nation with a black consciousness, right, devoid of tribalism, and everything, of course you're going to basically abuse local people, indigenous people, and everything like that. It's just a sad thing, but it is. It is what it is, and you can't help that. Progress waits for nobody, you know. And the problem is with like indigenous people in the world is that they basically want to hold on to values and stuff like that at the expense of progress. You can't do that. That's why the Native Americans fell. That's why the Native Liberians fell. And when Native Liberians staged a coup and the country disintegrated after the coup back into a really backward state. I don't know if Liberia could ever recover. So first of all, Ross Moisha, he says white people founded ACS. The ACS was just an organization by white agents who want to facilitate the transport of black people. Their goal was to send black people to Africa, not to build a republic. You know, the ACS basically governed Liberia as a non-political entity. It didn't have any government backing or anything like that. It was assisted by certain private charities and certain people in the United States government. It was the black people who settled in Liberia decided that they were going to become a republic in 1847. And I could read the letters from Hillary Teague to show you why they declared their independence, and they asked the ACS to leave after only 25 years, because the ACS was basically supposed to be there to help the people settle down, but they were actually aiding and abetting the indigenous people against the settlers. The ACS were out there, the agents were there trying to get rich and make money and stuff like that. So the settlers said, we can't depend on this government, this ACS. So they kicked them out. After 25 years, they said, look, man, I think you guys should go. And they packed their bags and they left. And they proceeded to build a black republic. That's what happened, freaking Ross Moisture. ACS didn't found Liberia. Kachuko said 90% of Native were killed by. No, most Native Americans were actually wiped out through race mixing, race mixing and them adopting the ways of the whites. That's what destroyed their culture. Some of them were killed in wars. Some of them were killed with smallpox. Some of them were killed with other diseases that Europeans brought. But the bottom line is, hey, look, progress waits for nobody. They didn't want modern medicine at the time. They didn't want to adapt to a new way of life and everything like that. So is like, of course you think mixing is great, bro, because you have no interest in preserving yourself. Somebody who believes in a black republic believes that we need to stay black. So we don't support race mixing, at all, Yeah, the Native Americans also adopted the racial hierarchy of slavery. That means the red man was superior to the black. America is set like this: the African is on the bottom of the white man's civilization in America. He has the yellow man, the red man, brown man, all these other people over the black. The bottom of the racial hierarchy based on color is the thing. When we build a black republic, we are saying that racial hierarchy does not exist. Proof of which is Liberia. Liberia never had really problems with colorism and stuff like that. That you had light skinned and dark skinned people living together and so building a republic. Why? Because they didn't have white people around enforcing a racial hierarchy. So it tells me that all the problems that we have in Black America was colorism, classism, can only be solved by building a nation of our own. And it has been proven in history. And this is what I dedicate my life for. And so all the problems I see black people talk about, oh, yeah, we got this problem, that problem. The problem is we don't have a nation. We don't have a civilization of our own. As long as you're living in a white man's civilization, you can be saying the same babble. Blah, 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 the white man, blah, blah, white supremacy, blah, blah, blah. We're discriminating against them people, like Phil Scott, always saying, them people. Look, dude, man, they're the ones that are the majority in this country, right? They're the ones who provide for you, So the bottom line, even though them people, and don't stop act like you don't hate, like them people go and they provide the nice roads, infrastructure, electricity for you and stuff like this. It's the most hypocritical thing. That's why I say I don't get engaged in white bashing or American bashing, because I know the reality is I'm better off here than any place in the world. Now, to solve that problem, we have to do better than what the white man can provide for us. If we could build an Afghanistan that's equal to the United States, then we got something to say. With our own flag, government, constitution, everything like that, then we got something to say, Yeah, black people try to bite the hand that feeds them. It's the dumbest thing in the world. Well, the bottom line is a public eye with this Afghanistan because I am still gathering it. It's growing, and I know when it's time to step out in the public. I know it's time. I got a couple more years, and then I can step out to the public and say, "Hey, look." And then I know the movement once we get certain things in place, and when I build a support system and everything. I think the last people that I got to convince is Black America. That's the last. That's what's gonna make it work. But I have to sell the idea to the global community first. Say, look, Black America. Let me give you a perfect example to talk about. I read an article yesterday talk about the problem with the African Union. Are Black people part of the African diaspora? That's basically what shows that. And I proved yesterday, no, we're not. We're not part of the African Union. We're not part of the African diaspora. So what is the status of Black America on the thing? We're seen as just African Americans, right? Who decides that, right? Do we have a voice on the international stage? Should we have do we have a human right to self-government and self-determination? These are questions that not being asked because the people that basically that are put before us, basically, yeah, like I said, yeah, Dr. Umar's not on this level. Trust me, he's not on this level. Wish him luck whatever he's doing, but he's not on this level. All these other people are just out for the bag, and this is something that's well thought out. I've been working on this idea of an Afghanistan for 30 years. Every possible scenario. That means you have to study history. You got to study diplomacy, government, how that works, and everything. I came to the conclusion, yeah, it's possible. The only variable in this is if Black people support. Black America says, if I can get like a 30% approval of this, right? I know out of 30%, 50%, 15%, half of that will say I'd like to actually go. So if you get 30%, and the only way I can get 30% is if I keep doing what I'm doing, right? Doing more, write more books and educating the people. Once people are educated, they'll support it. But people, when you talk about leaving America, people automatically think you're talking about going living in a jungle and stuff like that, or going kissing some dusty African's feet, whatever like that, or learning, practicing Ubuntu and Kiswahili and all this kind of stupid shit. No, we need a nation of our own that comes from our culture, our way of life, our customs, everything that we know as Black America. That's what we need. We need to be able to a space to do our own thing. Like Nigeria, let the Nigerians do their thing, let the Ghanaians do their thing. We need to do our thing. We need to take care of our own people, It doesn't matter. Look, we basically are not trying to conquer nobody. We're not trying to conquer anybody. We're just saying that we want what's really ours. That's not conquering. We're only taking back what's really ours, So it doesn't really matter, Doesn't matter. So look, Chuko, passport's only $100, bro. If this thing works and whatnot, that number will go up to like a 90, 100%. So all these stupid things, 93% have passports and whatnot, So let's work with the people who do got passports, and the rest of them will get passports when it's come time to actually go. We don't need everybody over there. We only need certain people initially, We just need the support of Black America. That's all we need, So Ross Moy said, America's not my land. I reside here. So I'm gonna put you on timeout for saying that, Ross Moisture. And I don't want to have to ban you permanently, Just that Ross Moisture comes from a shithole country like Haiti, right? The fact that we have the desire to have a nation of our own when we have so much in America, I get that. You're jealous of Black America. You're jealous about women. You were jealous of style, where we look and everything. Yeah, I know. You guys hate us, So that's why I said it's mutual, What's up, Mari Shai? But don't tell us, oh, what is our land? Our land is where we plant our flag. We plant our flag and we have control of sovereign. That's our land. We don't have a land yet. We're a landless people. We're in captivity. We're in somebody else's land. We're Americans, but we're Americans under the stewardship of another race, and that's unacceptable. We've got to the point in our history that it's time for us to part ways with white America. It's just what it is. They go in another direction, and we got to go in our own direction. That's what I say. Now, look, if you don't agree with that, I would currently ask you to please, from now on, log off from my chat room and don't talk to me. I only want to talk to people who's open-minded to what I'm saying. If you're opposed to what I'm saying, or you have these Debbie doubters, please stop coming in my chat room. That's the way I feel about it now. It's not up for negotiations. The Afghanistan is not up for negotiations, So, like that. The bottom line is this. And everything I'm doing in Africa, whether it's in Ghana, Angola, whatever country I'm in, it's always to that end that I want full support for our idea of an Africa. I don't give a damn what you have to say. It's either yay or nay. Do you support what we're doing? If you do, like right now, Africa is taking a beating. Why? Because Black America is taking its hands off Africa. And so that leaves Donald Trump and these people to do what they want. A lot of people are going to die. That cutting off aid to Africa is going to kill a lot of people. Instead of Africans building this strong ties with Black America without a vote in everything in this country, they've spent the last 5-6 years antagonizing us online. And honestly, as much as I don't like ADOS FBA, dude, you guys Africans need to shut the fuck up. Because you guys are ruining the whole fucking Pan-African movement. Like Hussein said, I didn't know I wasn't African until Africans told me. Yeah, until Africans start saying, oh, y'all not Africans. America, like Ross Boy, America's your land and whatnot. When you say stuff like that, you got to go. Because that's what's fueling all this ADOS FBA bullshit. And if you like ADOS FBA, if you're not Black America, you swear to ADOS FBA, you're nothing but a traitor and a snake in the grass. And I will get rid of you. Can't physically harm you, but I will throw you out of my chat room. You'll never come back here again. Yeah. Donald Trump is not playing with these people. He's looking at these people like he knows there's a clear difference between Black America, who he's done business with, known all these years, and these Africans. He's like, what the hell is wrong with these people? Black America Donald Trump knows Black America has no real power in this country, but yet we're the most advanced group of Black people on the planet. Why is that? You got Africans got oil, natural resources, everything, and their freaking countries are failing. There's something fucking wrong. The idea, they don't take the idea of a republic seriously. They were giving countries, they didn't know what the hell they were doing. That's why I love this brother, Ibram Traore. I love this African aid remittances. Your little remittances don't do shit, man. So what you call your little remittances don't do shit. Why don't you go over to Africa and build something and build? Look at Ibrahim Traore. He paid off all $6 billion of Burkina Faso's debt. He don't need damn remittances. Yeah, it's dependence. They got to come to another country, and you instead of building their country, they're strengthening their own currency and everything like that, making money by expanding their economy and developing themselves. They got to come over here and get remittances and send it back. But they also put states like Florida is going to stop the remittances too. They're going to tax those and shut that down too. Of people who are here illegally. I mean, you go to send money through Western Union, when they're going to start asking you for your documents. So that's coming to an end, Chukwu. So you guys got to be ready for that too. But I don't want to sit here and bash Africans. You guys got enough problems, but it is what it is. But the idea of the Black Republic, the birth of the Black Republic, is probably as old as the first, I would say, on the slave ships, and then probably on the auction blocks, and then probably when first slaves got seasoned, whipped, and was sitting around on in their downtime in the day. They're saying, man, 2 months ago, I was chilling in my village in Africa. Then these guys came along and whatnot. I didn't have a border, nothing like that. So I was snatched up. I was on a slave ship. Now I'm here. And so even back then, they're probably saying, they looked at the white man, they looked at this world and whatnot, how they could impress somebody and they don't have to worry about nobody coming in because they secured their own land, everything like that, Chuko, most of y'all not here legally. Okay, let me play a video. Let me play a video. If everybody's here legally, let me play a video. This is the African markets, right now. Okay, Chuko says all the Africans here legally. Well, tell these Africans this right on this TikTok video. It says if you don't have American paper like these, tell them to avoid African markets in the international ICE range. That's in Columbus, Ohio. ICE is targeting the African community in Columbus, Ohio. Yeah, so tell me, tell me again about everybody get paper. Stop it, people. Oh my God. Trust me, they know where to go. I'm not look, FP, I am not a Pan African. That's what thing. Yeah, be careful, Mari. They might my little sister, they might snatch you up, you know. Mari be like, yeah, they say, aren't you you snatch you up. Make sure you got your US passport, you Mari. You'll be carrying that Sierra Leone passport. Next thing you know, Mari's calling from Sierra Leone. Carla, Dinus, get me out of here when I down deport you back to Sierra Leone. You know, be careful out there, Mari. Look, dude, man, Chukwu, you're not equally American as me, bro. You're a Nigerian. You're not equally as American as me, bro. Don't work like that. You know, in other words, it's very for you, America. You have to have a foundation here. You have no foundation here. I do. Chukwu. Yeah, so I'm just worried about Mari Shy now, man. She might get snatched up. You know, she might get snatched up along with Chukwu, Elvis, and all these other people. They might get snatched up. Like I heard Zongo made was on with that Miss Chantel chick. I thought Zongo had got deported. He has been around in a while. And Zongo's on Dynasty Show, man. I thought Zongo got deported. You know, every time when Dynasty does a show and he always has I'm a Congolese. They were basically they always calling for some undisclosed location, never in the Congo. I'm with Congolese. I'm calling from Siberia. What the fuck you doing up in cold ass Siberia, nigga? Oh, I'm calling from Russia. I'm calling from Germany. Africans have taken this global citizenship way too far, man. It's like, dude, man, the solution is going to the Congo. Fighting for a better future in your own land and everything like that. That's what you got to do. Yeah, sit there in the West, y'all buying Gucci bags and sitting on TikTok talking about the Black Americans all day and whatnot. It's just, oh yeah, things got to change, folks. Things got to change. It got to get better. But yeah, the history of the birth of the Black Republic. There was a guy named Charles Spurgeon Johnson who wrote a book called The Black Republic. And it was basically a repudiation of the whole idea of a Black Republic. Because Charles Spurgeon Johnson, Africans Africans are globally homeless, bro. Ain't no global diaspora. They're homeless, man. The Africans are homeless, They're destitute and homeless, economic migrants and destitute like you, you know. They're destitute, you gotta go around the world looking for opportunity, man. Yeah, that's one thing I am blessed about. I don't go no place to make money, right here in my humble little town in Virginia Beach, Virginia, and I'm doing really well. Sometimes I feel guilty, man. I really do. Like, damn, man, Carla, you got so much. You got a business that's booming. I got more opportunity. I know what to do with. Everything's going good in life, whatnot. You got a beautiful wife there in Liberia. I can't wait to see and everything. I'm like, damn, man, I'm tired of winning, folks. It's like, damn, I'm tired of winning. It's like everything I go to do, I win. So when I tell you that the Afghanistan is going to happen, you can rest assured it's going to happen because I have a track record of just winning. You know, and all I need is a few winners with me. I don't need losers. I don't need chukwos. I need winners. The bottom line is this: I can't deal with losers, man. If you living homeless in another country, you're a loser. There's like I said, when you have people POCs, when they live abroad, they're called economic migrants. When first world people go, they're called expats. I've never heard of a black person, a black immigrant called an expat. They're an economic migrant or refugee. It's just sad. So that's the whole thing I said about the other night about the first world conundrum, right? Because when we go, I say, why not build the Afghanistan? No, because I got a life in Virginia Beach. I don't need an Afghanistan in Virginia Beach. I need an Afghanistan is a republic. I can't build a republic in fucking Virginia Beach, you fucking moron. I'm a dual. I don't accept dual citizenship. You're a Nigerian, bro. So Chukwo, King Chukwo, King Chukwo. He's a king, though, man. How can I argue with a king, man? Chukwo's a king, man. All hail the king. Dum dum da dum dum da dum da dum dum. Chief Chukwo. Not very bright, but he has good spirit, though. But yeah, so we're gonna have a good show tonight. Like, share, subscribe, folks, because we got topics like Black History Must Continue, Birth of a Black Republic. Things are gonna get you admit that you're 41% Nigerians, a Tolliver. Man, you admit something like that, man, you're 41% Nigerian. And he admits that, man. Don't ever say that in public, man. You're 41% Nigerian. And you want to lower your status already worse than what it is, I guess he's standing on that. I'm 41% Nigerian. Oh, woo. But yeah, so we're gonna have a good time tonight. Get some popcorn, get some chips. I didn't get a chance to get no chips tonight, right? So I was out today and when I didn't get a chance to get no late night snacks. I gotta watch my figure. I just think I don't know. I'm so terrified of gaining weight. I'm terrified of gaining weight, I'm like this, man. Like I said, I looked at myself today and I'm like, it ain't the skinniest I've been when I put on a couple of pounds and whatnot, not fat, but I don't want to be heading that direction. I don't know what the hell you do. I do crunches. Something, I'll be honest with you. I haven't done my crunches in a week. I haven't done my crunches in a week. I've been lazy. So I don't know if I'm going to do a full show tonight. I might end the show tonight early, and so I can get my friggin' cardio on my withdrawal. And I got to really get to the gym. I got plenty of time. I don't need money. So why do I work so hard? Why do I work so hard? Why do I go to the office every day? I should have like 2 days out of the week I'm hitting the gym. Really. I'm gonna do that. I gotta basically do that. The thing is, when I go to my office, I'm dressed up, right? So it's not I could just basically I can't look. I got a treadmill in my house, right? But the thing is, I don't feel good working out in my house because I work out when I know other people watching, and I feel good. I have music in the background, stuff like that. I just can't do nothing in really my house. Only thing I can do in my house is crunches. When hopefully in the springtime this year, I'm gonna get my martial arts equipment in the back. I'm gonna start practicing my martial arts and my kicks, my blocks, everything like that. And I'm gonna get a wooden dummy and start working on that, in my backyard. I think I'm gonna do that this spring. I can't wait. I got a kicking bag out back have fill up water, on the bottom, and start working on kicks. That'll be a good cardio workout, But I can't do nothing now because it's the winter, Yeah, I spar. I have nobody to spar with anymore. I have nobody to spar with anymore because everybody, all my friends I trained with for like 20 years ago, they're all old, grown, uh, and out. It's not around no more. I had one guy, Ernest. I saw him. I said, "Oh, he was my kung fu buddy, man. This guy was good. He got really good too, right?" I said that, man, because last month I said he's good, man. This guy, he had hands like you won't believe. So I said, "Yo, how do I got a humongous head? I don't know. I got a humongous head. A tolerable moron. Why don't you put your picture up here? Let's see what you look like. I don't want to hear nothing from nobody who basically can't show their face. Anyway, he said, "Yeah, I stopped doing kung fu. Why?" And so I gave I turned my life to Jesus. When I'm like, what the hell does Jesus have to do? Excuse my word. I shouldn't say hell with Jesus, but I'm not saying like that. What the heck does Jesus have to had to do with you studying martial arts? Nah, I just don't. Like I said, yeah, martial arts is good. It's training and everything like that. You were good. We spar. And he's like, nah, I gave my life to Jesus when I saw. I was like, oh man. Then my friend Chris, my teacher, he moved down to Houston. That was back in 2009. So I got really nobody. Then after when he left, I was still working at the club. I had just when he left, I had just stopped working at the club. At the club, I used to train with some of the security guys. They were like, man, when they saw me in action, they go, you got to teach me that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? We just go out to the park, just have a group of people out in the park. We're out there fighting. I'm showing them my moves and stuff like that, techniques, how to fight and everything like that. But that was years ago. That was back in 2000, 2007, 2008. But ever since then, like 2009, when I stopped working in a club, man, really, I don't really have nobody to train with. My brother, he's always, oh man, my shoulder, whatnot, blah, 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 blah. I got nobody to train with. And then also when you want to train with somebody, they want you to join a gym, right? I joined this gym a couple of years, brother. And I'm like this. I show this guy, he's my teacher, right? I know I could beat him. He's like, But we sat there the whole 3 hours doing stretches. I said, dude, those stretches necessary. Didn't have us running around the freaking gym and everything like that. I said, man, I want to get to the freaking fighting, the other part, And then like last 10 minutes, we're doing some little fighting and whatnot, techniques and everything. So I said, man, I can't do this, and I'm paying money, I said, so I just want to, I wish I go to a place where it's free sparring and we're doing stuff. It's no set rules, where like that. We're just getting together. We have gloves, we got headgear and whatnot. We're just working on sparring and stuff like that. How do they find that? They always put you to some program. I like sparring, man. I like fire. I like combat and everything. I like just getting loose and everything. Show my skills. But I can't stand the whole, okay, we're going to do this today. We're going to do this stretch right here. Put your hand on your nose, put your hand on your head, and look like this. Put your head to the left, to your head to the right. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's all it's all about. I don't want to do the hokey pokey when I go to fucking school. I just want to train, You know? Hey, if Nick Measy ever came here, if he wanted to get together and train with me, I'll be more than happy to do that. But he keeps saying that, but he never comes to the States. If he's ever in the States, he can look me up. I'll be more than happy to train with him, or spar with him, Yeah, it's hard to find a good sparring partner because, like I said, look, let me tell you something about sparring. When people sparring, reality is someone is in front of you trying to hit you. Once you get over the fear of getting hit, that's the whole thing about fighting. You got to get over here. Also, you got to basically understand, right? There's no such thing as a friendly fight. You really have to have defense, and you have to be ready for it to sacrifice, no matter how good you are, that you're going to get struck. Once you have that piece that okay, I'm going to get struck, and I got to know how to shake it off really quick. Oh, you can't do that, then don't. You think you're going to have some perfect technique where you're just going to go in there and not get hit. You got to expect that you're going to get hurt. That's because that's the reality of fighting, so that's the reality of fighting, so it is what it is. That's why I have different techniques where I mix Wing Chun and I have jujitsu. Where I use stand up jujitsu, like arm locks and chokes. I'm an expert in strangulation. I love strangulation. That's the easiest way how to end fights. Do strangulation. I have this technique called a flying guillotine. I've almost mastered it. I got it on my right side, but I haven't mastered it on my left side yet. So you got to be able to master something. You got to be able to do both sides and then do a 360 and do it. I only got one side, the right side. So I got to wait until the right punch comes through, and then I could lock the person and then strangle them and take them down. But if the person throws on the left side, I don't have that technique yet. I could probably do it, but it'll come out sloppy. So I don't have the left side mastered yet. So all I have to do is wait for somebody to throw a right, and when he overextends the right, I come in, snatch him up, grab his neck, put my arm behind his neck, and put my blade arm on his neck, back of the neck, and pull. And all of a sudden that cuts off the circulation to the neck. That's called a flying guillotine, because you're literally flying at somebody with a blade, and your arm blade. I took out many people with that thing working in a club, because it's fast. Boom, boom, boom. Somebody throw a punch, boom, boom, boom. And next thing you know, they're going down and they're passing out, So, say, he asked Chuko, what's your priority? I don't think, look, the bottom line is this, I would like to see these young Nigerians in America that got so much answers for Black America. Why does it see, basically, they just concede the fact that their countries are useless and corrupt. So they come over here and they basically got so much to say about Black. We're a minority group in America. People don't understand something. The problems you see in Black America, even though Black America is still the richest group, we have the largest Black workforce in the world, largest industrial workforce, largest educated, largest professional class, medical class. And that's unmatched anywhere in the world, right? Still, the social problems contribute to Black America. It has to do with us being a minority group and pretty much a racialized country. It is what it is. The problems in Black America is because we're Black in America. If Black people were the majority in this country, we would not have these problems. Trust me. Do you think if Black people were the majority in this country, we'd have crime and stuff like that? Of course not. But since we're a minority group, so people always try to talk to us like we got the control over the narrative and the power structure of a Black. We don't have any power. So I said yesterday, you got Black leaders. We told you there's no Black leaders. Al Sharpton, no. We tell you, Black America has no freaking Black leader. Nobody can sign anything, executive order, and make anything happen in Black America. We don't have any leaders. Nobody was elected leaders of Black America. These are people that the media thing. Like I said, one of the problems that solve Black America's problem is having a nation state of our own. Mackie Samuels, you're a female. You'll find a gym with men don't stare at you. That's gonna be tough. But I'm very respectful when I go to the gym. I'm very respectful. I don't stare at but women be asking for it. A lot of times men know that's what women are thinking, so they avoid staring and eye contact and stuff like that. So a lot of times women go to the gym asking for trouble. My tattoo on my right arm said it's Kung Fu. One on my left arm is a Chinese plum blossom symbol. The Chinese plum blossom symbol. I studied the Chinese plum blossom technique. Oh, okay. You're a man? Okay, Mackie. Okay. Okay. So it is what it is, folks. Well, like I said, the highest ideal among anybody is a republic. That's a high idea. Plato wrote the book, The Republic, about 2,500 years ago, right? That's been the roadmap of every civilization. And he built on what Socrates wrote. Now, before Baruti gets up here and says, how are you going to talk about Plato and Socrates? They were cracker-ass crackers, blah, 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 blah. From our friend Fruity Baruti, he don't like when I quote other people. But the thing is, when you're in the erudite mind, like the College Genesis, I've studied all different types of philosophies throughout the world. when, like I said, if I had it in my power, right? We had when we get our Black Republic, right? The Afghanistan, right? If people basically chronic failures in society or in trouble, whatever like that, one of the punishments or whatever like that is going to be people are going to be assigned a book report. You say you don't know what the book was. So we're gonna no, it ain't going to be like you reading philosophy's opinion. Give a book report. We're going to give you a book report on Nietzsche. We're going to give you a book report on Frederick Schiller. And the bottom line is this: you got to turn in like 4 book reports a year. If you want to avoid jail time for a crime you did, you got to turn in book reports. Brazil had this thing, and they found that they basically forcing people to do book reports and forcing people reading that had a calming effect on society. As more people read, look, reading is the fundamental building of the mind. When you find people that read a lot, they tend to be open-minded. They tend to be more free in their thinking. They tend to be more civil in their tone. When people read a lot, when people who don't read a lot tend to be more ignorant, they only know what somebody told them. So their reasoning and rationing in the world is like only but what makes them feel good, or what makes them gives them some sort of satisfaction, that I was right or no like this. But people who read a lot understand there's balance. Is not nothing it really in stone. You don't know everybody's story, like me, I read a lot, right? So when somebody comes to me and say the Jews this, the Jews that, no, I said, look, man, I've studied many different writers and books and everything like that. That's not what they all do. That's not what they all think. How do I do that? Because I get into the mind of authors, and see where they're coming from, right? So I understand nothing's written in stone. You never know what a man's thinking right now until you actually get to know him, and get to know the people. That you never make that mistake. That's why I'm different from a lot of Black nationalist leaders who basically all they want to know is Dr. John Heinrich Clark and Dr. Ben and Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. I've studied all kinds of men. I want to know what's in their mind, what's in this Japanese leader's mind. The Tanaka Memorial, the Ishikawa, all these Japanese philosophers of the 20th century, right? I want to know Lu Xun, the Chinese philosopher Lu Xun. I study him intensely, So I want to know. It's a quest for knowledge. And everything I did concludes the fact that the problems we have in our race is the fact that we've never really put forth the idea that we as human beings have risen to the point where we can govern and rule ourselves, And the reason why I believe that is because I'm so well read. The problems that Black America have is no different from every other country that rose from nothing to become great republics and great nations. We could do the same thing. We could be a great people where the world's looking at us like an admiration, but we're never going to do it inside of another man's society, another man's domain, another man's manifest destiny. Do you understand? Is that supposed to be a shot at me, Tolliver? My head swells. Yeah, I don't put air in my head, man. I don't hit my head. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm well read, And so when you read a lot, you think a lot, and you notice things and everything like that, that's why stuff like that, stuff that bothers other people, I don't get upset about, Yeah, Mackie says a lot of African migrants have to rely on the good graces of West. Yeah, it is. It's embarrassing at this point, without the Western aid or the good graces of people you letting you become citizens or residents here, you guys would die, So it is what it is. The bottom line, true quote, you should be trying to, even if you guys say Nigeria's not working, you go over there, succeed from Nigeria. If you have to make the case, say we could better also, if you got people in Biafra that really think that they could do better than the Republic of Nigeria, I say go for it. I think every group of people have a right to self-determination. And that's the one thing that basically, that's why I say I don't take anything. These people say, well, are you going to sit down with the AU? You're going to sit down with this? No, I don't give a damn about these people. Why? Because they do not believe fundamentally everybody has a right to self-determination. So I don't have the right to self-determination, neither do you. You know, as simple as that. So when somebody says the Paul Kagame is invading the Congo, I don't give a shit. I have no empathy, no sympathy. Why? Because, hey, I don't have a nation. I don't have sovereignty. So what should I care? Why am I sitting there protecting somebody else's sovereignty when I don't have none my goddamn self? I don't believe in this Pan-African bullshit. You know, if I don't have a land and whatnot, then you protecting your land is your own business. I'm not gonna do it. You know, I don't care. I don't really care about what you call the United States invades Niger. That's not my fucking business anymore. You know, well, I don't have a land. Why not? I could care less about your land. You know, as simple as that. A crime against humanity happened with the transatlantic slave trade. A crime that Africa continent has a responsible for. In fact, Africa is like a deadbeat parent. You know, it's like, do you understand that you guys gave birth to like the greatest black people on the planet in America, and you guys basically, I don't understand the African mind. I really don't. That's why I said I can't listen to friggin'. I don't care about if I'm from the Congo, Elvis. I don't give a damn about that. What the hell does that mean? You don't see. You don't freaking understand. I'm not a damn tribalist. You know, I go by what's right. You know, the Congo is a fucking hell on earth because of the Congolese. Simple as that. And there's a reason why I'm here in America, because somebody captured my ass hundreds of years ago and brought me over here. You know, I was betrayed by somebody from the Congo, and I was like this because that's where my ancestors are from. So please don't tell me about I can care less what happens to the Congo. You know. Chukwu identifies with his ethnic group in Africa. He's an Igbo. You know, but he lives on the benefits of America, but he identifies. I can understand how you got these Mexicans and everybody fucking waving the American flag. I mean, the Mexican flag, burning the American flag in its country, and you want to stay in America. You know, I just don't get that. You know, let me play a video. It's a video time. I'm opening lines up in a minute. You know, I know you guys are heated of what I said, so that's what people don't understand. That's what I do. I get people all pissed off when I didn't want to call in. Makes for good YouTube channel. You know, people say, "Colin be taking shots." No, it's called engagement, man. I want to get you engaged. You know, so I want to be the 800-pound gorilla in the room. You know. Let's see. Ibrahim Traore, basically, that young man, 36 years old, paid off Burkina Faso's debt. Now he's just doing the common sense stuff I've been saying for decades, right? That Africa should do, and he did it. He must have read me somewhere, you know. Africa does not need these Western mining companies and everything paying royalties. What they need to do is learn how to mine this stuff themselves and learn how to trade the gold, manufacture the gold, and store the gold and hedge against the gold themselves. They can raise billions and billions of dollars. They don't need the fucking French, you know. So, like I said, I give props to Ibrahim Traore, a young man. He's a real black nationalist leader, you know. Somebody told me about the Khalees, right? She went to I didn't see the whole video, but something happened to her. The actress Khalees, was she an actress or a singer? Somebody tell me, is she an actress or a singer? I don't know. You know, I don't pay attention to these. Oops, I'm offline. The hell. I hate. All right. Listen. All right. We'll watch this video, folks. Something about Khalees. Because somebody tell me, is she a singer and actress?
It's Kenya. And to be honest, it's my recommended place that you go to out of all of the ones that I've mentioned before. Kenya is a blend between modern Africa and modern America with a lot of tradition in history at the right price point.
for fair
And this
use,
is why
folks,
so
fair use.
many people are deciding to move there. The opportunities are there. They have a port. They're not landlocked. And again, they have a very good governance with no dictatorship. And this is what had Khalees coming over to Kenya. Now, before she decided to make a move, she visited several African countries. She came to Tanzania, she came to Uganda, then she ended up in Kenya. And she's been living her life there. She's been an inspiration to so many African Americans to move from America to the continent of Africa. But she put out a very controversial video about how she's doing in Nairobi, and it got a lot of people talking.
When I bought my farm in California, everybody thought I was crazy, and then COVID hit. And now I'm out here and I'm in Africa and I'm farming and I'm living and I'm growing businesses, and people probably think I'm crazy, but I guarantee you guys, this is the most beautiful, and quite frankly, it's the best decision I've made. I'm a pioneer. This is what I do. I'm here. I'm loving it. And just keep watching.
If you guys notice in that video, there is some cage wiring around her farm, which we're going to get into in a moment. And a lot of people gave her a lot of positive comments, but there were some Kenyans out there that felt very disrespected by that particular cage wiring. I would like to get into some.
Oh, she won that. Did that song Milkshake? Which is did that song Milkshake by Milkshake or something like that? My milkshake boys in there. That's her. My milkshake bring all the boys to the yard. Yeah, you know, I like this. All my club years. You know, that my milkshake bring all the boys to the yard. Yeah, you know. Says her farmer's now her milkshake, whatever.
Some of the comments, and then we're going to come back. So the comments were very, very positive, very many positive comments. There's over 8,000 comments on this Instagram post, and I want to read some of them. This lady goes, "It is a beautiful feeling to find your purpose in life. She just increased her lifespan by 20 to 30 years more. This is the new American dream, unfortunately." Leighton goes, "This is what I want to do so bad. I am so proud of you, beloved sister." Loving Wanda goes, "Why is everyone hearing Khalees call Africa a country? People who want to find a reason to hate hear what they want to hear. They can't be happy that she's living her dream." Yeah, so she did mention California, but instead of mentioning Kenya as the country, she just called it Africa. And so many people were offended by that part. So are you living in Africa permanently? Because I'm trying to convince my wife that we should do the same. America blows. And again, you'll see so many positive comments on that particular post. However, there was some negative comments, and I would like to go over them. One person goes, "Why buy land for commercial farming in a national park? Why not buy in areas with vast land available for commercial farming without interfering with the pathways of wildlife? And the fact that you are not explaining yourself is very disrespectful to Kenyans because they are our beloved and protected animals. And there is a reason why we don't own lands where there's wildlife. You need to explain whether this is a national park conserved for wild animals or not." So I'll stop there. So Khalees is very active with responding to comments. As a content creator, she did not, however, respond to these particular people, and they were upset with that because if you look back at that video that Khalees did, there is some wiring on that land, and what Kenyans are saying is you are interfering with the pathways of wildlife, and the reason why that wiring is there is because those elephants or animals that might be there can come in and basically trample over her crops. So that electric wiring is to prevent that from happening. So what they believe is this land is in a national park, which that should not be here. Another person says this, "I don't know how to feel about this. At one point, I get it that buying land for farming requires you to protect your plants. As a daughter of a farmer from Laikipia, it's an animal country, I feel like this is so unfair. Never have we ever put up an electric fence to keep out the animals. For example, if elephants have a certain route they use through the farm, they'll need that route years and years to come. Granted, they'll destroy some of your crops during dry season, but that's part and parcel of coexisting with wildlife." This last one, though, is the most telling. She says this, "You are flippant in your response to Kenyans about the safety of our animals. The least you could do is respond in a respectful manner, considering you are encroaching on wildlife territory." Now, maybe she had responded to some of these people, I'm not sure. Many Kenyans do not have access to buy national park land, which is the area that you are fencing according to your previous mention on its location. You will not be the first African American to neo-colonize a third world country, but you will for sure go down in history as one of the first to do it as a mainstream everyday vlog about it. Your ancestry of fighting oppression doesn't live in you. On the contrary, you have become the oppressor. Not all Kenyans will smile foolishly at this. Then you hear somebody in the background goes, "Can't agree more." Another person goes, "You have said everything I want you to say." So it appears that Khalees went back and forth with some people, and a lot of folks are pretty much challenging Khalees about the animals and not being able to travel there. And you have heard some Kenyans saying, "Hey, well, we really care about our wildlife." There was one lady in particular that called her a neo-colonizer. Let me just say this about that term. So often we focus on people like her, but it has been my impression that when I go to Nairobi, Kenya, or I'm in Kenya, almost like 98% of my interactions are very positive. I don't want to focus so much on that one because that person is angry. Obviously, I don't believe that Khalees is a colonizer. If anything, Khalees is a person that's going to bring a lot of people from the African American community or even abroad. Her audience is broad to want to come to Africa and to want to come to Kenya. But then there's one other culprit in this. Whoever sold her the land. Let me just be honest. If you're a person that is a celebrity like Khalees, you're not the average person returning to the diaspora. Khalees can show up to Uganda, she can show up to Nairobi or Ghana, and immediately she's going to meet high, powerful, ranking officials that are going to move heaven and earth for her, okay? Her pathway to citizenship will be almost instant if she wants that. And that land that she has, the Kenyan community, if you guys are listening, somebody sold it to her, okay? Now, is it wrong? Does she not respect the values that Kenyans have for animals? I'm not sure. But what I can tell you is somebody sold it to her and people in the government knew about what you're talking about. So to talk about Khalees as a colonizer is not to address the fact that somebody sold that to her. And you got to understand when African Americans come to Africa, especially if they have prominence and things like that, people are telling us what to do, or people are advising us on how to move. And because we're unfamiliar, we just fall in love with the place. I'm not saying Khalees is not wrong, but she's already paid the money. Somebody took the money and somebody gave it to her. This is also a problem that I would have to say when you buy land in Africa or you lease land in Africa, you're always going to have those people that are going to be upset. They're going to be those kind of people. I'm not going to call them haters because they were bringing up good points, but they're going to say, you're getting a special privilege or you're a colonizer and all of those things. And again, they're going to be people that are from that country that can't afford to move as certain people do. They're African Americans that can't move like Khalees. And it just needs to be taken with a grain of salt. I think that what we got to really understand is that if we're buying land in certain places, where are we buying the land at? I think a good question is to ask, hey, listen, what goes on around here? How do people feel about us getting this land? Because the person that wants to make the sale just wants to make the sale. And then the people that are going to get blamed for that are going to be people like us who historically don't know what happens in that area. Even if you get that barbed wiring for the animals that come through there, somebody also can tell you to get that kind of stuff. Like, hey, your animals come there, so you want to protect your stuff, so let's do that. And a lot of African countries want to cater to rich people in the diaspora to sell their country. So they're going to let them get away with stuff like that. Again, I've told you, I've seen this. Look at Dr. Umar Johnson. He immediately gets citizenship in Ghana. And Khalees is going to be able to do many different things because she can promote Kenya. And if she says she's with Kenya, it's going to mean a lot of tourism dollars. So she's going to be allowed to break some rules. It's unfair, but this is what African countries are doing to get more advertisement, to get more clout. And again, I told you a lot of stuff in Africa is about clout. And again, a lot of people don't like me for saying that, but that's what it's about. You know, they want to get these high profile people living in Africa, doing well in Africa, to be able to show their communities, which Kenya could not reach if you don't have a Khalees. Khalees is the way to the door to the African American community. Same way it would be in Uganda or most places. They need somebody to be doing well, enjoying themselves, to be able to gladly say, hey, You should come and visit. Look at what I'm doing. And by the way, here's some land. Here's where it is. You know, we're going to make sure that we take care of you. You're a celebrity from the States. We're going to make sure that, you know, nothing happens. Everything's going to work out good for you. But unfortunately, it's going to be people out there who are not going to like that. So take it with a grain of salt. Again, I understand the concerns of Kenyans, but somebody had to sell that to her. So where is the anger for the people that obviously know what you're talking about, but don't want to do anything about it? So guys, what do you think? It's your boy O'Shea Duke Jackson back at it again with another episode of Fair Use. Subscribe, hit the bell. We're out.
There you go. You go to Africa when I think you're doing the right thing, what? You're going to the motherland, you know. Then next thing you know, somebody's calling you a colonizer, you know. It's just ridiculous, you know. Yeah, so yeah, for why is he talking about Italians and Irish? What the hell does that got to do with us, you know? That's right, Marisha, you know. But yeah, so she went over there and bought land, whatever like that. And then somebody like Kung Fu Planner said, you know, that's understand. You understand something, Kung Fu Planner. Although people say 9, I think a lot of people don't even understand what that means. They probably think people own homes in America on 99 cents. We don't probably the culture in America is if you buy a house, you spend all that money, you own it, right? But what if basically it was made clear to them, right, that anytime this person could rip up the lease and say, you know something, I want my land back, and then he bulldozed. It's happening. Look, it happens in Nigeria. It happens in Ghana, you know, where you see nice houses, especially in Nigeria, getting bulldozed down. How is that? Because land ownership laws do not exist in much of Africa, you know. So somebody basically, you build a house, you think you got a property, and you say, I put all this money into it, and the whole thing is this, you know. Whole thing is, yeah, well, somebody comes to take it probably back, they get a court injunction, whatever like that, and they come next to you, I've seen it happen. They bulldoze people's houses in Nigeria and stuff like that. People cry, oh, you build my house, and they raise whole neighborhoods and whatnot because, hey, you know, the original owners, so-called owners of the land, like didn't get enough money, whatever like that, so they start knocking people's houses down. That's a recipe for disaster. I would not. I would say if you're gonna live in Africa, just rent. Don't get into no ownership of land or something like that. It's really, you know, just go. Just get yourself an apartment. Work with some Airbnb or somebody who help the Africans basically get their apartment renting and leasing thing up to date. That'd probably be a better solution, you know, than trying to own land. You owning land and property in the country. You know, I just, you know, it's not feasible. You know, I really don't. It's not feasible. You know, it's not feasible in this day and time. Because all they do is call you a colonizer, you know. So, at least you're a colonizer. So if somebody's buying land in Africa, they're a colonizer. You know, I don't know. I don't know who's doing this. Are these Africans saying this, or these are white people pretending to be Africans saying this? You know, so we need to get to the bottom of that. So I take everything I say for granted. So I know a lot of times these comments are done by white people pretending to be Africans, you know. And they get up and say, oh, he's a colonizer and whatnot, you know. We think of colonizer in Africa, we think of a white person. How does a black people become a colonizer all of a sudden? Because I think it's just freaking yeah. Black man is fair. The government has to protect the people, which that's not going to happen. People, or the people have to realize that just like Black Americans, that you have your Kung Fu Fanta, you're the only colonizer I see here, bro. You know, come on. You can't colonize what's already yours. You know, Black people are indigenous to Africa. They can't be colonized in Africa. You're a white person. So you go in Africa as a colonizer, you know. You're a white person from a white country. You know. The fact that we have to say argue with a white person about who's African and Africans showed you that African culture. That's why I don't take Baruti seriously. African culture is fucking weak. It can't even define who an African is. You know, he can't even define who African is. But we're supposed to jump head first and become Ubuntu. Man, get the hell out of here with that shit. This is the age of the collagenesis, right? No things are not going to be the same. All the nonsense that we put up in the past, this fake Pan Africanism, all the fake consciousness, and all stuff like that. Those things are them days are dead. I'm giving permission for people to fucking question everything nowadays because all these people have left us in a lurch with their stupidity and everything. We're starting with the thing, you know. That's not what a colonizer is, moron. You know, a colonizer is somebody who basically takes over a country, right, and puts them under the rulership of a mother country. You know, they steal the resources and enslave the people, and basically make the people speak their language, culture, and everything. Raise their flag, put their monument. I don't see no black people in America putting let's say, a Martin Luther King and Malcolm X statue in the middle of Nairobi, saying this is our land and everything like that. So please stop it. But you guys did that. You white man did that. You have statues of Cecil Rhodes all over Southern Africa. That's a colonizer. You know, the some people who created Rhodesia, you know, Upper and Lower Rhodesia. Those are colonizers, bro. You know, the Afrikaners, you know, those are colonizers. And when you name cities after European settlements, like you know, you got the one mountains in South Africa they call Drakensberg Mountains. That's a Dutch name. Why don't you name an African mountain range? You know, the Costa people got named for it, and the Afrikaners got named for the same mountain range. That's colonizer. You go renaming something that was already there when it had your own. You know, that's colonization. So I would love for Kung Fu Fanta to call in and try to debate me. He get freaking crushed, but he ain't got the balls. He ain't man enough to do that. You know, he ain't man enough to pick up that thing. You know. Well, yeah, that's why the answer is a black public. That solves everything. Shows you who could own land, who could be part of it, whatever like that. What's the limits on foreign people doing shit? You know, what kind of foreign people? Arab Black, what's on your mind, bro?
Hey, what's going on, man? What's tonight's conversation about? Hearing a lot about colonizers.
Well, the bottom line, I'm talking. We veered off into other things. I played that video from about Khalees buying land, and people like always. If I was Khalees, you know what's gonna happen? She's gonna say fuck it, and she's gonna go back to the United States, say fuck it. You know, I don't know. Well, I don't know if it's the people making these comments towards her, right? I don't know if they actually black or they Africans or they white people trying to cause trouble. So I know white people be go into things disguise themselves as Africans, talking a lot of shit, you know, to antagonize black because they don't want to see Black America in Africa. You know, they don't want to see that. You know.
Yeah, because we drive them out.
Yeah, so we know they don't want our presence there at all.
Well, that's just like here. They don't want us living around them here in America.
The bottom line, they don't want us here in America. Then we try to go to Africa. They don't want us there. So
I'm saying, you know, they want to live away from blacks in gated communities and in their own suburbs.
I have no problem with that, right? But what I do have a problem with is if you got a black person basically going to the continent of Africa, they're trying to get away from you as possible, right? But you still online talking to like white people are a whole hostile towards. Even when I'm going to talk about Liberia, a country my ancestors founded, they act like I don't have a freaking right to even talk about a country my ancestors actually built. You know. It's like white people think they own every freaking thing, you know. They not only that they think they own Africa too, you know.
Right, but they do. They buy up land. They buy up things. They play.
Even if they don't buy up land, but they think
they play the business game, but they can't control the social game. Like they only control the social game when they're in the high numbers or when we feel underneath them.
Well, this is what I'm saying about this is the fact that you have people. Africa is the only place where a European can go and say, "I'm an African." You know, can you think a European can go to China and say, "I'm a Chinese" because it was born in that area? No.
Right, but we being African Americans, we have a different eye out for things. You know what I'm saying? We're like, you know what I'm saying, the things that we've been through and seen and know about. Once we get out there and see what's going on, you know what I'm saying, we can better dictate what's going on.
That's why I don't buy this idea I don't buy. I said this last night. I mean, listen. I said I don't buy this idea of black people, Black America losing their identity to adopt some Ubuntu, Swahili. No, they want to make us like Africans, unconscious about race and stuff like that. You know, that's why I think it is.
No, we can't be untaught. We just add on to more information and knowledge
Yeah,
of
but
things.
no, that's not what they're saying. They basically like when I said, like I said last night, that I'm a black redneck. Well, that means I'm a black racist. I admit it. I think I see the world as a black man. You know, that's the way I see it. You know, it's like white man. He's a white man. He's a racist, whatever. White redneck, whatever like that. I'm a black neck. You know, suppose that. You know, but basically that doesn't go with the Ubuntu. It's anti-Ubuntu. No, I'm sorry. The way I see the world, first thing I see about somebody is what they look like, their race. That's what basically, you know. The Kofu Fan said, Black America will not drive Caucasians out, Caucasian Africa. But nobody's trying to drive you out, man. But the bottom line is this, you know, you guys have this idea that you're going to go to Africa and make some new relationship. Like I said, the new relationship between Africa and the white man, you know, and they try to rewrite the history. No, the white man's relationship with Africa, we're the inheritors of that. We're the inheritors of slavery and everything the white man has done to the African race. You know, you can't erase that by talking about well, I call yeah, you could do that, but I'm gonna do everything I can to stop you. You know.
But only the Black American is forwardly like knowing that and aware of that. If
No,
you
no,
got
you go to some no, not really. You go to places like Zimbabwe, Zambia. They're the same way. Angola, they're the same way. Southern Africa is different than West Africa. You know, Southern Africa
would
where
you
they had
say
to deal with white people.
that it's more colonized down there?
Well, what it is, they really had to really deal with white settlement and stuff like that. So,
Right. We know slavery. We know what it all looks like. So once we get our
so do they.
eyes,
So do they.
ears, right. So, but once we get our numbers up, now we will drive you out, or we will drive you up into the, you know what I'm saying, wherever, or can seclude you over here, and you know what I'm saying. Once the numbers get right, and once
Yeah.
our Black
Let them. If they want to
Americans.
be look. I just basically see South Africa as a done deal. You know, let them have South Africa.
No, no. Well, I mean, it's all about
Like,
numbers. So
I'm like the African continent is big enough, right?
go to the
You know,
whole
we can
world.
make 1,000 South Africas. I carve up 1,000 South Africas and say, yeah, they're in South Africa. There's nothing we can do about that. You know, so it is what it is. You know, they got
No,
a large population.
it's
You know,
social. You don't serve them. You don't spend money there. You don't interact. You don't. You're saying where white people and black people's relationship is, especially over there, is the black people are gonna be serving the white people. They're gonna be bowing down, and you know what I'm saying, because that mentality is prevalent there. We don't have that mentality. I'll be like, hey, what's
well,
going
they
on?
lost. The thing is, though, what happens is when you lose a war, that's the consequences of losing a war. You know?
I'm saying I'm for it. I don't care what wars was for. I am alive, and if I can see what's going on, I'm gonna have something to say about it, and that's gonna
Well,
bring
I can say
contention.
it's like that, but I'm like this. As far as like me trying to save the black South Africans, I can't do that. You know, it's like
No,
too
no,
far
no,
back.
no. We don't have to save anything. Or once our numbers are up anywhere, majority rules anywhere. Once numbers are up, you know what I'm saying, then you can start to flex.
Now, which one? Couple Fast says, dude, you don't really know Africans. Basically, he's telling you, man, that the Africans gonna side with him.
Yeah, I don't care. That's what see now that's where I'm saying I gotta get with my people and we gotta get on the same. It's the same program all around the world. We gotta get on the same mindset. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna make him see it. Do you want to be a servant to this man? Do you want to be a, you know what I'm saying? You want to be kissing his ass, and you know
Well,
what I'm saying?
look at people like Chupo.
I'm gonna bring my point home. The point would be because then it would be contention between me and him.
Yeah,
Between me
well,
and the
that's what
black.
have you. I don't know if you would pay attention right now. Have you ever seen the Afrodamas report? Afrodamas report?
No, what
Well,
did that have to
he's a
do with
friggin' Gambian who just basically does this whole show about bashing Black America, and he has white people on his show too.
Oh, so I mean, you got all type of people doing all type of things.
And
What did
so
that
the
have to
bottom
be?
line, hey, there's a little
Hmm.
following. I'm just saying, see, I'm in this game right here, you know, and so you can't just say, well, we just once we got to know. Look, right now we're this battle right here, we're losing, you know, because there's so many African traders, race traders, and whatnot. It's like unreal, you know.
Right. I believe that. We always known that, right? As a forward, understanding black from slaveries and what's been going on around the world for centuries, we know the game. So now we can mentally deal with our brothers to get them mentally. They haven't felt our love. They haven't felt our, what I'm saying, concern. They haven't felt our seeing us roll our sleeves up and get in the dirt with them. They haven't felt us yet, like on mass, like how what it needs to be. So that can still happen. That turn of tide is still waiting to happen.
Well,
And we
yeah, I
got
know,
to
but
see
it's not
that the
always
Black
on us. You know,
Americans,
it's not always on us though. The
well,
bottom only
we're
the planet Earth can't be
the
always
ones
on
like,
us.
no, we're in the blessed position to know about what the white man has done all around this world.
Yeah, but they,
You
like I
know what
said,
I
a
mean?
lot of Africans they don't believe that. They think the white man. Say we say that right, but they in their countries they see the white man as the one who built the railways, the highways, the schools, stuff like that. So they have a different view of the white man.
We didn't get down and build no railway and no. You know what I'm saying? We didn't get in with our peoples yet and do anything. So of course, in time, it looks like the white man has everything and does everything. So there's still a thing that needs to happen or can happen in this world amongst our peoples, and once we do that, that turns the tide in the world.
That's true. All right. Well, anyway, but thanks a lot. I'm gonna bring you back on in a minute. Let me. I gotta play some more videos. All right. Hold up. Hold up, folks. Speaking of black necks, right? I was like basically saw this one video because somebody said I saw it was a black neck last night. And this is what a black neck is, folks. This is his brother talk. Hold up. TikTok. Okay. Hold up.
Why wasn't that energy put in these other countries to make those governments do something better for the people? It's strange to see immigrants from other countries coming to this country demanding our government do something to, help their people out. When it seemed like your own governments didn't want to do nothing for you. And now you're taking over all our city streets, our roads, all these things, blocking people from getting to their jobs, schools, or whatnot. Listen, don't think this is going to make Trump change his mind. All it's going to do is piss him off. But more than that, it's pissing the American people off. There are better ways to do things when you come into another person's country. This is all I'm saying. And I'm not being disrespectful about this. And I know many people say, no, I was born here. I understand that as well. But you still have to look at it like this. Somebody came here. And do not go after the African American community. Because as you know, we didn't just jump in the boat and come here. That happened a different way. We're here. This is our home. But for people to actually want to come to this country, they complain about the way things are going here because a president said, hey, all these illegals came, and y'all saw it yourself. Millions of people came into this country that should not have been here. So our president said, hey, they got to go. Now everybody's in an uproar. All these rumors going around, they're going into school taking the kids, and they want to use, seems to me, want to use that as an excuse to try to fight against our government. It's not going to help your cause at all. Find a better way, like, I don't know, getting over there to these countries and telling those governments they need to start doing something for the people, because disrupting our livelihood here while we trying to make our country great again is not going to make it better for you in the end. I see a lot of Spanish-speaking community flying their flags, taking over interstates or whatnot. I got one question. If the country was...
Yeah, that was a powerful what you call it. So that was a powerful bill with that brother. Now, that's a black neck. That's a black neck. Yeah, Truco. Yeah, we're all black necks here, man. You know, we're all black necks. I'm a proud black neck. You know, I'm a black redneck. So I'm a proud one too. So it is what it is. But like I said, the idea of the Black Republic, you know, history of the Black Republic, right, is as old as is probably as old as Black America has been. It's probably the oldest ideology floated in Black intellectual circles, right? What happened was there was the counter the so-called idea of the Black Republic or the manifest destiny that we should return to our ancestral homeland and build a new republic, like a utopian republic, which was in Black culture. I studied Black culture since the 1600s. You know, the idea that we were trying to be Americans like that was not true. You know, not true. You know, say, Kyle, what do you talk about, Life Water? Kyle looking for all to blame. What am I blaming him for? You know. You know, so I'm not an FBA. I don't claim FBA. You know, I don't claim that foolishness. You know, I don't claim that nonsense. You know, I'm not blaming Africans for anything. I'm saying the Black Republic. You know, Black Republic. The idea of a Black Republic. That means the idea of what they used to call pan Negroism, which was called Pan Africanism. You know, yeah, but it was really pan Negroism. That means the Black race, no matter what your tribe background is, are one people, regardless of tribe, background, kingdom, whatever like that. That was something that was born in Black America, you know. But unfortunately, that ideology that Kwame Nkrumah tried to introduce to the continent failed. As Africa devolves into tribal alliances, Europeans could pick off Africans through tribal differences and stuff like that. It is what it is. To this day, what's going on in Rwanda, tribalism and sectarian fighting and whatnot, there's no sense of nationhood in the Congo. None. But I think Paul Kagame, one thing, he was able to create Rwanda into a real republic, right? And so therefore, he's going to do everything he can to protect that republic. And I support him. Look, I'm always on the side of progress. Like the Diane Severe show, they was talking about the other day. Oh, black people were saying Paul Kagame, Rwanda got nice for. Yes. What are we supposed to do? Sit back and just say, okay, Rwanda has no open sewers, has nice clean roads, buildings, everything like that. But that's not a reason to like Rwanda over other countries. No, no, no. We as Black Americans, man, we got to go to the most ghettoest part of friggin' of Africa. We got to go to Lagos, Nigeria. We got to be in the slums of Accra. We got to be in the slums of Kenya, whatever. We got to be in what's that slum village in Kenya? Forgot the name of it. You know, Kaiser knows about it. You know, we got to be there. Whatnot. You know, we can't look at Kigali as a model of what we want to be. You know, because that's an ideal. So the idea of a Black Republic is we look at the ideal. Hey, what gets me is we imagine a Black Republic without even having one. You know, what inspired the Black Republic was Haiti. You know, Cabrera, yeah, whatever. You know, the slums of Cabrera. That's what we're supposed to be driving around saying, "Oh yeah, man," and talking with the locals like, "Yeah, man, I come from the hood of Oakland. Yeah, I'm in Cabrera right now." So we're not supposed to be in nice places and whatnot. You know, we're not supposed to have places with the rule of law and nice clean streets and everything. When we talk about Africa, we always got to go to the slums and the worst part. That's the real Africa. That's the real Africa, man. Kyle, you haven't been in no real Africa, man. Have you ever smelt the poo-poo in the streets or whatnot? You haven't experienced Africa or whatnot. No, but yeah, so this is what it is, you know. So we were inspired by the Declaration of Independence in Haiti, the Black Republic of Haiti, is what inspired other people to become a republic. You know, that's what inspired Freetown, that inspired Liberia, and eventually the independence movement in Africa. So I'll give Haiti its flowers on that, having the first Black republic in the world. You know, which all other people, you know, good or bad, they basically formed the republic. You know, as simple as that. You can't take that away from Haiti. They reformed their republic. They formed the republic. You know, that's the highest ideal you could be as a republic, not a kingdom, not a village, not a fiefdom, a republic. You know, and so therefore the republic that got recognition. You know, laws, the rule of law, a constitution, all those things that make a now Haiti's had some challenges over the years, of course. You know, but the bottom line is the fact that they was able to declare themselves a republic is remarkable. You know, so I give that more credit than the black people who tether themselves to white America. You know, like the ADOS FBA, they tether themselves to white America all the time. You know, you didn't create no republic in North America. So the bottom line is, like I said, the birth of the Black Republic. That's the most significant thing we could do as a race. You know, not civil rights, not integration, not anything stuff like that. The creation of Black republics. You know, if we're not doing that, folks, we're not doing anything. You know, I don't care what nobody say about anything about progress or not. Not freaking playing in the NFL. Oh, look, I'm thinking about it, right? Now, what burns me up is Beyonce gets wins country music award at the Grammys. Now I want to hear somebody call in and tell me why I should not be mad about that. You know, Beyonce looks like a fucking white woman, blonde hair, bleached skin. She looks like a white woman, you know, and she won a country. Look, let me tell you something, folks. I am literally have had it. I don't want to hear what anybody has to say, you know, about this. America and all the FBA people, it's all about trying to be white, you know? It's all about trying to look white, be white, sleep white, everything like this. I don't want to hear it, you know? I don't want to hear nobody defending Beyonce, you know? I'm saying, what the hell does she have to be in the country music? If nothing, she's like the number one R&B woman and whatnot. That our love is not good enough for her. Our love is not enough for her, you know? So it's like, this is friggin' ridiculous, you know? No, we did not create that music genre. You know, stop it. Brian Paisley, Garth Brooks, and all that shit like that is not black music, you know? Stop it. People do anything to basically tether themselves to white people. Like Liz Nicole, she wants to be white. That's all she is. She wants to be white. That's why I said the ADOS FBA movement are just weirdos who want to be white. That's all that is, right? You know? Oh, please, Elvis. You know, she transcends music. Get the hell out of here. No, she was trying to be white, you know. Look, the bottom line is this: we create country, but the music we see country music right now is not us. That was more Irish music, and stuff like that, you know. You know, so the bottom line is this: it's not country. Country music that you see right now is mostly Irish, you know, and Scottish, Irish music, you know. And it has some black overtones. So, like in places like Memphis and Nashville, they do have some black banjo culture and stuff like that, you know? So, yeah, that was different than the Charlie Price, you know, the Bo Diddleys and stuff like that. That's completely different. That had soul music to it. Black country music was soul, you know? He was a country music singer. Oh, yeah, whatever. I would like to somebody get up here, inbox me and play black country music, you know? Show me the evidence. You can't. I challenge anybody to get up here and show me the evidence, you know? But Beyonce, I'm just like, this is beyond disgrace. So in other words, black people, Tolliver, were wearing blonde hair, you know? And basically, like, this is ridiculous, you know? Let me find a little clips of that. This is pissing me off every time I think of this shit, you know? I don't know what to do anymore. I'm just so disgusted with Black America. You have no idea, you know. I'm just so sick of Black America, you know. So the Africans, you're gonna get a break tonight, man, because I'm just going in on Negroes in America, you know. Beyonce, Beyonce Grammy 2025. They play this video. This is for fair use, folks. You know. This is absolutely. This is really a disgrace. You know. Oh yeah, Tom, yeah. There's black people, blonde hair, blue eyes. Oh yeah, they're all over the place, man. They're all over the place.
And the Grammy goes to.
This is almost hard to watch. And the Grammy goes to
Cowboy Carter.
this is a little scary. This is a fair use, folks. Educational criticism only.
Wow, I really was not expecting this. Wow. I want to thank God.
She's becoming more and more white, you know. So, like I said, I would say, look, man, I would just say, white people, y'all can have her, you know. She wants to be white, let her be white, you know. Like I said, man. So, I wish to God we had Aaliyah still here, you know. I wish Aaliyah was still here. That's what Aaliyah should be, you know. I don't think Aaliyah would ever sell out like that, you know. Oh, look at all the FBA man, country music. Like I said, I got all the weirdos in here tonight, you know. Elvis, Tolliver, the Big Cheese, all stuff like this. You know, it's like all these fucking weirdos out here, you know? Weirdos. And weirdos. FBA has been in country music. Yeah, sure they did, you know. First of all, what is a fucking FBA, you know? It's like FBA. I'm an FBA ADOS or whatnot, you know, goofballs. Clown culture. You are white, Kung Fu Fanta, you know? You know? Kung Fu Fanta is a weirdo. He's a white guy who denies being white. You know? I'm not white, I'm beige. You know, so I get a beige color when I sit in the hot sun in Kenya all day. I'm beige. You know, you're white, man. So stop it, you know? Own that shit. You white, rep that shit, you know? No, you are white, dude. You're white. You're a cracker, you know? Just own that shit, man. And, you know, look, some of my best friends are white, you know? I ain't got nothing against them, you know?
Oh my God. That I'm able to still do what I love after so many years. Oh my God. I'd like to thank all of the incredible country artists that accepted this.
The white people are seething right now. You know, they're like literally seething right now over this shit, you know? Yeah, they're just seething by this shit, you know? The FBA get me on code. Look, you're not gonna be on I'm not gonna be on code with you weirdos, you know? Jealous tether. Oh, okay, that's funny, you know. The states on Virginia carry me back to old Virginia, Virginia. Yeah. The bottom line is this: carry me back to old Virginia with the darkies. It's a demeaning song that Governor Wilder got rid of. You know, the state song. Carry back to old Virginia. It had patches of with the darkies. When it wasn't written by no black man, stupid. You know, sung by a black man. But it was basically, but that's an ADOS FBA, or it could have been a light skinned guy mocking the black, darker skinned slaves, or whatever, like if it was. But the song had passages that mock black slaves, you know, with the old darkies in the field, something like that, you know, carry back to old Virginia. Remember, Richard Pryor said some of the movies stir crazy, right? when Gene Wilder smacked the guy on the head. He goes, yeah, Richard Pryor said, "Oh shit." He says his big brother got up, right? After Gene Wilder smacked his head because he's trying to hit a fly. Richard Pryor said, "Carry back to Virginia." So funny. That shit was so fucking funny, you know. Yeah, Ray Charles' music was soul. That was black music, you know. Same thing with Johnny Mathis. That was black music, you know. Charlie Pride. That was actually black music, you know. I sound drunk. I'm not drunk, you know. Country music in the United States began with ADOS FBA. Oh, look, if there's nothing else, man, I can't wait to the ADOS FBA. We're slowly destroying that whole stupid online cult stuff. Like, it means absolutely nothing. Nobody of importance is an ADOS FBA, you know? Nobody that's important. You know, nobody that's important rocks around with ADOS FBA. Where the FBA at? ADOS FBA, they're cornballs, you know? The ADOS FBA is the corniest shit I've ever seen in my life, you know? That's corny, you know. That is fucking corny, you know. I can't do corny, folks, you know. I can't do corny, man. If you're corny, I can't fuck with you, you know. If you standing in the square is one thing, but when you're corny, man, I'm sorry, man. I can't get with cornballs, you know. You know. I bet you anything. Big Cheese got a picture of his idol Daffy Duck on his wall. You know, Daffy Duck, that little black duck. Daffy Duck was an FBA, a foundational duck, FDA, foundational duck American. Daffy Duck is a black duck. When you know, say Daffy Duck, I was like, that shit was so racist. So when Bugs Bunny's supposed to be white and Daffy's supposed to be black, the black man, that was so funny. So FBA, man, a bunch of Daffy Duck niggas, man. Oh man, so it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. You know, it is what it is. So, but yeah, so the history of the Black History Month continued, you know. And like I said, nobody be bringing Black History Month like I do, you know. So why do Aliza? Why do I care what Ann Coulter thinks? You know, Ann Coulter. Ann Coulter said, "Geez, man, let me stop what I'm doing." Ann Coulter said it. You know, just like I said last night, man. I hope I'm gonna keep saying this as long as I'm doing this show. I do not give a flying fuck what white people think. You know, I'm not smoking weed, bro. I'm just saying, you guys, you sound like you have a poster of Daffy Duck on your wall called "My Hero." You know, because Daffy Duck was black. He's a foundational black duck. You know. So all you Daffy Duck Negroes who are not ADOS FBA, you know. So I'm gonna keep saying this, right? Now you guys forget what I was saying. Oh yeah. Look, I'm into the idea of an Africa that has nothing to do with white people. It has nothing to do with racism, since I don't face it in America. I never did. You know, I never faced racism, poverty, all this stuff Negroes say they go through. I never went through it, right? So they say, how does the all-American boy like myself be like, why? Because I believe since I was a kid that the utopia is a black republic. Why? Because my best times in my life were basically around all my people, the beauty of Black America. I've seen the beauty of Black America were functioning, and I want that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I realized the only way we can have that is we got to be away from white people. We have to have our own government. We have to have our own laws, our own law enforcement. We have to have our own banks, industries, everything like that. Do you understand that I need a black world? I need a black republic. I need an African. You know, understand that? It has nothing to do with racism. It has nothing to do with white supremacy. White supremacy, blah, blah, blah. Shut the hell up with that shit, you know? Because people will discredit that in a minute, you know? You can't discredit the fact that somebody says, you know, we can do it without white proximity. That's a problem. That's the whole thing. We're going to prove that we could build something great. We're the only black people capable of doing this, right? Without the friggin' white proximity. That's what people think. So no matter what we do in America, people always give our credit to white people, you know? So the bottom line is this: the bottom line, when we have our own land, everything that we have our own government and everything like that, we could have 1,000 Black Wall Streets, but it's never going to happen inside our enemy's land. You know? Oh Lord, Principe wants to come up here. I mean, Lord have mercy. You prepared for more goofy shit, you know? Just when I was trying to get on FBA tonight, here comes Principe, man. You're gonna turn me into, you know, now you're gonna have me talk about Haitians tonight, you know? It's not a dream, it's a freaking reality. In reality. You guys thinking about getting a reparations check and living high on the hog, you know, sitting there, sipping 40 ounces on your reparations money, that's not gonna happen. Yeah, it's cold. Look at this how big Cheese is. He's supposed to be my elder. And Coulter, a little tiny 100-pound white woman, supports reparations and whatnot. You know, I mean, what you a big grown ass fucking man, Big Chief, somebody will take a stick and meet you, you know. Bamboo, I don't know who you are. So what are you? Can you state who you are so I know how I can ridicule you and destroy you? Are you a Nigerian? Whatever? Are you what kind of shit slinger are you? You know? And please, you know, I hate the fact that people say that I just like getting online and abusing people. I don't. I do well thought out stuff like that, and sometimes I lose my temper and I say certain things, whatnot. But my goal is not to come over here and insult people, except for Elvis, you know. All right, Principe, what's on your mind? Principe, what's on your mind, bro? Come on, man, you're wasting time. Lord have mercy. Give him one friggin' instruction. You know, he comes up and he sits there. Principe, are you there? He must be putting his daughter away or something like that, changing a diaper. You know. I am not no mixed race mulatto, man. That's a lie, you know. Principe, you gotta get rid of boost mode. Dark Migo, you there?
Yeah, he got the Boost Mobile, bro.
Man, people want to give you advice. They can't even get a decent cell phone. Jeez, that's sad, man. You know. What's on your mind tonight? What do you think about the Black Republic? What do you know about the idea? You know, it's the oldest idea, the first real ideology or political ideology among Black African Americans. It's the oldest. The idea that we need a Black Republic, you know, that's the oldest ideology in Black America. You know, it was way before the civil rights movement. Something recently, you know. Black America has always looked for the promised land. You know, that's our African American culture. So when you don't understand that, that's when you get see Al Sharpton, he went out there and brought a busload of people to Costco's. He gave a whole busload of people, 100 people, $25 to spend. So that's 25.
No way.
Yeah. He gave 20. They came with their own money and whatnot. These were broke ass Negroes. He gave $25 a piece. He got $500,000 from Kamala Harris. And all he could do was give them $25 a piece to show up at Costco and support the DEI. Do you know DEI is not even about Black people? You know that, right?
Yeah, I know. I think we was only like 4% of the hires.
Yeah, it's all about the transgender white people, you know, white women and all these other people, all these weird. DEI is just about weirdos getting over. The people who are weirdos, the flunkies, they get jobs. They don't have to be qualified. You know, that's all it is. It's
Yeah.
Can I chime in? Can I chime in a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, salute to the panel, salute to Kyla, salute to everybody. I basically wanted to tell you that Target and all these kind of places actually have black companies in them. You know that, right? They
Yeah,
have they sell
Yeah,
like
like air
products.
companies and stuff. Yeah.
but the
Yeah.
whole
So
thing is though. Whole thing is though, you understand something, right? That was just business, right? When they say DEI, they got what they mean by DEI. Are they talking about hiring, or are they talking about like country, like places like Walmart and everything, make a concerted effort to purchase things on their shelf from disadvantaged or minority groups, stuff like that. That's just good business, right? That has nothing to do with DEI. You know, DEI is about hiring. You know,
it's
so.
not also about product and store placement.
No.
Sometimes
They
they
just
have
look.
Nah.
policies.
What they're trying to do is mix the two together so it can get black support. You know, it's not DEI. Let me give you an example. Part of the DEI diversity thing is they included the black stuff with the transgenders. You know, as one package. You see what I mean? So they
Yeah, I
basically
understand.
try to put them together. They tether to it, just like back in the days, they tethered the gay movement, the Jewish movement to the black movement. We basically have tired of people tethering, riding on Black America's legitimate pain, you know, and we end up with nothing, you know. What changes is the what we call the gays and whatnot. They said, how did gays make so much advancement? They rode in on a black struggle, you know. That's how you do. You ride in on black struggle, but black people put an end to that black brown coalition shit, and they put it into the Palestinians were mad at black people because we said we're not gonna. What do we care about Israel? Blah blah. They try to get us against Israel. Like we're not gonna do that, you know. We're not gonna. They wonder why black people are out there protesting with them. We don't owe you anything, you know. We don't owe you anything. So that's what was going on. That's what's going on. Black people are detethered themselves from these people who've been using us for years, and we don't care about having allies. I'm sick and tired. We're sick and tired of allies, you know. And so the only way to basically get free is we have to become a black nationalist culture, you know. We become a black nationalist culture, then we got all everything's on the table, you know.
Nah, yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, but you can't become a nation or nationalist when you bashing your own people talking about they didn't create country music, man.
Say again, Principally.
No, you can you hear me? I said you can't have a nation when you're bashing your own people talking about they didn't create country music. There's proof
No.
that country music is a
I'm saying.
creolized
Hey,
music.
let me say something, Principally. Right. I'm saying like this: every person in the world has equal capability to build something great if they want to. You know, Haiti could be a great republic looking like Singapore if it wants to. You know, Nigeria could be a great republic if it wants to. Ghana could be a great country. The Congo could be a great country if they want to. The problem is the black man in the world and whatnot don't want that. They want excuses. They want lies. They want easy way out. They want no responsibility. They want no accountability and everything like that. And they want lies and being told how they're great and all stuff like this. So they don't have. So when I bash black people, it's because I want to see people do better. You know, I know Black America, as where I come from, is capable of building a nation. You know, we're capable of that. I know that. You know, but the problem is the
Yeah,
whole
but
thing is.
you know some of the first things when these nations became free, what they did when they got free.
Well, the bottom line, the whole thing is this: those
They
countries,
add they added new cities like South
hold on,
Africa. Some of the
those countries in Africa technically were never free because we always say in the BAO it was land, infrastructure, nationhood, right? Some countries have land, but they don't have infrastructure. Some countries have infrastructure, but they have no land. They have no government. They're not a people. Oh, okay, some people have land and infrastructure, but they're not a nation. For example, like Nigeria, they're not a nation. They're a whole bunch of different ethnic groups lumped together. A nation is when people become one. You know, one.
yeah, but what do you believe is missing? Because I think it's the pride.
What's
Pride,
missing is the
nationalism
fact.
is missing.
The reality is, people Africans have basically forgot one thing. You know that from 1600 to 1850, about right. That's 250 years. The West Africa, Central Africa was victims of the transatlantic slave trade, right? in that same period, right, there, sort of rise of the Far East, and sort of rise of Europe and mercantile Europe. Europe got rich, right? But Africa went into a negative. Africa in 1600 was actually pretty good. It was trading with the rest of the world. At cities, we had cities like Gao, Timbuktu, Benin. They were world centers of trade, you know? But what happened was over the next 250 years, Africa lost manpower. That means they lost markets, they lost cities, everything like that, to the gut and human capital, right? While the other countries use this human capital, right? Because you need human exertion to build wealth. You need human labor, right? So they use that to take turn from small disease-ridden cities like Liverpool, Amsterdam, Lisbon. These were all freaking backward, diseaseful things. But they got so rich, they became great cities, and Africa went into the backwards. So therefore, by 1850, right, yeah, all these people that instead of building for 250 years, they were at each other's throats, you know. So what you have is Africans don't understand why can't Nigeria become a nation? Because you cannot be a nation until you realize what happened to you. Africans don't want to face that reality. What happened to you was you lost from the transatlantic slave trade, you know, and Africans think that they're one thing and African Americans are another thing. No, African Americans and Africans are integrated together, but Africans are the only ones that don't see it like that. They see us as a separate tribe, something different, whatever like that, something impossible, whatever like that. They don't understand. Black America is a missing piece to Africa. You know, you cannot build Africa without Black America because they're one and the same. You know, they're part of Africa. We're part of Africa. You know, but Africans don't feel like that. And the only way we can be part of Africa really is if Africa has to make a place for us to build us a republic. It has to build a Black republic. You know, and then we can be integrated into the African system. You know, through trade, through business and everything like that, we'll have a presence on the continent, you know? So bottom line is until Africa realizes that, you know, it's all that, because right now, Africa's being cut off by Donald Trump and the West. It's going all over the world. Over the world, countries, not just Donald Trump, they're following Donald Trump. They're cutting back on aid to Africa and all this going. So bottom line is Africa is so dependent on this aid and everything. I don't know what it's going to do because a lot of people are getting medicine and stuff like that, you know? I don't know what's going to have school books, everything. I don't know how they're going to do it unless they basically something has to happen. You know, something has to happen. You know. So what do you say about that? Now, said, always complain. Colin talks about the past and always complains. If you always remember, the past is important, moron. You know, if you don't know the past, you're bound to repeat it. Don't you people understand that? You know. Okay, let me get Eric Black on the stage. You know, all right, Eller, you're back on, bro.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, man, there was a lot of things that you were hitting on, and I was wondering if you like to break things down and take them like step by step.
Well, just ask me one big thing at a time. Break it down.
Right. So my thing was, you talk about they were at each other's throats. You talked about manpower. You talked about they were at each other's throats, and I'm like, okay, why are they fighting each other? For what reason? What is the different?
The reason why was this. This is something that we have to, as Black people, have to realize something, right? That other people didn't suffer this, right? Africans basically, I think what it came from was the fact that the later years of African contact with Europe, the Europeans that showed up on the African coast of West Africa came from Northern Europe, right? These are the whitest Europeans ever, you know? White people had very little contact with Black people with black skin, you know? So they naturally thought even before racism and everything, they thought Black was evil or cursed, whatever like that. Or Africa was a dark continent, uncivilized and everything like that. So they carried that as their justification for allowing the slave trade, you know? So in other words, basically...
But hold on. Carla, the first enslavers were Portuguese in Spain.
I know that. But the Portuguese and Spain didn't base slavery based solely on race. That's what let me get to that, right? The Portuguese and Spain basically did not base it. Portuguese started with the Pope that said Black was slave, but it was a small amount. Europeans, by the Northern Europeans, by the time they got into it, right? the Portuguese, later Portuguese. Initially, the Portuguese were not enslaving black people based on race. It had nothing to do with race. You know, it had basically just it was a matter of convenience. They brought people to work, whatever. Like it was the same indentured servitude status they had with the indigenous people in North America and in South America. It wasn't until later years where the Portuguese realized that they needed the indigenous people of the New World to stop aiding and abetting slave rebellions and giving refuge to slaves. They decided that the black race would make a better fit because the Pope said that indigenous people, we're trying to Christianize them, make them like us, and so who's going to do the hard labor? So they turned to Africa, right? So initially, okay, Africans come over there, but it had nothing to do with saying you're black. You just happen to be slaves, right? Later on, when the Dutch, the Norwegians, and the British, the French got into it, right? It became solely that not only that you were black and you're a slave, but you was black and you're supposed to be a slave. You get the difference, right?
I think we're going the point of the infighting.
Okay, let me say this. Let me get to that. Now, when Europeans showed up on the coast of West Africa, they built these forts, right? And what they did was they said to Africans, right? And the Africans tried to resist the slave trade and said, well, we need, first they came there and they were buying gold, ivory, and stuff like that. Then basically, as the slave trade, demand for slaves grew, right? They would buy captured, Africans would have prison people they captured, whatever like that, in war. And the Europeans, the Dutch, and all would purchase them and everything like that. So then as a demand for slavery grew, Africans start hunting each other, right? Then when Africans basically said, no, we're trying to make peace over here, the Europeans arm another group of Africans, right? And when they fight each other, right, the Europeans will benefit from the whole lot because it will create refugee situations. And the Europeans will be sitting on roadsides waiting to snatch Africans up and bring them to these slave castles,
So what African government was protecting?
There was no government. There was no governments at the time, bro.
So then those people got split up. The white man came in and split them people up.
Well, they were all different chiefs and chiefdoms and kingdoms and everything. And also, let me tell you something how it worked, right? Do you know Africa was very, very democratic and just before the slave trade?
You said it was no government.
Hold up, no. When I say government, you talk about modern government, right?
I'm just talking about some protection of a people.
Let me say this. What they had was kingdoms and everything. Let me get to that point, right? Before the importation of the gun, right? The Africans had different sort of societies, whatnot, where they had councils called the Macy, right? The Macy had supreme power over everything, even over the king, wherever tiny kingdom it was, right? The Macy had the supreme power over everything, right? So therefore, what happened was when the Europeans came there, they didn't understand how African cultures were, right? They basically thought that the chief or the king was this almighty. That wasn't like that. Africa was very, very democratic, In other words, villages and everything had a say-so over affairs, right? So Europeans began arming chiefs and everything and turned them into warlords, and that's how they facilitated the slave trade,
So how was that able to happen? Because how were you turning on? So you turned on your own people. You let the white man turn you against your own.
You gotta understand something. We didn't see color. That white man saw himself as a white man. We didn't see ourselves as black. Something about race conscious didn't exist in Africa prior to us coming to the New World.
Whatever they are, they're people, right? They're from a land. They have a dialect. They speak a language. Here's
the thing, though. When other groups of people, like the Han people, saw the Mongols, right? They stopped fighting with each other and faced a foreign enemy, right? When the Greek people was fighting and beefing with each other, right? They saw the Persians. They stopped fighting with each other. And they say, okay, we don't like Athenians and Spartans. We don't like each other, but we're all from this area called Greece. So let's defend this thing, right? Against the Persians, right? The Africans, when they saw the Europeans come there, they began fighting with each other instead of looking at the white man as the enemy,
right. And they got help by the white man. He gave him the black man guns, right? What you said, he empowered them.
He gave both sides guns, right? And the bottom line, the chaos of the warfare created an atmosphere where people were homeless. They'll be uprooted. Their people raid villages, and people escaping. The Europeans will capture them along the coast and put them in the slave castles and put them on ships.
So that's the
Years.
this white man coming in, whatever his politic is. Okay, his politic is to turn both sides against each other to
His
create
politics is to get black bodies on those slave ships. So whatever.
create
Colin,
create a
Colin,
war.
Yeah.
you skipping the expansions that was happening before the white man even came. Like the people like you, African Americans love to praise Mansa Musa. He was an expansionist. Islam was
Oh,
trying to
well,
force its way to other parts of Africa.
let me
There was
answer that.
different wars already going on.
Let me answer that. Which the people basically after the fall of the Songhai Empire, right? What happened was there was a large numbers of people who migrated from the Sahel region to the forest region, right? In the process of migrating forward, they migrated to people's lands that were there. They were accepted so long as they paid tribute to the king, right? What happened when the Europeans showed up, right? The suspicions of these people who had lived in these lands, but they spoke different language, different religions. They weren't so-called believers, whatever like that. These people became targets of captures to sell to Europeans. See how it works? You know, so you had literally millions of people living in places like Ghana, Ivory Coast, and everything who weren't indigenous to the region, right? And that's what fueled the Atlantic slave trade. The friggin' when people migrated from the Sahel to the forest region, they were like more like interlopers, and they were targets for the slave traders. You know, so
Hold on. Hold on. Mansa Musa brought back Arab scholars, and he was bashing traditional Islam and traditional African cultures. You guys never talk about that. Y'all praise.
If you look at West African culture, which I study, right, and the Kala nation is based on West African culture. The Nyama Kala is a craft group, so that's the most, and the Dayula. Those are the two most important cultural aspects of West Africa, right? Because one controlled manufacturing, so like that, and then you have the Taiwara society, that's agriculture, right? The Dayula means trader, you know. Those are trading people. Those are the ones who are responsible for all the big trading. West Africa had the largest trading network in the world. You know, goods came from as far away as China and distributed via West Africa to Europe. Everything. It was the biggest trading region in the world. And the bottom line is this, and that only worked because the traditional traders and everything like that who brought in the revenue. Now the gold traders were called Wangara. They were the gold traders, right? They were the most important of the traders in West Africa. That was a thing, and the chief of the gold traders was called the Kaya Maga. You know, it means the gold master. You know, he was right next to the Mansa Musa. You know, as a gold trader. You know, as a gold chief. You know, so all the gold belonged to the king. You know, so all that culture. So this idea is Kerry said, Carl's on point with that. Yeah, I know I'm on point. I've studied this for years before most of you were even born, you know. So therefore, although he brought in Islam and stuff like that, that was just a writing system because Islam did a lot because there were so many libraries in Timbuktu and everything, and the people were very learned. They knew about things about math, science. It wasn't just Islam; it was science, technology, math, architecture, all the stuff like that. Was books were important, you know, and he brought back Arab scholars to teach a lot of stuff to local people. But they didn't lose their culture though. It was like a fusion of both cultures, you know. So I wanted to just tell that right there. But that's a misconception. He came there and adopted Islam and fought. No, what
Hey,
made
hold on.
it?
You said imported or imported from where? Some of
No,
these Arabs
he
were
brought back
tent
scholars
dwellers
from Cairo.
that only got.
He brought back scholars from Cairo, and then some scholars came from Fez in Morocco. Some scholars came. It was a place where scholarships and people had discussed, like Greece, Athens, where scholars would come and have discussions.
Yeah, but it didn't come from the Arabs. Some of these Arabs benefited from Somalia, Sudan, all these other regions that were more advanced.
You're using the wrong history. This was prior to the transatlantic slave trade because there was no oppression of black people at the time. You know, black people made up 98% of the population of West Africa. There was no large numbers of Arabs.
I know this. No. You said that they brought in knowledge.
What's your point?
But they seized.
When I say knowledge, I say knowledge about taxation, knowledge about revenue connection, knowledge about science, knowledge about industry, knowledge about.
Hold on. You do know these guys were desert dwellers. There was already knowledge about science in different parts of Africa.
No, you're missing the point. A lot of scholars that came there came from as far away as Mecca. People understand in that time period, you had freaking people, and the libraries of Timbuktu rivaled the libraries and University of Cairo. Cairo is a big learning center. So when he went to Cairo, he on the way to Mecca, he stopped in Cairo, and he was impressed by the learning, and they were impressed by him. And he invited some of the scholars to come back with him. And they settled down in Mali. They advised the king. They were advisors. They advised the king, the Mansa, about things like modern war tactics, weaponry and stuff like that. So he enhanced the kingdom by importing people. So it wasn't nothing like that.
But hold on, you do know that the Arabs. You ever heard of the story of Muhammad's friends?
What are you talking about?
When Muhammad was trying to spread Islam to his own Arabs, they
But
kicked
that
him
was
out. Some of his friends seek refuge in Sudan and Somalia.
That was 600 AD. This is like 800-900 years later. Man, what are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm saying they took advantage the same way the white men took advantage of
No,
the different.
no.
Yes, they did.
You're missing the
The
point.
Arab slave trade existed before.
Mali was the second largest empire in the world at the time.
That's my point. Black nations were richer and smarter than the Arabs.
Mali was a black republic. Black country. What are you talking about?
I'm saying that the black nations were richer and smarter than the Arabs.
No. What I'm saying, it doesn't really matter. You're making
these guys took the trade routes. Somalia was seafarers and traders.
First of all, let me show you something. But just to make my point, because like I said, I love doing the show because I educate people. I will educate people. I'm not trying to sound arrogant. But I got it like this because I've been studying this for so many years. Trade routes. Okay. I always go to these maps. Okay, let's go to these maps. Okay. Now let me get that for you, folks. Now, I'm five. Every time we do a thing, we talk about Congo. I'm 5% Congo caller. We talk about Mali. Suddenly he's 5% Mali, and he's everything we talk about. A tolerant, man. Keep it up. Now you see this. You see the map right here? Principally, can you see the map? Principally, are you?
Yeah, I can see it, man.
Okay, dang. All right, now these are the trade routes, right? There's Cairo, Egypt, right? And all these are points of the trade route of West Africa, from 800 AD to 1500 AD, right? You had Walata, you had Tagazar, which was an industrial town, and you had salt mines in there. You had Timbuktu.
Yeah, Gal. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Jenne. All these places right there.
Guinea, yeah.
These were all power bases of the Mali Empire, right? And the Arab states of the north, like Fez and stuff like that, they were basically almost like vassal states to the Mali Empire. Most of the power in this region was centered right here. That was a power right there, And so the only thing that happened was in 1600, right? There was an army that came from Portugal by a young man named Judah Pisha. He was a Jewish, Portuguese, Spanish, whatever, explorer, right? He had an army of 500 people armed with the first guns in Fez, and he wanted to get to this area right here where the goal was, right? So he crossed the Sahara Desert, right? But by the time he came down to the Niger River, right, he couldn't pass because Askia Muhammad's army stopped him right there. And there, according to legend, right, as he was near the Niger River, his men were near the Niger River, as they were starving, the Songhai people let them pass and get a drink of water. And for what I'm hearing, according to legend, was that the emperor's daughter was there on a boat, and her and Judah Pisha, who they said was a young, handsome man, saw each other and just a glance at each other, and they fell in love. And then she began working to basically, she pleaded with her father to spare them. And then what happened was after these guys recovered, his men recovered, and they were still armed, right? They raised, once they got inside Timbuktu in the capital and Niani, and they basically raised an insurrection, and it basically in the whole region of Songhai fell apart. And then what happened was, and this was 1600, and all these people start migrating to the coast right here, and that's what, and it was in conflict with these kingdoms in the coastal area, right? That's what fueled the transatlantic slave trade, you know. So all this was started by the breakup of the Songhai Empire, you know.
Lord Jesus, and a black woman is in the middle of it, and these people coming with guns and
I want
coming
to
to
look. I want to. That's what. Like I said, I'm a novelist, right? I started writing that story of the. It was called the Battle of Tundibi, right? And I believe the girl's name was Tundibi, you know. And I was like gonna make write like a love story, tragic love story, Romeo and Juliet type, where a story in West Africa, you know. Where,
This is no time for love when we war. People dying, gold, our land, the things
well,
are
the
up for
bottom line, you
grabs.
understand how women think. Women, when love, she
No,
fell in love with
forget
this
it.
guy,
She
you
was
know.
thinking, I already know how women think. Her father, this had to be allowed, or this had to be sanctioned.
Well, you know, father spared these men.
This
And
was wrong. This is a bad move. We going to war, and this is, oh man, this is terrible.
they didn't think it was only 500, so they didn't think these people were a threat. But they had a weapon. They had guns. They was able to kill the king or whoever at close range. You know,
Yeah,
so
so
they
there's
didn't
no time
understand
for
these brothers
falling
had a
in
new
love
weapon.
with the people that come to
The new
kill
weapon
you.
was called the Arbicus. The Arbicus was the first handheld, first rifle. You know, so small rifle called the Arbicus. You know.
Yes, and they're killing your
Yeah,
people.
but yeah, this is my point though. These trade routes existed before the Arabs came,
Yeah, so
and the
so
Fullers was one of the known tribes.
why do you care so much about the Arabs? We don't care about the Arabs. What do they got to do with
No, no, no.
anything? You
I'm
know?
telling you, you trying to indicate almost that some of this. You're trying to imply that some of this stuff didn't happen due to the Arabs' influence on certain Africans. Some of these
I'm not.
Africans
No,
were adapting Arab ways
I'm
and
saying,
cultures.
if you read Edward Wilmot's Black book, Christianity, Islam, and the Negro Race, he said the culture that the Islam brought to this region right here created a more of a harmonious atmosphere as far as things.
That's not true though. That's not true. You know how
So
many wars?
you're gonna go against Edward Wilmot Blyden?
Absolutely. I'm a victim of one of these. If you look at like Ramoi's people in Haiti, when you talk about the house of people in Haiti, right?
Yo,
They
man,
have a very
that has nothing to
negative.
do.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. They have a
Okay.
very negative connotation of their history. That's why they use terms like "Viaousa." That's a common term used in Haitian
I
culture
don't know.
because these people were
That's the
slave
Haitian thing.
traders.
No,
These people.
That's the
No,
Haitian
no,
thing.
no, 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 no,
Well,
no.
hold on.
If you
Right,
go to
no,
the history,
Principe, that was like hundreds of years later, bro. It had nothing to do with the Sahel region right here. Nothing to do.
yes, it does. The house is very popular in Niger and in Sudan.
Look, this region right here. You know where the houses were? The houses are way over here. Way over here. This is West Africa, you know. They were nowhere near to be found, bro. They were somewhere here in Nigeria, over here, way over here.
Do you know about Kanahabo? The empire of Kanahabo, all these other things where these people were very had strong little empires previous to
Yeah, but it doesn't really
the
make it doesn't really
Islam,
matter.
Cotton.
The bottom line is this: you were taken as a slave. The Africans, Hausa, all that were nothing but victims of a white supremacist global order. So I said, I'm not going to sit here and be fixated on Africans fighting. I don't want to hear it. Honestly, I don't want to hear it. We fucked up as a race, you know, because we let the ball drop, whatever like that. It's time to move on and build, you know. Just sitting here going over.
Yeah, no. Nobody's saying dwell on the over dwell on it. But I'm saying we acknowledge history, like you said earlier.
You know, what's the point of you mentioning that? You know,
because it's acknowledging history, we're telling history, so we're acknowledging history.
No, history is this, right? That wasn't my history. That was your so-called history, but that's not my history. You know, the West
How's that? No, your history.
It's not my history because I'm not from that region. You know, so I don't. It doesn't matter me. You know.
Whoa! I thought you was very tribalism is backwards and blah 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 blah.
Well,
blah.
I don't acknowledge any particular tribe. I'm a mixture of like 20 different tribes in Africa, so I don't care about any one of them. You know.
No, but that's one of the histories of one of the tribes that some of your own akin come from.
Like, those people did this. Those people, I don't care. All I know is I have all that blood in me, and the bottom line is my reality is I'm a black man in America. That's all the fuck I know. You know. All this stuff means absolutely nothing in the real world. See, it's a West
It does. It plays a role because even when
look, Principe, I'm from the industrialized first world. You're from the third world. Two different mentalities. That doesn't what affects you does not affect me. I'm not from the third world. So I don't know.
it's a global world, man. It's a global world.
There's a first world and there's a third world. I'm not part of the third world. I don't care about tribal conflict and stuff like that. I believe in I believe in the idea of a black republic. That means that tribalism or tribal identity be outlawed. As simple as that.
Okay, all right. That's probably in your nation, but the nations around you that you will have to deal with doesn't. That's what I'm saying. Diplomacy exists,
and that's why they're gonna always be taken advantage of by people like me.
So black. Hold on. Black Americans don't get taken advantage of in America, despite you guys not practicing tribalism.
Black America is more homogeneous than every group of black people in the world. So we don't have tribal.
No, you guys are not, man.
Yes, we are. Arab Black. Tell him that we're more homogeneous. Black America is like one. We have like little differences. But bottom line is, there's nobody like, oh yeah, you're a different. Look, we're the same race. That's how the world.
Nobody's saying the race. You and I are the same race. I'm saying that you guys are not homogeneous.
You're a Haitian, no. Oh, you're a Haitian.
When I ask you guys,
I can tell by the way you talk. When I'm talking to Hustle Smart, I can tell I'm talking about to one of my people.
Bro, I asked you both. Hold on. I asked you both. You Hustle Smart, Dollar Bill, all of them yesterday. Is the majority of African Americans Pan-Africans? You never answered that. Actually, both of you guys. First of all, who's the black leaders? I said you do have. You said I don't.
Hold up. Pan-Africans just simply means, do you identify as black? That's all. That's all Pan-Africans mean. You're black. In other words, when you see somebody from Africa, do you both identify that you're black? That's it.
So I'm a black man, and I never identified as Pan-African, but I'm definitely black, and I'm for black. I always consider
that's what a Pan-African is, basically. That's all it is.
Right. So all these different terms and meanings. I mean, it's just whatever you tag yourself with. But I always considered or connected Pan-Africanism with Marcus Garvey and followers of
let's say Marcus Garvey never said he was a Pan-Africanist. I defy anybody. He never said I'm a Pan-Africanist.
But he believed in Pan-Negroism, which is somewhat similar.
When he says
Pan-Negro, Jesus didn't call people Christians, right?
Yeah, it was. So Garvey was a Christian, and so the whole thing is this: when we say Pan-Africanism, all Garvey was talking about was when he traveled around the Caribbean and America when black people suffering from the same thing based on the fact that we're black and we're landless, and we don't have a republic or a military back up. He says, look, the black race needs to unite to pull itself up. He says, up you mighty race. He didn't say up you mighty Yoruba, up you mighty Haitians, up you mighty Jamaicans. He didn't say up you mighty Americans. He said up you mighty race. That means the black race. So basically, a lot of these goofy ass people, they think Pan-African is about culture, like Baruti. Pan-African is about race. Do you see yourself as part of the black race, or the great black race? Yes. If you are that, then you could join me in the African stand, because I'll take anybody that sees himself as, whether you're African American, slave descendant or not. If you see yourself like my brother Jughead in UK, I can't wait to have that brother in the African. He's Nigerian, but he lives in the UK. That motherfucker is a freaking black national SOB, man. That's what I'm talking about. I don't want to hear nothing about no tribal and whatnot, your little tribal beefs and all side of tribal identity. I don't want to hear it, All I know is are you a black national? Are you a real black man, a black nationalist, Has Baruti, global analysis, understanding of regional development, all this goofy stuff, Baruti, he's very intellectual, I guess, man, but we just don't know what he's talking about, I believe that basically everything is about race. It ain't about culture. It ain't about your tribe, whatnot. The world is based on race.
So, Carla, so who are the black leaders? Because I asked this yesterday, and I started naming some leaders. You guys laughed at me.
There are no black leaders. We don't have. Tell me what black people have together in common. Nothing.
Oh, you said you're the most homogenous blacks in the world. Now you have nothing in common as African Americans. How does that work?
Let me tell you something. We live in the industrialized world, America, the first world. We do not have to basically hunt and gather. You know, we don't have to scrape out a living off the land and stuff like that. So we don't. So that naturally, just like we talk about the problem with black marriage, the problem with black marriage in the first world is that women don't need black men. Men don't need women. Women don't need men to survive. So therefore, marriage is in peril. Like I said, the poisons of modern civilization. So we don't need black leaders to survive either. We have what we call a government. We have representation. We have all this stuff like that. We have courts. We have all stuff like that. So we don't need so-called leadership, you know?
So may I ask you? So do you believe that the quote unquote first worldism or whatever you're trying to put place as positive is hurting your community
Yeah,
in terms of
of course.
50, 30 years ago, you guys had families, communities, banks. Today you don't.
It's a catch-22. On one hand, we have the highest standard of living, make the most money, but the thing is, we don't have any freaking power or self-determination. You know, that's the thing.
You don't think that's because you don't have leaders?
Not because
you guys reject y'all leaders.
What do we need
you
leaders?
Do.
You keep talking about leaders.
You do.
You know, we don't have no goofy ass leaders. They're useless, man. You know what Marcus Garvey said about black leaders? You know what he said? He said they're about as useful as a freaking nickel or box of wet cigars. They're useless.
But he hold on. But he, just like you, are both leaders. So you guys are preaching against your own self.
No, look, I am not a leader. What I do is, because of what I do, I provide leadership, right? That means what I try to do is when I do when I see how Dollar Bill is doing the AI generation and stuff like that, he's taking my ideas, my policies, and my thoughts and my vision and like that. That's leadership. I'm not nobody's leader. I provide leadership. There's a difference. I don't got nobody say, Carla, you're my leader. Off field. I'm not nobody's leader. I provide leadership because I lead by example. You see? We don't have anybody in our community that leads by example. So
you don't notice a pattern like you, Tyreek, all you guys claim you guys are not leaders.
Influencers. These are influencers, but they're not freaking leaders, bro.
I notice all the patterns, bro.
No, but you all you guys claim you're not leaders, yet y'all leading. I don't get how that works. That hurts your community more than help.
I'm not leading anybody, you know. I'm just have my voice out there, right? If you like what I say, I put the link in my thing. Let me put it all up here. If you want to join my social network, email me if you want to get with me and whatever like that. Fine, we could talk, you know. But the bottom line,
people are gravitating towards your ideals, and then you say, "No, I'm not a leader." How's that work? I don't see how you.
I provide the vision. I provide the vision, right? Somebody else could probably lead this thing better than I can, you know. But I provide the vision, the leadership. You know, I mean,
does the brother understand the black church and leadership and like was Jesus a leader? And like leaders and followers, did Marcus Garvey say you are my Garveyites, and did the people say you are my leader, Marcus Garvey? You know what I'm saying? Like, what I'm trying to get to a larger point is, everybody can talk their shit. You know what I'm saying? And then people say, hey, I like his brand of shit. And then it makes
Garvey actually had membership. Garvey had structure. Garvey had like enlistment. Garvey had actual structure, like a nation,
personally,
just like a church.
I believe in
the church, exactly.
I believe what works better is secret societies. You know, I don't believe in organizing black people just to organize. Right? I believe that when we do this the thing right now. What I want to do is organize basically BAO chapters. We got BAO chapters on the social network site, but I want to turn each BAO chapter into an actual place of meeting, right? So we have people in the local regions, like, you know, lobbying for the BAO, gathering, supporting, and so doing stuff in the local communities nationwide.
So
and that's going to be the support of the Afro-Stand movement, you know? Now, what I'm saying is, now, if people say, Kala, I believe in the Afro-Stand. I'm all in and whatnot. Yeah, okay. But at that time, I go because I have a movement and I got a goal. Right? Show me one black man in America that has a goal that we can get behind. There are no goals. We don't have leaders principally. We have spokesmouths. You know, people get up there, they get in front of a mic in the media and whatnot, and you say they're not leaders. They have no plan other than, and they'll say, "Well, this is how pathetic it is." A leader becomes anybody who got a large Instagram following or a large person who just run their mouth, make up because it's like Black Lives Matter when that, and next thing you know, that's a freaking leader because You're so scared to question. I'm like this. No, you're not a leader. You know, I don't care. Look, I don't basically look at somebody who basically have Instagram following or have a Black Lives Matter sign as a freaking leader. You're just an agitator who a mob that's his mob rule. A leadership is when you really thought out a plan, right? You have a real thought out plan, like the Garvey movement. He has a real thought out plan that where he's going to do something, right? And people followed him, and that's a leader, you know. But we don't have in Black America leaders because everybody's bought into the idea of America, you know. So with that, who the leader in Black America is? Donald Trump. That's the truth.
So was
Well, hold on. You do know Donald Trump utilized different white leaderships and black leaderships to win power, such as churches.
The man who has the power and stuff like that is who Black people look at. Right now, whose leader is who's your governor, your mayor, and people who have, or your police chief, whatever like that. Those are your freaking leaders, or your boss on your job. That's your leadership. That's reality.
That's not true. I'm saying people.
Your boss, your manager at your job, where you probably work at Chick-fil-A, Principal, whatever like that. That person signing your check is your leader. You know, let's be honest with ourselves. There's no.
He's not, because the thing that you do with your check and who you gravitate towards after you receive your check is the leader.
No leader could stop or have any basically me from now in my business. I can say my sister's my leader because she's head of my agency, you know, and she basically has the power over what I do, you know. So the bottom line is, if you don't have any real power over me, whatever, or you can't provide for me or give me something, whatever like that, something tangible, you're not a leader. You know, all we have is spokesmouths. None of these people have any power, you know, none of them. Not Farrakhan, not Sharpton, none of these people have any power. Umar Johnson, none of these people have power. Nothing.
But you don't think some of your rhetoric hurts your ideals when you talk about
I don't.
Black people didn't contribute to folk music or country music. You're saying now.
Look, I tell the truth, right? Because like I said, anything I say, Black people could turn it around overnight if they wanted to. You know, if I say Black people haven't done shit in 500 years, you could prove me wrong by saying, you know, something, Colin, we're gonna build that Afghanistan and make it like nobody could doubt us ever again. I said like this, like me, I wanted to know the truth, right? And I discovered Liberia, right? And I said, wow, we built this country out of brick and mortar. The architecture you see in Liberia was amazing. How was able to build this republic coming out of the bondage of slavery in the New World and was able to build a republic like that? Was amazing. So that convinced me, Liberia convinced me that we could do anything. We could do that in the 1800s and we could do anything, you know? And but truth is, most Black people never heard of the country, you know? Never heard of it, you know? Don't know anything about it. Don't know we built a republic in Africa, you know? Black American.
Colin, did you ever work at Chick-fil-A?
No, I never worked at Chick-fil-A, no. I like this.
Well, at my job at Chick-fil-A, they preach leadership, they preach culture, they preach this, they preach that.
At Chick-fil-A, at a job, yes, you have a leader because you're responsible for customers and you're responsible for people carrying out duties. I have no duties in the Black community, right? So what can a Black leader tell me to do? There's nothing to do. All I do.
No, but you yourself you're trying to recruit for your movement. You can't be saying that you don't need leaders. That's gonna hurt you. You can't say that we don't have to
join my movement. People join my movement and they want to get down and they look at me for instruction. Yeah, you can say I'm a leader, you know. But as far as like saying I'm a Black leader in America, no, I'm not. I'm a leader of people who believe in the Afghanistan, you know. That's what I'm a leader of. Other than that, no, I'm not a leader in the Black community, you know.
But you're preaching against yourself. That's why I don't understand the logic.
What do you mean I'm preaching against myself?
You're saying that you're basically quoting random lines to say that we don't need leaders. So when people see you, they're gonna attack you and say we don't need leaders based on your own rhetoric.
In the current situation, what Black people want in America, right? If you do not want a nation of your own, right? If you do not want to build Black infrastructure in America, right? You don't want to build Black businesses. You don't want to build a Black stock exchange. You want to build a Black banking system. You don't want to do all those things that build Black education, whatever like that. You don't want to build Black trading networks, you know. You don't want to basically create a Black grant writing association where we get some billions of dollars funding into our communities. If you don't want to do all those things, no, there's no such thing as leadership. Because I said like this, why don't we have people teaching us how to write grants and whatnot? There's billions of dollars the federal government give out to startup businesses and stuff like that want to do business overseas. but we don't have nobody taking leadership and saying we're the such and such group. What we do is this. We're a non-profit organization. What we do is if you got an idea, we go over here, we help you set a business, we help you submit a application to the government for the Small Business Administration and whatnot. We don't have people doing that. We have no leadership. You see what I mean? The only time we have so-called leadership is when they come around every 4 years and tell us who to vote for. That's it. That's all we have. We don't have nobody doing anything for us in our community.
I don't believe black people want to empower other black people. They want to take money from them.
Right. Nobody wants to empower black people, so we don't have no damn leadership principle. Everybody's out on the take. Everybody's out for what they can get,
Yeah, but even the third world blacks, your cousins, they have accepted forms of leadership. They have accepted form of leadership,
third world
and they
people.
have a pride in their culture.
Hold on. Third world people are in survival mode. You guys are trying to survive. We're not in that survival mode. We're trying to get to self-actualization. Black America trying to get to the next level. So unless somebody's going to step in that void, which takes a lot of hard work, we have nothing. But you guys are still trying to just make it into the first world. You say your orientation is rare, and you need some. Your orientation is rare among our communities. I don't know what that means, but but for a compliment, I'll take it. But so we don't have a leadership, because if we had leadership, right? If we really had leadership right now, we would basically be on the road to a government. How come there's no groups of black people who studied the science of government? We let me perfect example what I'm talking about, right? Years ago, I used to do CD AutoCAD, designing CD. When I did show you the BAO, I used to be in a lot of CD AutoCAD groups, right? And this young white Asian kids, like Asian kids and Arab kids, they're basically going over new designs for new cities and smart cities and stuff like that, right? But the bottom line, they're taking leadership. Why? Because they're going to take these sketches and present them to different governments and countries around the world. That's how Dubai got built, right? Some young kids said, we could do this, blah blah blah. Therefore, Dubai said, okay, that's a good idea. This is what happened. That's taking leadership, But we don't have that in Black America, right? When I was doing a CD AutoCAD, I was the only black guy in there, and basically like this. I know that I had this idea, a vision of an Afghanistan. So the people I had to hang around, circles were mostly non-black. So for me and my boy ML Sestak, we're like the only two black guys in these groups, these study groups and whatnot that study how to build cities and water systems and all stuff like this, how to build a modern city and how to build highways and railways, stuff like that, how to build what the type of governments are and stuff like that. All these things. I used to play Sim City a long time. How many black people on Sim City, where you design your perfect city? You can download the Sim City app now, and just practice on building your own city. It's really fun. Sim City. I used to practice Sim City back in the 90s. But the bottom line,
I remember that.
But those things don't exist among black people because there's nobody leading us to these sort of things. Now, back in the 70s, we had a guy named Floyd McKenzie who tried to build Soul City. That was a leader. Maynard Jackson, who built Hartford Airport in Atlanta and brought investors to build a black middle class in Atlanta. That was a leader.
The guy in Newark, man. The mayor of Newark, his father wanted to build a black city in New Jersey.
Newark is a fucking joke, man. Please stop that. That's a joke. It's a joke.
Oh, see, how you gonna build a nation? You're bashing your executive.
Yo, check us out.
His father was
I'm just looking at the end result of Newark. It's a city. It's like a hell on earth, man. I don't care. Like, I don't worship politicians. What you talking about is politicians, not leaders. They're politicians. They're not leaders.
So, hold on. What is a leader to you? If thousands of people follow them, how is that not a leader? What is a leader to you?
Well, the people follow him, but I'm saying they may be a leader of people who follow him. But when you say somebody's a black leader, I don't see that. I don't see it.
People have thousands of followers on Instagram.
Yeah, just because somebody has followers, man, don't mean they're freaking leaders, bro.
No. These people can actually organize people. It's one thing that you can influence people, excite people, whatever. But when you
You
can
know
actually
what? Look,
organize people to come out and
Let
support
me
and
tell
do
you
things,
what I've seen
bottom
in
boom,
line,
black
that's
I look
power.
at the community right
Let me
now.
tell,
If
let,
black people basically could organize garbage pickup and safety zones in the community, or like and kids can't walk home from school without being robbed or shot at or beat up, whatever. We can't even do that, man. So tell me what it's organizing
the
for?
black I don't know if he really understands the American black communities and stuff like
He
that.
doesn't. He doesn't.
It gets divided by the intelligentsia, you know what I'm saying, and the poor people who are just working day to day in the, Chick-fil-A jobs and stuff like that. So what happens is the intelligentsia who has the money and the intelligence to make things happen, they often don't get together and make things happen. What they do is they ridicule the poor blacks who don't have the intelligence to make things happen, and then
Exactly.
so this is the problem within Black America.
It's been like that for a long time. The whole thing is there's a divide. In other words,
Right.
basically, what we have to do is, like I said, the only way that's going to happen is the intelligentsia and the poor people have to come together, create a middle class. How you do that? You cannot do that in the white man system.
You,
You cannot do that.
you or you have to marry each
Hold on,
other.
hold on. Yeah, you have to marry. But my main point was this. You know why Marcus Garvey, one of the main reasons he came to America?
He came out because black people were the only people that were basically. Came there and said, "Wow, I see black people owning banks, businesses, and stuff like that in Harlem." He was amazed at the progress black people had made in America. That's
No,
what.
he had an admiration and respect for a particular leader named Booker T. Washington, who
Well, I know
believed
that.
on
I know that. But the
respecting the
whole thing
common
is,
worker, getting knowledge, and building up the middle class through work and generational
thing is,
wealth and generational
hold on. But you don't
education.
understand something. You don't understand something, right? But although you say that, right? There was one simple problem with what you just said, right? Black people basically during the Atlanta Compromise, Booker T. Washington, right? He told black people, cast down your buckets with your nose, stop fighting for equality, focus on education, skills, and blah blah blah. Make yourself useful, right? Black people did that, right? They stayed in their own communities, and what happened was the newspaper. When black people became so successful, right, that there were news articles that were basically talking about black men or raping white women and whatnot. Then it boiled over to the Atlanta massacre, where black people say we did all the things Booker T. Washington told us to do, and the white mob came and killed us and beat us up and whatever like that. That's the reality. They said, look, man, black people. That's when black people said, enough is enough, and that's what spurred the Garvey movement. We said we did everything. Same thing happened around in Black Wall Street in Tulsa, right? We did all the stuff Booker T. Washington said us to do: be thrifty, hardworking, blah 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 blah. And all it took was one accusation of a white girl saying black women, and white mobs came to wipe them out. Same thing happened in Wilmington. Same thing happened in Forsyth County, Georgia, Rosewood. All these places were attacked. See, you act like we're just sitting here not doing. We did all that stuff you say we doing, and it got us nowhere.
Right, because the thing is now, because what happened is there's a war waged on you. Lives are being lost. People, you said
White
the white.
people have a war.
Hold
They've
on.
been waging a war against us since the Civil War. After they start fighting each other,
let me
they'll
just
have
get this
war with
out.
us.
Let me just get this out real quick. I just want to rebuttal what you were saying. You talked about the white mobs and the killings, and it's happening from Rosewood to this, to that, to that. So then black people come together, they galvanize, but they don't do one thing, which is attack back, which is go to war back.
Yeah, but how you gonna? Let me ask you a question, right?
I'm not gonna question it. I'm just gonna say that's the one thing from that time to now that black people have still not done.
Okay, yeah, I understand that 100%, with all due respect, right? But when we look at it, right, and we look at Black Wall Street, black people did try to fight back, and they got massacred. We're
Right. So
outgunned. We're outgunned, outnumbered. We tried to fight back. In Wall Street, black people, like about 1,500 black men showed up down there armed, right? And Tulsa when the National Guard came there and disarmed them and they start bombing black people from the air. And black people uprooted, So you can fight all you want. If you don't have a place,
we don't have a real army. We don't have a real. That's just some loose.
You cannot have an army without a government, a land.
Right,
You know what I'm
I
saying?
understand that. Right, I
So
understand that.
therefore,
But
like I said, so building this stuff is futile if they can destroy it. You got it. Like I said, we need a black republic if we want to be safe. You know, you guys want to hold on to America. And you said you can't defend yourself in America. You know,
no, obviously we had the Black Panther parties. We've
and
seen
they
these,
were absolutely useless, man. They didn't do anything, man. They
right,
were
and those
useless, man. The Black
same,
Panther Party was useless, man. All these guys,
same,
you know, the Black Panther Party were nothing but kids, 19, 20-year-olds, man. Come on. You
right,
know,
same,
they
same
did
for those people.
absolutely nothing. They was a showpiece, man. The
Same,
media made them out to be more than what they were. These were just young kids, college students, man. You know?
right. So my point is, my larger point is, just like the group before them, they didn't call themselves Black Panthers, but they were fighting back, right?
No, they were not fighting back. No, they were not fighting back. In fact, you asked the interview Geronimo, whatever his name is, from the Black Panther Party that went overseas, split with Joe. When he said, "Look," he said, looking back on this now, he said, "I think we were young, we were inexperienced, and I see we were trying to do something that was impossible." In other words, basically, the motto of the Black Panther was, "America's races will overthrow this thing and make a new America." You know, so he ended up moving to Tanzania. He said, "Look, man," he said, America is what it is, you know. There's no overthrowing the government and stuff like that. He said that's why we got wiped out, you know.
And so, what
Yeah.
did Dr. Martin Luther King mean when he said, "I feared that I led my people into a burning building"?
Oh, there's no evidence that he actually said that. That's people say they say, it, but there's no reason way he said that. And he said Garvey went to see Negroes' life in America improve. Yeah, but through basically he believed that the only way it's going to improve is you have to build Africa up. That's what Garvey believed, you know. You have to build Africa up, and then basically you will have an option and trade back and forth when that. That's what he went. Garvey's mistake was instead of basically buying those ships, he should have bought leased out or rented contracted ships to carry passengers and stuff like that that was already seaworthy and stuff like that. And then over the time period, then you buy ships. He bought the ships first. He put the cart before the horse. But he was a young man. He didn't know any better, you know? So it is what it is, you know? So.
Yeah, Carlo, but I get your point, but you got like I feel like realistically speaking, it's not the same time, the same way Haiti suffered from isolationism, where they're isolated in their region. You guys also, that's why I always draw the analysis, but I don't think you get it, suffer from isolationism. And the key and rudiment is working with Africa. But I feel like when you speak like how you speak, the rhetoric you speak is sometimes bashing.
Let me say this principally, right? The Africans that I tell you, that I have more Africans in my organization than African Americans. You know that?
Yeah, but you don't highlight that. Like I said, you're marketing.
Look, I have more Africans that I do stuff with than African Americans. That's the truth. And the Africans I talk to, right? They're not like you. They understand where I'm coming from. They understand. They know me. They know it's hard. They know my end game, right? My end game is an Afghanistan. So to do that, they know I got to basically that I got to deal with them regardless. You know, no matter what I think and what not, no matter what they think I think, I got to deal with them. Right? In other words, basically, we said we build the Afghanistan. 80% of all our goods and stuff, manufactured stuff, is going to come from the African continent. Won't Africans benefit from that shit? You know, we're going to need African trading partners. We're going to need business, cultural exchanges, educational exchanges. So we're going to be fully integrated into the African culture, society from a position of power and strength, But you want me
Yeah,
to,
man. Like, no, but your pack, like I said, your packages, like if the way you
well,
package is like almost like, oh,
I don't say everything on this air. Like I tell people, they really want to
no,
know.
no, 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 I'm not saying you should. I'm not saying you should. I'm
I'm
just saying
saying
like the
you make statements like, well, the way you like to, you really want to know what I'm talking about, you go to my website or you email me and I'll tell you. I'm not going to say, I say stuff online off the top of my head, but it's not like, well, you said, Colin, what's your plan? I'm not going to say it right
no, no,
here.
no. I'm not asking for it. But I'm just telling you that your market, the way you market, is like, oh, most of these Africans are sellouts. They didn't have a movement. Only you guys had a movement. That's false. See what I'm saying?
On YouTube spaces, but I'm not gonna be able to sit there. Oh my Africa, because the bottom line is ultimately I gotta freaking attract Black Americans, and Black America basically really seething with anger right now, and I have to realize I'm fighting an ADOS FBA movement, right? And the bottom line, I have to make it appear that I'm on their side, really, I love my African people, right? My Caribbean people, right? But I always got to remember that the people I have to convince. If I sound like I love my brother Dynas, but he sounds like sometimes him and Brandon sound like the time like they're like with Africa and not their own people. I'm for Black America, you know. That's what I'm for first. They're priority to me. So I talk about the stuff they talk about. Black Americans say the thing. We're Aboriginal Americans. Get out of here. Okay, you're out of here, bro. Get out of here. We're American Aboriginals. Get out of here. Keith, I don't want to hear what you guys say. Do not come in here with this Aboriginal bullshit. You know, next time you will be blocked permanently. So test me. You know, this is what I'm dealing with. You see what I'm dealing with? Where people basically committing an abomination. You know, you are committing an abomination, denying your African ancestry. That's an abomination. That's unforgivable. Calling yourself an American Aboriginal is friggin' unforgivable. That's an abomination. That's like coming here. That's like sacrilege to me, you know, as somebody who believes in the Ma'afa, you know, and the truth of the transatlantic slave trade, you know, and the end result, how to vindicate my ancestors is fighting for an Afghanistan. You know, it's my life's destiny. It's what I was born on this earth for. This is what I was put here for, Principe. I'm not here for fun and games. This is what I was born for. I couldn't stop doing this if I wanted to. I was born to basically vindicate my ancestors. My ancestors were justly taken here, and I don't give a damn how much I have in America. I don't care. Like, if people think, well, Carla, just because you got money, I don't give a shit about the money and all that stuff like that. Well, I appreciate everything like that, but what I want to see is a nation of my own. I want to see people, us coming together, living in peace and everything, not being divided by how much money you got in your pocket or your skin color, like that, you know? And all this kind of stupid nonsense that, or your gender, or your male or female, all kind of stupid stuff like that. You know, I want Black men and Black women to be united, you know, as one people, because that's what I remember growing up. I seen that when I was growing up, where we used to go to family reunions and church picnics and stuff like that. It was I had a beautiful childhood, right? And I was around all Black people, strong Black men and beautiful Black women and girls. When they were our sisters, you know, and we protected them, you know. That's the world I come from. And that's the world I remember. I didn't grow up in this ghetto chaos where men call. But I saw rappers calling and people like the ghetto boys calling women bees and hoes. And what Bushy Bill said, because most women I know are bees and bitches and hoes. I didn't grow up in that culture, you know, where we call women bees and hoes and stuff like that. I didn't come from that shit, you know. I came from a time where our women were beautiful. They were feminine. They had our back. They were our sisters. They had our back and everything. I want those days back. Now, if America is determined to promote ghetto ratchet culture, and that's what it is, hey, America lost me. I mean, I'm not going to accept Black America being ghetto, and the only way I can look at anything that's decent and normal is white. No, I don't accept that. So if that's all America wants for me is ghetto and thuggery and shit like that, I don't want nothing to do with America. As simple as that. So America got a choice. Basically, if America doesn't change, it's not going, which I know it's not going to. There's time for us to seek the utopia that is in Afghanistan. You know, that's it. Has nothing to do with racism. Has nothing to do with white supremacy. Has nothing to do with white people. It's just the fact that I know what Black utopia looks like, you know, because I've seen it with my own eyes when I was a kid. You know, when I was going to North Carolina, when I was a kid in North Carolina, the beauty of everybody lined up to go to church, the girls dressed in white, hair all done, and the mother all day cooking and basically pressing the girl's hair. Like those beautiful times, the most beautiful thing in the world, seeing our people going to church on a Sunday. That's the civilization I come from. You know, I come from Black America. You know, and I do not like people trashing my community and trash our culture, making it sound like we're just nothing but ghetto trash. I come from people, we didn't have a whole lot, but we had decency, we had morals, we had values, you know. That's what I come from. The hard truth said yesterday, Kyle said Africa's not important. Yeah, it's not. It's not. Africa is only important to us, man. You know, really. Africa is only important to me. It's not important to white America. You know, I hate to bust your feelings, you know. You know. Tyler said, yeah, I get 7 hours of hate from Kala. I must be crazy to tune in and mess every night. The hard truth. Yeah, Elvis is not a fair exchange. Like, I don't know between Elvis and Dollar Bill. Elvis is just a little jerk, a little punk. That's all that is, you know? And Dollar Bill says he just had enough of his shit, you know? What was that? But that's the world I come from, you know? And the only place I know that I could relive that life that I grew up when I was as my kid was we have to, and I know I'm not gonna have it again, but I want future generations to know what I know, that Black America is a beautiful thing. You know, we are beautiful people. We're beautiful. All we need now is our own land. You know, where we could practice our beautiful culture and civilization. We could rebuild all over again. I want people to think about that, you know, because people are fighting me in the chat room, blah, blah, blah. Do you want to stay in the mess you're in right now? You want to stay? All the people talk about, oh, blah, 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 racism, color. But yet you fight against somebody telling you that we could do better, you know? I just don't get it. I really don't get Black people sometimes, you know? We say, look, you know, the main thing is get away from the white man, build a nation of your own. And I'm telling you, like I said, if you don't think it's possible, you listen to somebody like me. I'm telling you, yes, it is possible. And people should be joining my social network saying, tell me more about how do you build streets, Carl? How will we finance this? How will we build this? Well, I'll tell you. You know, once people are convinced that I know what I'm talking about, people are going to join this movement. You know, we're capable of doing this. You know, we're more than capable of doing this. You know, but I just need the support. I need the momentum. You know, and the sad thing is, I got young Black men, you know, who are dragging their feet with this. Young men, you're going to benefit from this more than I would because you guys got more time on this earth. You know, sitting there, oh, I don't know or not. I just don't know about the Black man anymore, the young Black men anymore. You know, my generation was different. These millennials, I don't know about them, you know. The millennials are the first generation of grown black men who were raised by their mothers. That's what it is. At least with Gen Xers, we were still raised by our two-parent house. We're like the last generation raised by two-parent households. That's why we think differently, you know, me and David Hitt and people like us, Dollar Bill. You know, we were basically the last generation. This generation coming behind us, you know, ain't have like stable homes and whatnot. That's why they think the way they do. So Tolliver, I mean, go to sleep. It is almost midnight. Yeah, go to sleep. But you guys can't. You're addicted to the collagenesis, man, because this is like be here or be nowhere. There's no other place you want to be but the collagenesis. The voice of listen to the collagenesis. The chief host of the Voice of the Colon Nation radio show. You know, so a Tolliver. Oh, so Dollar Bill likes to dish out, but he can't take it. No, I don't think so. He is very paranoid and sensitive. Anytime an African responds to a disrespectful comment, I never heard him say anything disrespectful, man. Shit. You know, principally, what videos you sending me? Princip, you know, princess. Oh, put his daughter to sleep. Should have thought so. Broody says, everybody read the book Booker T. Washington, The Making of a Pan Africanist. Mega recall, yeah, but a lot of good Booker T. Washington, Brody, because let me, I could do show better than I could talk. Let's see. Let's see. I hope I don't get flagged. Every time I play a video, man, YouTube's hounding me the next day. I hope I don't get my channel taken down, man, because I can't I look around, they're telling me I play so much. Hey, so let's see. Atlanta compromise. Atlanta. Compromise. All right. Now, this is what I'm talking about, folks. Now, this is for my good friend Baruti, Fruity Baruti. All right, let's see something. All right. This was John Heinrich Clark critiquing Booker T. Washington. You know, now I respect Booker T. Washington, but there was some serious shit that we gotta basically. This is for fair use, folks. Fair use. I don't own the rights to this video.
We're approaching this period now when white philanthropy want to know what to do with us. Bishop Turner has not only arose, but Bishop Turner is on the warpath. Bishop Turner has already made one of his back to Africa trips. Now, he actually took people back to Africa. More people went under Bishop Turner than under Garvey. We've forgotten Bishop Turner. It's unfortunate we've forgotten most of our heroes. Bishop Turner hated what the country done to his people so much, he would mount an American flag in the pulpit before his sermon, and for 15 minutes, starting with the statement, "This flag ain't nothing but a GD rag," he would preach 15 minutes against the flag and the betrayal of his people and the lies the country telling his people. Then he would calm himself down and pick up his Bible and preach a sermon. No, Bishop Turner was on the raid.
In the early 1900s, Booker T. Washington was one of the most prominent and influential African-American leaders in the United States. His complex relationship with Black Americans during this era was shaped by his philosophy, leadership style, and the socio-political environment of the time. His approach to racial uplift was encapsulated by his famous Atlanta Compromise speech of 1895, where he advocated for Black Americans to focus on vocational and industrial education, economic self-reliance, and gradual progress, rather than immediate demands for civil rights and political equality. He believed that by providing for their monetary value to society, African Americans would eventually gain the respect and rights they deserved. This philosophy resonated with many Black Americans, particularly those in the South who faced the harsh realities of segregation, disenfranchisement, and violence. Washington's emphasis on hard work, education, and self-help provided a practical path forward in an era when overt resistance could result in brutal reprisals. His achievements in building Tuskegee into a respected institution and his ability to secure funding from white philanthropists earned him widespread admiration and support. However, Washington's accommodationist stance also generated significant criticism and division within the African American community. Critics, most notably W.E.B. Du Bois, argued that Washington's approach was overtly submissive and deferred the struggle for civil rights. Du Bois and others advocated for more confrontation against racial injustice and a demand for immediate political and civil equality, which they believed was essential for true progress. Welcome to On the Shoulders of Giants. I am Joseph Ward, and today we are learning from the great Dr. John Henrik Clarke, hearing his breakdown on the impact of Booker T. Washington, particularly Booker T. Washington's impact on Black America. And was it a positive impact? Was it a negative impact? Now, we know he had an impact, and we know the contributions he made to Black America, especially with the founding of Tuskegee and his ideas about Black people uplifting themselves. So let's sit back and listen to the late, great Dr. John Henrik Clarke break down Booker T. Washington's impact on Black America. And then we're going to come back and talk more at the end.
White people wanted to know who is the leader of these radical people. Who can I communicate to calm them down? Not getting any answer, they decided they would create a leader. And they would anoint him. This is the beginning of the age of the anointed leader. But don't judge Booker too fast now, because Booker ran as many games on them as they ran on him, and got millions for education while doing it, and hated their guts. If you read Up From Slavery, this is not reflected in his book Up From Slavery. It's reflected in his personal letters. Now 10 volumes of his letters have been published. Now whites decided to tap this young man and prepare him for leadership, and they alerted the editors of all the white newspapers to start writing editorials about him and literally deliver him to us as our leader. There was an exhibition in Atlanta, the Atlanta Cotton Exhibition. Booker T. Washington was going to be the keynote speaker. Though he was the keynote speaker, he had to arrive and come through a Jim Crow door and wait in a Jim Crow section until it was his time to speak. And when he started speaking, though we were in the 19th century, when he finished, we were in the 20th century. In the troubles of the 20th century. This evening I've been trying to find the actual speech. I must have at least 6 copies in the house and couldn't find one.
Was it really God's wish to kill Abraham's elder son? Why Isaac needed to be punished by God if he did not harm anyone? Abraham faced many moral dilemmas through his life, but the binding of his own son Isaac was his biggest trial. For many centuries, the English interpretation of the Bible was missing its depth due to the lack of understanding of Jewish language, context, and culture. Our new course, the Biblical Hebrew of Genesis.
Booker T. Washington began his speech. His speech is all things to all people. And if you want to listen to a con game, Booker T. Washington's famous Atlanta speech is one of the most unique con speeches ever made. He's catering to the whites or the southerner, and he's catering to the northerner. He has a clincher. He's telling the blacks that it's better to run a truck farm than to do all of this stump political speeching. This pleases the whites. Get us out of politics. See, he's patting both sides. And that it's best, telling the general blacks, it's best to make $1 a day. $1 a day was a pretty good salary for black men in that period. Than to sit next to whites at the opera. He's telling the whites, we don't want social equality. All we want is a job. They like that. Now, Booker began to tell the northerner, build factories in the South. We will not strike like the immigrant craftsmen up north. He called the foreigner who strikes and found labor unions an ingrate. The North lacks that. He tells the South, Be good to us. We're your friends. We'll not only nursed your children, took care of you in days of old. Then his clincher, we even followed you with tear-dripped eyes to your grave. He got the South now. Now he got the South, he got the North, he got part of the blacks. And he continues the speech. His speech now is an appeal to all of them. And he tells a story about a man at sea shouting to all the ships that pass, water, water, give me water. And finally a ship shouts out to him, cast down your buckets where you are. That you sailed out of the salty sea, you're now in the Gulf Stream, and there's clear water all around you. Just cast down your buckets and drink the water. Beautiful symbol. Now he's telling both the blacks in the South, the Northerner, invest in the South. Invest some faith, in the South. Then he glances widely over the audience. He had come through the exhibitions and said that the caliber of a race is known by what it displays, and said that we have on display here in this exhibition some quilts and some of our agricultural products, and it shows how far we've come from slavery, and also shows how much we need from you. Now the white money men open up their pockets. If that's all they can do, I better give them a few nickels that they can do a little better than that. Now he tells blacks that if you're going to be a servant, be a good servant and get a good salary. Now what he's saying is practical, and it was high politics for that day. Brilliant politics for the day. Finally, he finishes the speech saying that if all these things are achieved, we shall have a new heaven and a new earth. Couldn't be better than that. Now, amid all these applause, blacks sitting in the balcony, you notice that some blacks are crying. Some blacks waving their hands. Oh, no, Book, it ain't that good. Come on, knock it off, bro. And some of them come up to him and start, and some refuse to shake his hand. Why this went unnoticed? Black rejection of what he said, because blacks knew it was partly fantasy. He was running a game that couldn't be that good. After Booker T. Washington's speech, many blacks began to vote with their feet, began to leave the South. And when you any history of the migration of blacks from the South, it began in earnest after this speech.
There's one single video that's responsible for leading over 2,000 Christian men to permanently quitting the P word.
The relationship between Booker T. Washington and Black Americans in the early 1900s was thus multifaceted. For some, he was a beacon of hope and a pragmatic leader who understood the realities of their situation. For others, he was a symbol of compromise and a figure whose strategies were insufficiently confrontational against the oppressive system. Regardless of differing opinions, Washington's impact on the trajectory of African-American progress during this critical period in history is undeniable, shaping the discourse on race, education, and empowerment for generations to come. Dr. John Henrik Clarke laid out a few points about Booker T. Washington that I believe we should examine more to see the overall impact that it had on Black America, not at the time of the speech and at the time that Booker T. Washington was alive, but also the effects that his ideologies and his actions had on Black America today. How does that affect us today? And what can we learn from the actions and the ideologies of Booker T. Washington? One, Booker T. Washington was chosen by white America. He was delivered to us as our leader. That's one important point. Two, Dr. Clarke believes that Booker T. Washington ran con games, not just on white America, but Black America, with his ideas about bringing the races together and what Black people needed to do to uplift ourselves to become in better graces with white America. And remember, Dr. Clarke is specifically talking about Booker T. Washington running con games while delivering his famous Atlanta Compromise speech of 1895. Also, Dr. Clarke pointed out that when Booker T. Washington went to go deliver that speech, he was still under the Jim Crow laws. So I believe, Joseph, that may have been some of the fuel behind Booker T. Washington looking to integrate or bring Black America into the same spaces or have that equality with white America. And remember, Dr. Clarke also stated that Booker T. Washington in the speech was saying that the contents of the speech was all things for all people. All things for all people. But we know in the system of white supremacy, a Black man can't deliver a promise that will be all things to all people, because there was still imbalance and dominance and inequality in that. Even though Booker T. Washington believes that if Black people can produce more, if we can earn more, if we can get more jobs, if we can build more for ourselves, we will be in better graces with white America. Booker T. Washington also believed that it was better for Black people to farm and produce than engage in politics. And I'm glad Dr. Clarke pointed that out. When I learned more about Booker T. Washington, as well as his opposition with W.E.B. Du Bois, in my opinion, I thought the ideas could have been merged, right? Not only can we produce for ourselves, but we can build political power. So we can have power on more than one front. We can have economic power and political power. Dr. Clarke also pointed out that Booker T. Washington believed that it was better to earn money than to gain social equality. What are your thoughts about that? Do you think power comes from earning money rather than social equality? I mean, we have social equality now with no economic power. So did Booker T. Washington actually have a point with that? Booker T. Washington believed that the South needed to be invested in more. And thus that goes to what Dr. Clarke pointed out, telling the North to build more factories in the South so they can have more jobs and more opportunities for not just the Blacks in the South, but the South overall. Because remember, in this speech, Booker T. Washington was appealing to Black people, the North, and the South. And that's why Dr. Clarke is saying he was running the con game, because he's promising something that he can't deliver. So that's where the idea of investing in the South is good for America. And he also talked about how as Dr. Clarke pointed out, the con game to the South, appealing to the senses of the South, talking about that Black people are the friends of the South, that Black people nurture the children of the South, and that go more into investing in the South and making sure that the South understands the important relationship that Black people have with them. So that's where Dr. Clarke gets more into the con game of going to the feelings and the emotions of the South. So these are a few key points that I pointed out these are a few key points that stood out to me, rather, as I was listening to this. So what are your thoughts? I want discourse. I want your comments. I want your feedback in the comment. Tell me, what do you think about this? And what do you think about a video like this? Was this interesting? Was this enlightening? Did this make you think? And if so, maybe I can give you more. So this is Joseph Ward trying something new, but I had this audio of Dr. Clark talking about Booker T. Washington, and I thought it was interesting, and I want to give some insight, get some thoughts about it, and give it to you, and let's have discourse. Let's have a conversation. Let's talk. See y'all in the comments.
We will not live here, but we will get this job done right away. I'm asking for $20K right away in my pockets at the end of this week. That's all, folks, for today.
Have you discovered Ryoko Pro? It's the next generation portable internet solution that customers can't believe they used to live without. This marvel of Wi-Fi engineering lets you maintain connectivity whether you're on the go, exploring, or out and about. Why settle for expensive data plans, spotty service, mysterious charges, and inconsistent coverage when an innovative, cost-effective alternative is transforming the market right now? Get ready to meet Ryoko Pro, the groundbreaking portable internet that will change the way you think of the internet. Here are 8 remarkable ways Ryoko Pro transforms your internet experience.
I called you. Tammy, let me stop you right there. It's
Will low-income families be able to keep the heat on? Will seniors have access to another meal on wheels? Will Medicaid continue? Will low-income children get breakfasts or lunches at school? Will children be able?
Okay, folks, that was the end of that video. Like you said, I think that clears up with what Principal said about leadership. Look, leadership in Black America is a point. That's why I said we could never have friggin' a community so long as basically we live in as a minority in a white society. They're always going to basically they pick our leaders and everything like that. So Broody brought up Booker T. Washington. I played that. That debunks what he's saying. He says collar, whatever stupid goofy shit Brody's saying. He says collar contains ethno-racial identity. Yes, I am. I'm African American. So Black International Ubuntu. I don't believe in Ubuntu at all because stupid. Pan-Africanism culture contains what's everybody? I don't know. I don't know what the hell Brody's saying. I really don't get what he's saying. I don't know what Brody's talking about half the time. Brody's always some goofy shit. Leaders basically. I hope Principe listened to that video. Well, saying Booker T. Washington was a slick talking con man. He often made colorist jokes about Black people. He was a well-rounded person, man. He made colorist jokes about ex-slaves, darker people, everything. He was not any angel, and I guess he was doing the reality the best way he could do it. But Black people responded to Booker T. Washington by the Great Migration. They said, no, hell no, we don't want no part of this. We don't want no part of this nonsense and everything. And so we left the South and thing. Booker T. Washington wanted us to sit there, pick the white man's cotton, slave for him, wash his ass, wash his feet, keep doing what we're doing. And if we do all this stuff like that, we'll be in the white man's good graces, No, he did. He said, look it up. Booker T. Washington said jokes about old darkies and whatnot. He had colorist jokes, He used to make colorist jokes, Booker T. Washington. He had a sense of humor, what I heard, Principe, man. Did I hurt you with your feeling? He believed in education. Yeah, he believed in education, but he believed that, you understand something? There was no such thing. He didn't believe in separation. He believed in segregation. Segregation is a different thing. Black people didn't have no separation in America. Real separation means that you don't have to work for the white man. You got your own businesses and everything like that. What he did was he created an obedient laboring class for the white power structure, which they kept all the profit and the wealth, and we just got a job. That was Atlanta Compromise. And we did that, and it didn't work because the white mob still came and burned the Black Atlanta down anyway. So with that, let me play the Atlanta massacre. This was a result of Booker T. Washington compromised. The people were angry. Atlanta massacre. Atlanta race riot. Atlanta race riot. Atlanta race riots. Riots. 6 years later, right? Black people did that, right? 6 years later, after the compromise, the Atlanta Compromise speech, right? This is what happened to Black America, and why we need a nation of our own.
But it's important to know all of our history so that perhaps we can avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. One example is what happened in Atlanta on a Saturday night in September 1906. The city was growing, filling with people desperate to find work, many of them farm workers who couldn't make a living. And for the first time, poor whites were competing against blacks for jobs.
For fair use,
there just wasn't enough work for everybody.
Competition for jobs in the city. I mean, again, you have a tremendous influx of both poor whites and poor black people coming into the city, often competing for the same jobs on the railroads and construction. There's tension over that.
And it was a time when whites in the South and across the nation believed in the superiority of the white race, that black people, no matter what degree of education and social standing, were still inferior to any white person.
Whites were so afraid of African Americans that they passed laws called Jim Crow laws that separated whites from blacks in all parts of life.
They were passed first in the areas of transportation, on the streetcars and on the trains. In Atlanta, there were separate elevators for black and white, separate parts of the cemetery for black and white, separate parts of the streetcar for black and white, separate Bibles in the courtroom that you would swear on. In other words, every part of life was segregated by race, restaurants, toilets, everything.
In 1906, Hoke Smith ran for governor. In his campaign speeches, he blamed African Americans for the problems Georgia faced. And one of the problems he claimed were crimes against white women.
It was a time when with these sensational news articles, which were based on flimsy information at best and non-existent information, to say the least, inflamed the passions of white Georgians to take some kind of action.
A series of newspaper articles accused black men of insulting and attacking white women, even though there was little proof that these assaults really happened. Because of these articles, the mob of angry men gathered in the streets became hysterical and very violent.
And the mob started pouring out into different parts of the city looking for black victims.
And they just randomly began to attack black people. They attacked blacks on the trolleys that moved about the city at that time. It was very brutal. All manners of horrors were created. People were smothered and choked and beaten to death, clubbed to death.
The mob smashed the plate glass window on Herndon's barbershop, dragged two of the barbers out, killed them.
He represented to them what they were angry at. They were angry at some of the economic accomplishments of blacks.
Blacks began eventually realized that, we're being attacked here and the riot is going on, so they began to arm themselves. Of course, the government took it upon itself to arrest any black caught with arms, and they were jailed, but blacks did arm themselves and eventually fought back.
When black Atlantans fought back, the mob lost its courage. The governor called in the militia, and 3 days after the riot began, it was over. But not before at least 26 people had been killed and hundreds had been injured.
I interviewed a woman one time, a white woman who grew up in downtown Atlanta, and she was 10 years old at the time. And she told me, I'll never forget it, how she woke up that night and just knew that something was in the air, could feel a tension in the air. And she saw her mother and her sister praying by the window side. And she went over and joined them, and she looked outside, and there was a lamppost, and from the lamppost, a black man had been hanged, and his body was being riddled with bullets downtown Atlanta. And, she was a totally grisly scene, and she said, and I'll never forget this as long as I live. And I remember her telling me that very, very vividly.
When it was all over, white Atlanta wanted to return to normal, to forget that they could commit such atrocities. But black Atlanta couldn't forget. And what about us today, 90 years later? Why should we remember?
We've had riots in the 1990s, and these riots, like the Atlanta riot, have not come up out of nowhere. There are deep-seated causes for these riots, as well as the immediate spark that set the riot off. And we need to try to look at these deep-rooted divisions in our society, tensions among our people, issues in our society, to help us be better educated so that we won't have such things happening in the future.
Thank you, Classic Man. That's what I do. I show history, real history. I'm not gonna give you fake history. I made up history. I'm gonna tell you the real thing. And like I said, most of us don't know our history. We don't know. We have this fantasy view about America, and they believe, in the 1960s we had civil rights and everything. But no, that's not happened. Not happened. Civil rights was just something white people did to cover their ass. The bottom line is all the black people who got killed in Atlanta, Tulsa, and everything have never been friggin' compensated or never got justice. No one ever went to trial. No one like that. You cannot basically kill black people or whatnot and expect us to forget about it. No, it don't work like that. So I don't give a damn because 125 years later, I'm here now, and I'm saying someone's going to pay for this, as simple as that. I don't give a damn if it's 200 years from now. Someone's going to pay for it.
Is that not reparations? Is that not reparations?
I'm like, look, see, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm talking. I'm sick and tired of hearing. I'm sick and tired of people basically using our ancestors' pain and suffering to get a payday. I ain't talking about no fucking reparations. I'm talking about it's time to have the conversation. That's time for America to let us go and sever our ties with America altogether. That's the price they're going to have to pay. It's like taking an organ out of America, but America, we withdraw from America, we're going to destroy this place, That's what's happening. I'm sick and tired of people telling me to forget Carla. I don't want a goddamn paycheck, I want blood or soil. As simple as that. I want my own nation or I want their blood. As simple as that. I don't want no damn money. The weak black men talk about reparations, the weaklings. Bottom line, you cannot get back life. I can't get back life. What we can do is basically say, something? We have a land. We're free now. We have a land of our own. We're away from these people. These people, the white American, are worst fucking enemies on the planet. Let me say it again, in case anybody listen. Forget Germany, forget England, forget France, like that. The white American is our worst fucking enemy. Forget the Jews, like that. The white American is our worst fucking enemies on this planet. They're the oppressors. And I don't care about nobody say. The only thing is going to be is we sever ties with these people. Nothing is going to change unless we're away from these people. Nothing anything Goofy Baruti says. You know, like I said, that's when people aren't black nationalists, not black militants, whatever like that. You know, we don't say it. I'm not saying. I'm saying it's the truth. Principally, I'm telling you the reality, bro. This is reality. The white American is our fucking enemy. You know, so there's no forgiveness for that. Now I know some white people I think are cool, you know, but the bottom line, on the whole, as a group, right, black and white, no, not this white American. I'll deal with the white South African, the Boers or the apartheid South African before I deal with the white American. These people are the lowest thing on the damn planet. All racist people. That's what I said. That's why I said, principally, you people that are foreigners got to stay out of this because you don't know anything. You know, you guys have this, we can just all get along. No, I don't work like that. Sorry to tell you that. It's not this peace that you're trying to find in America. It's not going to happen. There's too much anger and too much pain in Black America. It's not going to happen, bro. You know, I'm not here to make your life better and whatnot, you know? Oh, Principe, man. Why are you coming up here? You going to try to annoy me and shit, you know? The bottom line is this. You know, this when Atlanta compromised, they basically were writing articles accusing black men of attacking white women. You know, lies. And because of that, mob came in and killed innocent. And you know something was unforgivable is the fact that the targets of white people mobs were always successful black people. You know, and Elvis, I don't care about. I'm not here. Whoever said I'm here for peace. Whoever said I'm here for peace. I'm not here. People understand the reality of what I'm talking about, right? This is dangerous. This is look. If you guys are scared of what I'm saying, just log off. You know. The bottom line is this: it's going to come to the point where if we don't have a nation, this country is going to end up in a race war. You know, as simple as that. There's no peace. Not what happened to our ancestors. I'm sorry, I can't forgive, and I can't forget. So, lost my train of thought, man. Shit, you know. You know, like I said, I ain't here talking like I'm not here to peel apples. I come with a friggin' double-bladed axe. And I'm swinging my axe or not. That's what I am. You can call me Axeman Collar, you know. Probably, I don't have no damn inner. I don't want no damn inner peace. I don't want no inner peace. I want blood. I want blood.
Well, you gotta be more logical, man.
No, I mean being logical. That is being logical. That is being logical.
Every race in the world is competing, and you're trying to.
Yeah, look, we're not competing. We're not competing. You know, all you guys are all you immigrants are doing is getting crumbs. You ain't competing. You're competing. You have a country right now. You know, stop it,
bro. There's several nations that you can go to that can coordinate this.
Nothing. I look. My people, Black America, we're a nation. I don't have another nation. Black America is my nation. And I would take my people out of this shit. The only thing we need is separation from our worst enemy, which is the white American. That's our worst enemy. We're the only group of people that let our former enemy govern us and everything like that. It's, like I said, I never accepted civil rights. I never said integration, none of shit like that. I was like, how do you fucking have the worst enemy make a lot? We wonder why Black America's so fucked up. How you gonna have your fucking your worst enemies fucking governing you and ruling you? Are you kidding me?
But isn't that the same situation globally? The globe is a battle between all these different races.
No,
there's a battle between the West and these regions.
We want to build a real Black republic. You don't have that anywhere in Africa, except for maybe Rwanda or whatever like that. We really don't have any Black countries that could call itself a republic. You know?
Hold on. You said Rwanda just received. Did you heard that the EU basically threatened to cancel $1 billion to Rwanda. Rwanda is in bed with the West. Most nations, period, have deals with the West.
Not with the West. That's a lie. That's a lie, you know.
All right, so let's say you're right. Most nations have deals and trade deals with the
Bottom line,
West.
hold on. We want look. I
And there's
want my great people to build whatever. I know we're capable of everything. Black America is who I am. That's what I love, right? It's like a friggin' child in a mother's womb. Sooner or later, he has to be born. We're a nation waiting to be born. You know, we're a nation waiting to be born. That's what you don't understand. We're going
how
through
you a nation waiting to be born? It's either your
because we're a
nation or you're
nation.
not a
A
nation.
nation is a spirit, a soul. We're a people.
Yeah, but yeah, like I remember I was telling you about that, and I was saying that Farrakhan said move like a
I
nation. He
don't
said
care what
you
Farrakhan
can't move
says.
like a
You know?
nation in somebody else's nation. That's what he
I
said.
don't care what Farrakhan says. You know, he's compromised too. All these people are nothing but sellouts to me. You know, I don't care about
Bro,
none of this
everybody
shit.
is semi-compromised to a degree, man. Like, but it's about
No,
those who are trying to
I'm
create
not
their own
compromised. I'm
entity.
not compromised. My price is a land of my own, away from these white devils. We're not once and for all. That's my price. You know, I don't want nothing else. I don't want to hear nothing about no Ubuntu. I don't want to hear nothing about no civil rights. I don't hear nothing like that. I think it's time for us to build a nation of our own. You know, a black republic, a real black republic. You know, now then we can focus on building the continent. You know. But the bottom line is we need to be away from these people in America, you know?
But you don't think there's a level of healing that needs to happen before, or even if you choose to
Well,
stay
we
or
got to
go?
heal. The healing, yo. I'm healed, you know? And we talk a level of healing. That's another thing. People keep telling us there's something wrong with us. Liz was like, I'm emailing to Ella Cole. I don't care. You can tell Ann Cola to go to fucking hell. I don't give a shit. You can tell Donald Trump to go to hell. I don't give a damn about no one, you know? You know what I'm saying? So I don't give a damn about no one anymore, you know? I've had enough. It's time for us to have a nation of our own. I am sick and tired of race traders. I'm sick and tired of copper-colored Negroes. I'm an Aboriginal. I'm sick and tired of freaking bootlicking niggas and whatnot. Talking about this. I want a nation of my own. I want real strong black men and black women to build a righteous, just society. Everything that happened to us when this country allowed these beasts to murder us and everything, and we never got any justice. So the bottom line, that's what it is, Principe. I hate to tell you anything different, man. You know, like I said, I would like to paint a nice picture, but I don't see it. I see the bottom line is this. What you call it? Look, the bottom line, the violence, the level of violence you see in Black America. I'm not gonna lie like this. You know, the level of, I cannot sit back and watch every last single black, except for a few exceptions, right? Or like fucking war zones. You got places like Philadelphia, Baltimore, and friggin' I'm defaming it. No, I'm telling you the truth. I'm not defaming our name. I'm telling you the truth, you know? And if America wants to do something about it, America wants to do something about this, they can do something about it, right? But I'm not gonna sit here and lie and tell you everything's all right. I'm watching in real time cities like Detroit, Gary, Indiana, literally an abomination of what I saw. Literally. There's no excuse. That means this country has failed us. We failed America. America failed us. The fact that you got places like friggin' Newark, like a war zone, friggin' Baltimore, war zone, you know, St. Louis, a murder capital and shit like that, you know, it's just, I'm sorry. You know, we need Black America needs a revolution. You know, that's what we need. Just like the conditions that led to the French Revolution, the American Revolution, I believe those conditions exist now in Black America. You can't go anything. We cannot continue the way we are right now. You look at our
Yeah,
women.
but how do you move forward when the
Well,
masses of
it's
especially
simple.
Black America
You
they
say
they they American they reject leadership.
look, the bottom, look, all that stuff like that means nothing, right? A revolution is uncompromising. You know, when the time comes for a nation or revolution, right, it's uncompromising. If it does not happen, Black people in America will destroy this country. You know, I'm just giving America fair warning. You know, you
Bro, but
can
you're not being realistic. A revolution needs a collective
no revolution. Listen
ideal,
here,
and it
a
need
revolution.
leadership.
The revolution is uncompromised. A revolution is not something well thought out. It just saying we had enough and we want change. Simple as that. That's what a revolution is. It's uncompromising. You know. She goes, you don't
No,
speak.
but it's
I think
I'm
yo,
sorry.
look, I don't care. I don't know about you. I don't freaking know if I speak for these retarded ADOS FBA people. They're happy being under white rule. Like she's married to a white man. Liz is married to a white man. So it's good. She probably lives in a nice suburb, whatever like that. That's good. She like this, you know. But even though I live in a nice neighborhood, I got all stuff like that, I still burns me that I know in my heart that when I see black people suffering, when I see a mother guy sitting there crying because her boy got shot and everything like that, I said, what the hell are all these guns coming from? Why can't we do anything about it? Why we got so much pain and people crying and so much sorrow in Black America? I know it all goes back to slavery, Jim Crow, and all the ghosts of all those things still haunt us to this day. You know, so so it's just, it is what it is, you know. So I can't sit there.
So how do you feel that they should heal from that? How do
look, the
how do
bottom
you
line
heal
is,
from the trauma?
how you ask somebody to heal if they don't get justice? No
Yeah,
one's
but
ever been, no one's ever been brought to trial for massacres that happened to black people. We never see nobody go to jail and like that. What's that saying? That's saying black people, you're not even human. We could do whatever we want to. Who gave white people the right to do that to us and whatnot? You know, it ain't God. You know, it's a thing called a constitution because they have the power and nobody can stop them. They can do whatever they want to us, even to this day. You know, so it is what it is. You know, and I'm fed up with it. You know,
I disagree. I feel like due to you guys fighting, they can't do what they did to you 100 years ago today.
okay. Explain Stanley Crutcher then.
Who?
You don't even know Stanley Crutcher, 2015, 16. He was a guy who stopped on the side of the road to change a tire in his car, and this female cop, Betty Shelby, blew his brains out. And the jury basically not only acquitted her, but almost like awarded her.
But I hear you, but I'm saying, what was the justification?
I hear you, man. I'm like this. Every time I think of this stuff, this is what that is right there. When that Stanley Crutcher is, that's what basically triggered me to go full in what I was doing at the time. Say, I'm going to basically build this thing called Nation, this Black Nation thing full time. I'm going for it. That's what convinced me that we're in a war. You know, when the state of Oklahoma said, not only it had on camera, she blew the guy's brains out. He has hands up. She was just stopping. He was stopping on the side of the road, not buying nobody. Then they planted drugs on him to make it like he was a church deacon. She blew his brains out because he was a big black man. Blew his brains out, you know, and she got away with it. She walked away from it. But so black people like Lisa Nicole, these black people like that, I hate. I really hate people like Lisa Nicole. You don't speak for. I don't know. I'm speaking for myself. You know, I'm speaking for myself. I don't give a damn. You know, people like this, Trayvon Martin. You know.
There was a guy named Gurley. I forgot his first name in Brooklyn.
All that Black Lives Matter, that was freaking control opposition. You know, there ain't nothing settled from that shit. I'm still worried about Trayvon Martin, Eric Garner, you know, Philando Castile, all these other people that died for nothing. You know, so you don't care about these people's lives. I do. You know, so all these people, I don't think, okay, yeah, I know. White people kill black people. Black people kill black life. To us, human life means nothing. You know. Won't leave. You know, I'm leaving with my people. You know, I'll leave with my people. You know.
Again, everybody's not going to be on the same wavelength. It's
The
about
bottom line is, but hold up. But black people who want out should be able to have that option.
exactly. I agree with that. That's why I'm saying you got to find like-minded people.
We should have that option for black people who say, you know, something. You know, I'm Black American. This is my African American people, but we don't need to be under the rule of white America. We don't need to be near white America. You know, those who want to stay with white America, stay in America, fine, keep it. I have no problem with that. You know. But those of us like myself, whatnot, say, look, you know, it's time for us to. That's why I do what I'm doing in Liberia and stuff like that, and countries like that, because I know it's time for us to build something of our own, be on our own, move beyond America. You know, because other than that, what you're saying is, if you say that I'm just going to go to America, and you got the same people ruling over you that enslaved you, that's saying that you're okay with slavery. You know, the same people rule over you that oppressed you and you're still going there for jobs and everything like that, what does that say? You think they're ever going to respect you? You know?
Yeah, but
No.
how are you going to get your people to
Well, that's why.
the black
That's why
collective
I had.
period?
That's why. Look. We already got enough of us that think like I do. All I do is get to them. Got enough black
Yeah, yeah,
people.
but
I'm not worried.
I
Look,
noticed.
I'm not worried about the people like that you worried about. Well, now I'm not worried about those people. I know there's enough black people.
Who am I worried about?
But you
Who
worry
am I
about?
worried
Oh
about?
yeah. What about the thugs and all this stuff? I can't do
No,
nothing about
hell no. I never think like that. I'm talking about.
I deal with
I
educated.
feel like you.
I'm around. Look, I'm around circles of educated black people and whatnot.
You're the educated, the working
Most
class. Mama, what are you doing?
I say so. The bottom line is this: I'm not worried about that because I know even black so-called conservatives. When I sit there and talk to them enough or not, they even tired of this shit. They even tired. They're like, yeah, they don't say it in public, but they're like, I see you, man. I see you, Colin. So I get a lot of support from people you would never think. A lot of people support this, but it's not online just because you don't see them in the chat room or not. I got a lot of people that say, you know something, Colin, man, like that's what gets me going. I got a lot of people like, man, I wish to God we could build that. That's what I'm saying. So I ain't worried about that. I know it'll happen.
Yeah, but I don't feel like you celebrate the like-minded people, the working class people, the educated people enough. I think
Well,
you
you only
kind
know
of.
about what I do on this YouTube. You don't know what
Yeah,
I do.
exactly. But yeah, but that's one of your
And
marketing
so
tools.
the
Like you're
bottom
not
line,
utilizing your marketing
my
tools.
whole thing is, I just think, the way I think, right? I'm just basically clearing the path, right? So nobody could ever tell me that, oh yeah, let's try something. Everybody knows now that I'm 100% serious about this. They no compromise. I'm not gonna be one day. Oh yeah, we need to know. The only thing that I want is a nation of my own. That's it. I'm going for the jugular. Nothing else. No compromise. No what like this. So Elvis, shut up. You don't know what people are doing. People are doing. People are doing things in their own way. You got people doing things in their own way. That don't mean they have to be connected with me. I'm doing what I got to do. All I'm going to do is connect the dots. You got people out there doing everything I need to be done. Except for a couple things. Almost everything I need to build this is going on right now. All I have to do is recruit them. And people say, hey, look, like that. People, yay and nay. I got to go sell this. I have to sell this. I got to go on lecture tours. I am going to go on lecture tours in another year or so. And so I'm going on lecture tours, and this momentum, this movement is going to grow. It's going to grow. So if people think that, look, if you satisfied with just the same old thing, well, just keep complaining about Donald Trump and the white MAGA people and all kind of stupid stuff and everything like that. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you people anymore. There's nothing left in America. There really isn't. There's nothing left. White people got their country back. I mean, there really is. They really got this country back, and you're starting to see it in popular culture, right? They're basically now it's like a green light to make insults about black people and stuff like that. They're emboldened, They're emboldened, So I don't know, all these ADOS FBA people, all they do is sit around and talk about joking about Africans and whatnot. Dude, white people don't want you all either, They don't want y'all in this country, you know what I'm saying? They don't want y'all in this country. So I don't know what these people are talking about. It's ain't gonna time like Ms. Nicole where she gets called the N-word, B N-word, in public, and a N-word B in public when I did. She was like, damn, Kyle was right. Kyle was right all along. That's all it takes, takes one till they get that nigger wake up call. And they're like, oh wow, but that's not even what I do this for, Forget racism, when that's a driving force behind I admit it. But I basically believe that black people could do better than this. I don't think no human being should have to go through what we went through in America. I really don't, Ubuntu, first of all, Rudy, Ubuntu means that I gotta sit back and compromise with people who don't have my intelligence, don't know how to do shit. When you got Joe Schmo who just should be taking orders, right? And in words of Ubuntu, everybody, no matter what you know, everything, you gotta be at the table making it. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in Ubuntu whatsoever. Ubuntu, only Ubuntu I believe is There's people up on top, and people follow orders. As simple as that. That's a hierarchy. If Ubuntu is that, then I'm all for it. But I don't believe in no Ubuntu goofy shit. It's gotten us nowhere. So now I'm Cuban now. I'm Haitian. I'm Barbados. Now I'm Cuban. It's just ridiculous. I'm Cuban. How the hell he get me? I'm Cuban for him. I have no idea. Well, I look Hispanic to you, dude. Well, at least the history of America, Lisa. After World War I and World War II, black soldiers were basically were hung in the streets with their uniforms on. What does that say? You got a country that you pledge loyalty to. They hung our ancestors, for fighting for them. This is what I said. The white America is the lowest thing on the planet. You send somebody to. Not only are you going to. This is what I said. The Gilded Age was all about them making sure that America and the blessings of America is always in the white race, right? But when it came time for the white man to fight for his wealth that he built, everything, he calls up the black man and send us to Europe to fight the Germans twice, and the Italians, whoever, twice. But at the same time, basically, when black people came back to America, you said, no, we can't be American. We can't be part of this white world you created, It's like this, And so your ilk is stupid. That's what it is. We've been fools, Ain't resilient. That's foolery, That's cowardice, Ain't resilient. That's cowardice. It's cowardice. You're basically at the bottom of the first world. We're victims of the first world. We're not builders of the first world. We don't have a piece of the action. We're builders of the first world. We're not. No, we're basically wards of the first world. So we can't take credit for this shit. What's the sense of having a high standard of living with basically you have no voice, no political, you're not recognized anywhere, One group of people still has all the power and everything like that, We are awesome. Yeah, the awesome Negroes, Black National whatever Barudi's saying. We're doing great. Oh, we're doing great. I'm doing great, but majority of black people ain't doing great. Ask my brother for Arab Black TV. Arab Black, what does it say about that? She says we're doing great. Are you doing great?
As a people, no, I didn't. I mean, out of all of us, no.
So what is Lisa Nicole Jackson saying?
Well, I mean, I remember one time I asked you, what do you think about the percentages of people that are doing well and educated and doing well?
I'm doing well. I'm educated. I'm doing well, but I can't say that about a majority of black people.
Right. That's what I was. So even you said that you at the time you said that the majority was doing well.
I said majority are doing okay. I ain't saying doing well. I said majority of black people do work and basically could pay their bills, That's about it. Ain't nobody, when I say do well, people that have no idea when I say, well, what that really looks like, Because I'm around people that got real money, $300,000, $400,000 a year, and they're taking trips, like my brother's wife, they're taking trips overseas all the time, constantly. And whatnot, they got daughters and they're flipping houses and whatnot, they got kids, whatnot, doing stuff. Then I got people that they ain't got shit, but they're making it, but they're working like 3 or 4 jobs, as simple as that. So people are doing all right. Yeah, people can make a living here. You can survive. It's better to be here than any place else. I get that, But the next phase of our history is what? Well, we're supposed to just sit back and be dormant? No. The next phase is black people need to realize it's time for us to become a people, That's what it is, No matter how much we run from that idea, we're not gonna run from that. Run from our demons, right? God basically never made us to be second-class citizens or minority group in a freaking country. We're black people. We got to be proud of that, right? America is anti-black. We cannot basically let that go. I said, Classic Man says the only thing them folks did was give us, they gave us Barack Obama, Barack Hussein Obama, Barack Hussein Obama, but I do believe Black America is going to become global, not just Africa. I really believe we're going to be global. We're going to have freaking enclaves all over the globe. We're going to become a global people, man. I see, there's a growing number of African Americans that moved to Portugal, countries like that, There's a large number of people. This is our home. What's our home, But it's people at home is where your heart is, So this is our home. If you really thought that this was your home, you wouldn't be so threatened by what I'm saying. This is my world. See, like I said, black people, what I say about people are sick and is delusional. He said, Big Chief said, this is my world. You just in it, Colin. This Negro who's a baby woman, is old enough to be my father, sounds like a buffoon, This is his world. He probably fucking a janitor somewhere, He's probably a janitor somewhere in California, Probably trying to get his pension, making a pension right now. This is his world. This is what I'm saying. This is what I tell you how they got black people so sick. They actually believe that shit, They believe there's some FBA people, some super Negro FBA people. It's just abysmal, how far gone some black people are. But so we're gonna become a global people. It's not just the African. It's global. We need people that live in Japan. We need people that live in China. We need people like this, we need people from all over the globe. We need black people corresponding all over the globe, being our emissaries and ambassadors. We're gonna become independent. We represent ourselves. When I go to Africa, I'm not representing no fucking United States. I'm representing the black nation in America. That's what I am. I'm part of the black nation of America. That's what I am. Are you part of the black nation, Arab Black? Arab Black, are you asleep? Arab Black must be asleep. FBA, yeah, all 1,500 of you, right? Only 1,500 people call themselves FBA, Yeah, 400 years been here, and you still got to worry about the police or whatnot, But that's all gone out the door now. Everybody now forgot about the police and racism, white supremacy. That just went out the door in the age of FBA. When now, everything's great. We're FBA. We're proud Americans now. Like I said, the most goofiest shit I've ever seen in my life. Man, they made a 360-degree turn. 1 minute they talk about racism, white supremacy, and the next minute, man, when the friggin' when the immigrants start coming over here taking your spot, saying, I love America and everything like that. When people like Elvis and all these other people, suddenly you want to hunker down talking about you're at FBA, Yeah, Sundown Town still exists, Yeah. So it is what it is, man. I always tell people, get your money. That's all. Get your money out of this place. That's all. Get your money, open your business and everything like that. So we could basically have a war chest, to invest in. We need that war chest.
So you admit some African Americans are schizophrenic in terms of how they view America, how they view Africa, but you somehow claim they're more united than the rest of the blacks. How's that work?
No. Politically, we're all different things, but I'm talking about. That's another thing, right? Africans are the only group of people that, for the most part, right, that don't really have politically motivated politics, right? In other words, basically, you'll never see somebody say, I'm an African communist, I'm an African capitalist, I'm an African neo such and such, whatever like that. It's never ideology, right? It's always tribal. You know, black people in America, basically, if we're divided, it's more ideology. You got people who believe in integration and people who believe in separation. You know, that's ideology. You know, Africans, they war on tribalism, stuff like that, nepotism and tribalism. That's the difference. You know, African culture hasn't developed a point where they have a political. Now they do have political parties, but their political parties are usually tribalized and culturally based. You know, so it's not like, you know, when you can't show me anywhere. Okay, now in Angola, you did have UNITA, who was pro-Western, and the FPLMA, that was basically communist, you know, Marxist, whatever like that. That's probably the only really case, you know. But for the most part, Africans don't really have politics as a political ideology as their thing. Like in Liberia, there was no political ideology. You know, just tribalism, American Liberians versus Native Liberians. There's no political ideology behind what they do, you know. You know, so it is what it is. And Lisa Cole, the whole thing is she's up here, grown women. She must be a young girl. Lisa, she's ignorant and stupid because she sucks Tariq that she talks about. It's called that's tether babble. I'm not a tether. You know, I'm not whatever that fucking means. I'm not a tether. You know. So so in other words, basically, because I'm talking about nation building, I must be a tether. That's brilliant. You know, you're shocked to find out that I'm 100% many generations African Americans. My ancestors come from North Carolina and Georgia. You know, so the bottom line, so you you guys better understand. Yeah, there's people like me. And not only that, I'm not from projects. I'm not poor. I'm not like that. I'm educated, middle class. I'm a business person or not, and I think the way I do. I grew up the all-American boy. I was an all-American boy. I played high school football, whatever like that. So the whole thing is, I am the all-American boy. I had a Camaro as a teenager. I drove a Camaro, whatnot, you know. So the bottom line is, I am the only car. I drove Chevys and Fords, you know, when I grew up. I was the all-American boy, you know. I am not no foreigner like that. But you got to ask, people ask you, how does an all-American boy become a black nationalist, you know? That's where you get the college genesis from. People got to answer that question. And people just like try to dismiss me. Oh, he's just a tetherer, blah, blah. No, I'm the all-American boy, you know, and I basically am now a black nationalist. What the hell happened, you know? I was just a defensive end. That's all I was, you know. I played defense one night. You know, funny story. You know, I was on football, right? I didn't know really when I first football tryouts or whatever like that. I didn't know much about the game, right? So anyway, I'm on the line. You're supposed to protect the quarterback, right? Or protect the quarterback, right? Or break through the person's line, right? Break through the person's line and basically stop the person from coming in, right? You're on defense, right? So anyway, I never forget one time I'm on defense, right? And next thing you know, instead of me going, I'm supposed to run rush the quarterback, right? Okay, I couldn't get in, right? So the quarterback threw the ball. And I chased after the guy with the ball, tackled him. And never forget this one freaking coach. I forgot his name, Mr. Brown. I think his name was Mr. Brown. He was funny. You could tell in his voice he hung around a lot of black people, right? His voice like, "Yo, son, come here for a second. That's not your job." He goes, "You're supposed to just get the quarterback. You know, you're supposed to get the quarterback. You know, you're supposed to get the quarterback, right? You know." And so you're on defense. Your job is to get the offense, whatever. You're supposed to just brush the line, get through the guy. Okay. He goes, I said, well, I already got through the line. I said, you're not supposed to make a beeline and run down the field and tackle the guy. That's not your job. You just go for the quarterback and that's it. You let the other guys get that. When I just went out there, I turned around and said, look, your guy got through. So I said, instead of pushing the guy away, getting the quarterback, when the quarterback's done, when I'm freaking chased after the guy with the ball, I said, no, it ain't your job. You're supposed to just still go towards the quarterback. You know, it was pretty funny, though. Pretty funny. I didn't know what the hell I was doing, you know. I stuck with a more easier sport like basketball and baseball. Football was just too complicated for me, you know. I played football, ran track in high school when I fun times, you know. Yeah, I grew up in upstate New York, you know, and upstate New York, New York State had the best educational system in the world. Barudi's talking about Kala hasn't healed from white supremacy. Look, what is about mental white supremacy? I have healed. I never went through mental white supremacy. You know, I never went through that. So also all the stuff that affects you never affected me. You know, I never thought there was something wrong with me. You know, I never felt I had to become an Ubuntu, whatever like that. My life was freaking perfect when I grew up. I had a perfect family. I had perfect everything. You know. I looked perfect and I was everything perfect. I had everything I ever wanted when I was a kid, you know? So I don't have to freaking search for no goofy ass Ubuntu shit, you know? There ain't nothing wrong with me. I hate people coming here telling me there's something wrong with me and I gotta adopt some goofy ass culture from Africa, you know? Go ahead, Principe. What you saying?
You don't gotta adopt nothing from Africa. Even Elijah Muhammad, he preached that Black Americans were supposed to go through a healing process and to be restored anew. You don't believe that?
Well, what I would say to that is this: how do you basically heal, and you're dealing with the same? That's the problem I have with the Nation of Islam. That's one thing I have a problem with Nation of Islam. They say it's like a cult, right? Because when I used to mess with the Nation of Islam, I used to always say to myself, now, and it's a lot of hypocrisy too, right? You got to go out there, and when I was out there supporting the Nation of Islam, I had to go out there and work in the white man's world. I had to friggin', and you cannot, let me tell you something, brother. The reality is, when I was out there as a young man, right? When I was out there as a young man, I said to myself, right? I had friends, even when I was a 5%er, that have different races. I hung out together. My brother worked at Hooters, so we used to hang out with some of the Hooter girls, whatever. Like, there was a whole world. We all smoked weed. We got drunk, whatnot, you know. That was our life. But I would always go to the Nation of Islam. So I'm saying to myself, this hypocrite. I'm only in the Nation of Islam when I'm there. In my real life, where I lived, my social life was not good. Who I work at, Nation of Islam, basically, they never provided anything to anybody. They never provided no jobs. No. If they was able to like do like the Amish and the Hasidics, they work for themselves, right? They're completely. The Nation of Islam could have built communities in upstate New York like the Amish do, you know. Where I come from, upstate, you know, we have Hasidic communities and Amish communities, right? Hasidic Jewish communities. They have whole self-sufficient communities with their own little shopping centers, everything, farms, all that stuff like that. They make their own dairy and stuff like that. The Nation of Islam never did that, you know. They have their own temples of worship, their own housing, and everything. The Nation of Islam never did that. They never pulled their money together, did that. So when people keep telling about Nation of Islam, I said, that's not reality, you know? They never did that. Somehow, some way, it's never really materialized, you know? It was Nation of Islam only blown up because of the white media, because they call white people devils. That was it. Other than that, an organization that never existed, man. It was never an organization called the Nation of Islam, you know?
But they help
They help
heal crackheads and bums and winos.
Yeah, but hold on, look, I'm not a bum. I'm not all that stuff like that. Yeah, they probably help some people in the bottom tiers of Black America, whatever like that. But what does that do for me? Like I told you, I'm a freaking middle class Black kid, you know, had two parents in the house where I grew up or not. Grew up in upstate New York. My parents were families from the South, upstate New York. And so what could the Nation of Islam provide for me? It was a hindrance to me. You know,
well, I think when it comes to religion, it's supposed to be more of a spiritual thing. Like it's supposed to.
Yeah, but if they stuck to that, that's fine. But they basically are telling you how to live, how to eat and live, how to work, and other things like that. So I'm like, that's not reality. We still got look. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something right now. And I'll say that's why I designed the College Nation to be able to be more modern. I understand that you live in a country, like we don't live in our own nation, right? So I understand you're gonna come across different types of races and peoples, and you gotta know how to respond to that. You know, one thing I will say is stick with your own women who's called dating or not. But other than that, you're gonna have people or co-workers on your job. You can't tell a co-worker, you know, I can't chill with you this weekend because you're white. You can't do that, you know.
And do that.
You cannot do that, you know, because you're not going to live. I don't want somebody living isolated and like a weirdo, because people start calling you a weirdo and stuff like that. You want to be a person. I want people to live a normal life, you know. Don't let these cults live like that. Now, if you just happen to be in a situation where you're not dealing with other races and whatnot, like you might have somebody like your family members. They might be Christian, you know. They might be, you know what I'm saying? So you might have somebody that's don't believe what you say. They might be like, I mean, I have a lot of friends that are freaking MAGA, rootin' tootin' MAGA flex looting motherfuckers, you know? You never know. So, but I'm still cool with them. We can still drink beers and kick it. So according to Nation of Islam, I can't be hanging around people like that, you know?
Nation of Islam. I'm sorry to you know, but I gotta say something about the Nation of Islam. In my experience, the Nation of Islam is a pseudo belief. It's not progressive. I knew a brother who was in a nation. He was very extreme. He never wanted to work for the white man, and I found out what he was doing to get his money. And this is like a secret in the Nation of Islam. I shouldn't
There's
really
a lot
talk
of
about.
criminal activity. It's not stuff like
Yeah,
that.
man. I shouldn't talk about it, bro, but I saw the inner workings of the Nation of Islam. And I realized that we don't need this super black militant stuff because it's not functional.
It's
And
not
also,
realistic. You're not realistic. You can't live in
it's
America.
not.
And so like
It,
this, you got to go out there and friggin' work for the white. Look, 95% of black people work for white people, you know?
it is what it is, brother.
It is what
They
it is.
run it.
But the nation business talk that shit, right? But they'll take that money. Who do you think all the money comes from? People who got that city job or got that job or not, you know?
That's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
but
That's
the
true.
Nation of Islam is a contradiction because I knew brothers Nation of Islam married to Mexicans, Asians, but you're talking about married to black women. That's not a black woman, so they're a
I know.
contradiction.
They change it. They say she's a black Asiatic woman.
Yeah, man.
That's when they start. So when people start calling all people black, like they'll say, "Oh, the Mayans are." No, they're not. They're not Africans. You know, they don't define black as
You know,
African.
those are real Asiatic people. Asiatic people are people really come from Asia. Those are true Asiatic people.
Yeah.
Mexicans, East
So
Indians, even Arabs. That's the true.
because Elijah Muhammad, they say he was racially ambiguous. They say he was actually a Native American, partially, you know. And so the bottom line, so since he was racially ambiguous, he redefined the term of what it means. Because before, when Garvey said, "I'm an African, black African," you know. Nation of Islam just said we're the Asiatic black man, you know. That means
Yeah.
technically you could include Mexicans. That gave them free reign to marry Mexicans, Puerto Ricans,
Yeah.
Arabs, and all these other people like that.
My understanding was that Africa and Asia was connected at one time.
No, they're not. You know, Black Africa and Asia are two different things. That's what freaking nonsense.
I'm talking about the continent. The continents connected.
They're not connected. They're not connected, bro. You know, they're not.
They were connected at one point in time.
No,
Yeah,
they
you
weren't.
mean
That's
that
what they say,
Pangea theory? You see some
20 million years
Pangea.
ago, Tangier theory. 20 million years ago, we're all connected. Please, that's a bunch of pseudo nonsense, man. You know, that's why I said I'm the pseudo killer. You gotta talk. You know who I want to have one day on it? Chief X, man. That's my boy Chief X. He's a pseudo killer, man. You know.
You get straight to the point.
He gets
But
all this bullshit or not, you know?
Man, you get to pick and choose what you believe in.
Yeah, I know, but hold up. But let me say this in all due respect, bro.
You get to shape
all I asked for my platform, I don't want to hear that. You know, I want to
Yeah.
say black nationalist stuff.
Hold on, but Kyla. I wasn't saying you got to follow it up to the T. I don't agree. I feel like they over extreme or simple points, like you were saying. But I was saying that they do believe on the ideal of the need to heal to fully function and to go to the next level. And that was my main point to even bring them up.
The Nation of Islam, they themselves ain't healed because the bottom line, a lot of them basically look. My former partner in the BAO, Minister Dawood, he was a minister of the Nation of Islam. Right? He's one of the best ministers I've ever seen. He could really preach, you know. But he was just telling me, man. He said, "Look, man." He realized after he listened to me, right, the Nation of Islam, being a Muslim, don't have no retirement plan. They never. These people
It doesn't.
never have any. They don't have any pensions. They don't have
I
any,
knew a brother. Sorry, I knew a brother. I knew a brother named Rockman. Sorry to cut you off. I gotta say about the pension plan. I knew a man named Rockman. He was a Nation Islam for a very long time. He was out here in Los Angeles. He's originally from New York. He had a jazz gallery in Inglewood. He had it for a while. I used to work at the jazz gallery, but he was very militant. I knew he told me how he got his money through like white collar crime, scamming, stuff like that. But he lost the gallery because he never had, sufficient funds. Long story short, the brother was really struggling. He was very poor. He was even squatting on a home. And I was in that home with him, helping him out with the house. So it's like the brother's right. There's no retirement plan. That brother died poor. I mean, he ended up dying of COVID, but he died extremely poor. He was living out of shelters.
Yeah, most of the Nation of Islam members are very, very poor,
Yeah, man.
Nothing, because they reject like modern business and going into. Look, I'm like this. I tell all the time, right? Me personally, this is the age of the college. I say get a piece of the action, right? I said the federal government does $900 billion a year. Imagine if the Nation of Islam was organizing their people to get government grants, loans.
Man, they're not organized.
But you can't condemn the white man's government and like that. Like me,
You can't.
I do a delicate balance right there. I say, look, we should engage America for all its worth and whatnot, and then take that money and build it. Well, we're gonna build that. That's why that's the only way I could justify it.
And no offense to Nation of Islam, but they're failed to hell with them. No, I hate to say that, man. Thank you for Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X and Khalid Muhammad. Brilliant people come out of that movement, but it's done for. It's overdue. It's like this. I was talking to one sister about the Nation of Islam. I said, "This leave it, abandon them."
Dianetic shit,
Because and them too. They're trying to get the money, but they can't even buy a block. You couldn't even buy a block in the hood. So it's done.
What about the Nation of Islam? Well, shouldn't they have done something like the Hasidics and the Amish? Yeah, I don't know. You guys don't have that down there, but we have in upstate New York, in Pennsylvania, we have Amish whole communities.
Mm-hmm.
Villages where people live communally, right? In village, well, not really nice. So they have little.
In PA, they got that. They got that.
Yeah, so you have the Amish village. People go there on the weekend. They have the fairs there with basically have the paintings.
And you see, that's a way of life. It's a community. Oh, sorry to cut you off. It's a community, but they still live in this. They still live in a modern world. They still use smartphones. They still live in a modern world.
The Amish people, what they do is the
Amish don't use smartphones. So like the more conservative they are, the less they use.
They basically the only thing they really have is a radio. That's the only thing they have is television.
I heard they do use smartphones. They have to stay in contact with like lawyers and stuff like that.
The Amish and they say they do well. They do. Some of them do, right?
Some of them do.
Most of them, right? You don't just basically they live like they're in the 19th century. That's what that's the whole thing. They live like in the 19th century. They still drive mule and buggies and whatnot. The stuff they do, they make butter, manually make butter. And so they sell the stuff. They sell their crafts, their butter, the dairy, and meat products, whatnot, to the market. When people come there from all over to buy from them and stuff like that. There was the Amish mafia. Amish even got a mafia. Like in the bootleg times, they were freaking making what's it called, moonshine. But they had their own community. I'm saying, why the Nation of Islam couldn't have something like that? Where they're selling their own products and whatnot,
because
clothes.
Nation Islam mostly, okay, no offense to street dudes, man. They mostly recruit dudes from the prisons and the streets. The problem with doing that is that when you have a street mentality, for the most part, it's always like a get rich quick scheme. It's always like it's never stable. Cats, man, who always in the streets, they never have long-term money.
Well,
that's what it is.
It's not just for street people, but a lot of street people take to it because it takes, especially for men, it takes a certain thing to really resonate with men, and you know what I mean. A lot of men gravitate towards that.
Well, bro, it's mostly street dudes because brother, even a college educated brothers, they wake up and get out of it, and if they don't, they can get stuck. But the college educated brothers, they know the architects they have architects and lawyers. Where are they? There's very few.
Yeah, they said my brother, great Black Achievement. I'm gonna have him on one day. He's one I used to battle on Block Talk Radio for years ago, right? Anyway, basically, he told me he's like, this guy is like degree on top of degree. Really, he's the most degree having motherfucker, accomplishment motherfucker in the world. Anyway, he basically said he joined the Nation of Islam. He wanted to be part of the black. He got convinced to go in, so he joined the Nation of Islam, right? Instead of him saying, he's a lawyer, right? Instead of him saying, you got a lawyer, let's do something like this. He said, man, they had me out there selling Final Call newspapers. And whatnot.
Come on, dude, really?
He's a lawyer, man. They say, I said, they didn't put you up like, he said, no, I told them all the stuff I could do and all stuff like that. We can do business loan. They didn't want to hear nothing. All they want to do is they told them to get out there, work your way up by selling newspapers.
They still selling bean pies newspaper out there.
That's
Still
all
doing
doing.
that?
That's all. They haven't gone any.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. Them bean pies are good though. I'm not
The
gonna lie.
bean
They
pies,
good.
had they went into the bean pie business, right?
Yeah.
Like they were selling the recipe in cans, and people can make your own bean pie or jars, or basically go into a bean pie, frozen bean pies and whatnot. Man, it's a bean pie with some vanilla ice cream is delicious, man.
Man,
So
dude,
they could have got rich off the bean pie industry. They never had the mind,
something wrong with them. I just the whole hatred for the white man, but you want to look like a white man. You want your hair to look white. You're
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
right. Yeah, that's why I said there was you hate the white man, but your hair slick like the white man.
yeah,
I'm
y'all
sorry.
seeing bros put fucking like a texturized and perms in their head and I'm like, what are you doing? You talking about you want to be a white man, but you want to look like a white man? Get married to a non-black woman? Oh, she's an Asiatic woman, bro. What are you doing? I'm confused. That's why I don't mess with them.
Yeah, so I say, and no one calls them out. That's why I say that's what I said to myself. If you can get away with that, that means you can put anything over on black people.
Yeah, man.
We
I
used to
mean,
go,
they're still
wow,
around.
this is a college. This is the age of the collegegenesis. Nobody's safe.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's safe.
And another thing about Nation Islam, bro, that's why I like being on here. I even vet y'all, but sometimes I don't like hearing about race and just the hatred. I'm like, okay, bro, I need to take a break, man. I want to hear about this crap. I like watching a lot of white movies.
Them people, dude, man. Them people are not going nowhere. So what the fuck are you gonna do about it?
Yeah.
So the bottom line is this. My whole thing is this. I don't trust nobody that basically is based on everything we do on trying to get a rise out of or a reaction out of white people. Like, oh, we gotta go down there and do this. So then you get on TV, or we could act like they're talking for all of us. Whatever. The majority of us are just trying to make our money and everything like that. Now, if you want to tell the white man and the government that black people, we want to get inside government contracts or stuff like that, now you got me talking.
Exactly.
But if it doesn't make dollars and cents, I don't want to hear it.
And that's what I like about you. You're more practical. Like, make your money. Yeah, we talk about racism, but we don't got to talk about this with white people. And let me tell you something. You don't want to be around certain people. You don't got to be around them. Like, there's certain things I don't talk to white people about. I don't know. Look, sir, ma'am, I'm not going to talk about that. Look, it is what it is.
I never talk politics or race to white
people. Yeah, man. Like, and the basic Islam, dude, I'm like, dude, other like militant black, I'm like, nah, bro. Even Umar Johnson, like, he's a trip. That's what I like about you. You're practical. Make your money. Let's go get some land, build up there. We got our own nation. We see if it works. It's a concept. It's an idea that works. It's really simple.
What gets me is the people understand something that will basically cause, because we're going to need to be organized in America, like because every city that's connected with the African America is going to have to build their own banks, stuff, and we're going to have a pipeline from America to this new place that will organize Black America right there. Right now, Black America is just sitting in limbo, with no purpose.
Yeah, but we have what do you call that? We have potential. And like I said, we're recruiting people, just regular bros like me and you. We gotta watch out for these fifth pounding super black people. Like, yeah, like I said, we want to procure black people.
I call them Black Power Americans. In other words, basically,
yeah,
they're not African nationalists, they're Black Power. In other words, basically, they're trying to be black white people, like when people get out there talking about Donald Trump is ruining America. Donald Trump is America,
He is America. He's doing what he wants to do.
America. Your black ass is not America,
Yeah, they're talking about you want to observe Black history. So what? So what? You observe it.
What gets me is when black people talk about he colluded with Russia. What the fuck do I got to do with you? He goes, he's a sellout to America. Sell out to who? Well, he's selling himself out. He is America, Donald Trump represents America, right? Black people are a minority group. We're not America, We're just a minority group in America, That's another thing we got to get back to. It used to be a time, right? We back in the 80s, I remember, right? We used to consider ourselves a minority group, right? In other words, you got America, which was defined as white. You had Hispanics and you had black people as minority groups, right? That means that we're not particularly America. We're not basically part of this society as of yet. We're a minority group trying to integrate into that society, right? And so therefore, when we had that vantage point of a minority group, right, we act like that. In other words, basically, when Iran, just before you were born, Iran had held hostages. You ever heard about that Iran hostage situation?
You mean the Munich?
No, Iran. Iran's the student groups that overthrew the Shah took over the
Yeah, I
U.S.
heard about that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Well, anyway, what was the media never reports on is the fact that they released all the black people that was in the embassy, that worked in the embassy.
Mm.
And the reason why Iran did that is because they said we don't consider black people Americans. So, what Lisa? I want to know what Lisa has to say about that. The Iran in 1979, 1980, the Iranians released all the black, 79, whatever, like that. Released all the black employees of the U.S. Embassy. Said we have no beef with the black nation in America. You're not America. Wow, do people talk about that?
Interesting. That really goes kind of far. What do you mean? What do you think they mean by that? What prisoners
Well,
of war?
they're saying when the people who bombed us, who colonized us, we know the black people in America are being oppressed. They saw us as oppressed people. Anyway, they knew about the history of Black America. That's why they knew what happened to us. Like I played that video earlier. You see with the massacre of Atlanta, and so like that. Did you watch that video when I played it a little while ago?
I didn't see all of it.
Okay, well, it was Atlanta massacre 6 years after Booker T. Washington did his Atlanta Compromise speech. White mobs that were basically incited that black men were raping or assaulting white women came there and killed and massacred dozens of black people in Atlanta. I'm sorry, I can't forgive this shit, And then basically all these people, the Iranians, all these people always make a thing saying the blacks in America. They know. See, people around the world know our history. We've never reached around the world and said, "Look at us differently than you look at white America." Like if somebody hijacks a plane, I'm gonna tell them, "Look, your beef with the United States is not with me." You got people like believe so. Like that's right. I'm an FBA foundation. I'm an American. I'd be like, "Shit, I ain't no damn American. I was born here." But you know what I'm saying? If terrorists roll up on me, I'm like, yo, don't fuck with me, man. My people were basically oh well, look, she goes, now this was the deep south, right? She goes, America didn't do this, right? It was immigrants. See what I'm talking about, people who are sick,
I heard stories before, brothers in the Middle East that were fighting, and they would go into towns, and they would, and of course they're with the white dudes, and then they would have like the Arab guys would have a bag over their head, and they'll be like, "Black man, this ain't your war. Get up out of here. What are you doing here, black man? Get up out of here."
All the time. They did that. Germans did that. Germans did that.
Yeah, the Vietnamese did that. Go home, black man.
The world they let black men go. Germans did that.
The world
I didn't even know. I didn't know Germans did that. I thought it was just Vietnamese doing that.
No, Germans did that too. Hitler tried to recruit black men. Hitler said, "Man, those," because he remembers the Harlem Hellfire. He said, "Those are some fighters, man. The Harlem Hellfighters for World War I."
Okay, I want you to break that down real quick. Now, was Hitler really racist? He did view us as inferior.
That's all. Like I said, all propaganda, like they do against Donald Trump. Hitler was somebody. Basically, the people who were really racist were the Belgium, the Dutch, the British, the French. They were the ones who colonized Africa and half the world. Hitler basically invaded. He invaded the Netherlands, invaded Belgium, bombed Britain, invaded France. So he can't be all that bad. That's why
he invaded North Africa too.
Yeah, so he can't be all that bad. In North Africa,
he invaded North Africa, huh?
Yeah, no. Actually, it was Italy invaded North Africa.
Oh, my bad. No, I thought Germany was occupying out North Africa too.
No. It was Italy.
Oh, my bad.
It was Germany. Germany basically was Europe. Germany was pushing east. That's what that thing. They were pushing east.
Okay.
North Africa was dominated by other fascists named Franco.
Yeah, I heard a lot of theories that Hitler wasn't really racist. He was more angry at the Jews because of what they were doing to the German economy. He had an issue with the Jews.
That was one of the things he talked about, the Jewish protocols of Zion and stuff like that. I don't really buy it. I don't get into that because people call me anti-Semite and whatnot.
Yeah, we don't need labels that.
They label him a racist to gather all the international support against him. Actually, the real racist was the United States, like Hitler said. Britain, You know,
Yeah, because even Jesse Owens when he participated in the Olympics,
yeah, Jesse
Hitler.
Owens said, yeah, they said, well, when Hitler, they told Jesse Owens, okay, no one's gonna meet with the Fuhrer, and so they said the media spun it as Hitler was so racist that he would not meet with Jesse Owens, right? And Jesse Owens said years later, I regret that because that was what he said when he went to Germany. It was the first time he was treated like a human being. He said the German Nazis were welcoming him. They were like, they honored him. They invited him in restaurants one night. He said restaurants he could never do in America, right? He said in Germany he was eating in a restaurant. He said he had the German girls after him. They were talking about they want to marry him and stuff like that. So the racism, same thing with the black people who went to Russia, you know? And they black men, people don't know there's an African American community in Russia. People don't know that, you know?
Mm.
And so they said, man, the first time I felt like I'm a human being when I went to Europe and France and Russia and Germany and whatnot. But when they come back to America, they watch people getting lynched and whatnot. America is a white trash. That's why I said I have no love for people basically like Lizzo who sit there talk about America. America
Yeah.
is nothing but a white trash.
I heard that Europeans kind of do look down on Americans too, like white Americans,
They
because
call them low. They say the Americans low. You know?
yeah, I heard a lot of brothers have more opportunities in Europe, man. I was in my checking out Europe. Heck, not all of it's perfect. You're gonna experience some racism, but it's nothing like America.
It's nothing like America. That's why I hate when people go over. Do you know what country is racist? Yeah, America. I went to Italy. No, maybe because you're going in people's face and you're invading people's spaces and you're a foreigner and you got that American attitude and you're rude. Let me hold on. Let me play a video. Let me play a video. Tell me what you guys think about this. I got this one video I just friggin' came across. This has to be a friggin' hold up. I could have sworn I just sent it. Hold up. I could have sworn I just sent this video. Hold up. I could have sworn I just sent it to myself. It was like a video of a black woman in Pakistan, you know. Most ignorant shit I've ever seen in my fucking life, you know. You know, it was an ignorant shit I see. I just could have sworn I just sent it to myself. You know, hold up. Let me look for this on Facebook, you know. Let me look for this on Facebook anyway. Well, anyway, so what you saying, brother?
Yeah, I'm just saying. Well, I heard that Jesse Owens, he said that Hitler did acknowledge him on his way, like when they were like passing each other. He did acknowledge him. I think he did talk to him a little bit. He acknowledged him.
He said he didn't shake hands with none of the players, but Jesse Owens said he was told not to say anything because they were using propaganda to galvanize black people. Oh yeah, he said he felt like he was by the United States, you know.
Yeah, he said the United States. He said Roosevelt didn't even acknowledge him or nothing. He got back, so he said he was treated way better in Germany.
Yeah, and what you call it? Not only that, they used to tell black soldiers fighting for the war, saying, "Don't expect anything when you get back. Nothing's going to change." Imagine that you're going out to fight for war, right? And it's low class white trash country, right? Like this is a culture, nothing but brown white trash, you know. And so basically, tell them that you're not going to ever beat anything when not, you know. Let me give you an example. There was a German man that was captured in World War II, right? He told the black soldiers, the guy was on Montel Williams, right? This was back in the 90s, right? The guy was like, yeah, I was in Montel Williams. He said, I don't feel good about America, blah, blah, blah. Everything like that. He goes, let me tell you something, man. I was a veteran in World War II. I was on a train in Germany, right? I had a prison I was guarding, right? And the German prisoner said, nigga, man, I'm going to come to America and be your master, your boss, you know? He said, I get back to America, I couldn't get a job, I couldn't get a place to live, and I fought for this country. So he goes, I told my sons, if any of them fight for this country, I'll kill them, you know? I was like, damn, see, that's the 90s, you know? That's how good, that's how black people felt back then. So I don't know where this freaking ADOS FBA crap coming from, you know? That's how real black people think. These fake black people online and whatnot, they don't represent Black America. You know, I represent Black America.
My grandfather fought in World War II. Well, he was part of the Red Ball Express. So like black men were like drivers, and they would deliver the equipment and stuff, ammunition to the soldiers. But yeah, the same thing. Like he still had to get out and fight at times, but he's mostly like a driver. But it's funny because my grandfather told me that when he got back to America, like I said, still experiencing racism was hard. He went to the movie theater one time to go watch a movie, and he saw this sign that said the Red Ball Express, and it's a picture of a bunch of white dudes. He got really angry because it's really a black unit. You know, so
Right? Yeah, of course they're gonna whitewash our history,
yeah.
everything like that. You know, it's all, but it's all good though. You got Negroes out there waving the American flag. Yeah, let's get whitewashed and everything like that. Just time for us.
There's nothing wrong living in America, brother, but we know the underbelly of it, and
I
we
know, but the
know.
bottom line is this. You know what I want to be like? I want to be like the Jews. Do you think the Jews really give a shit about this country? No, it's all about Israel, you know?
Yeah, they fun. They just make money here. And they send all that money back to Israel. Look at Israel.
That's what I
Israel's
want us to be,
beautiful.
you know? I want us to build our own nation. Like
Israel, the only thing I look Israel as a great example we could use. The only problem with Israel is that they're behind enemy lines.
no, not
They're,
really, to tell you the truth. They cleared out the Palestinians and everything like that.
no, you got Iranian. You still got people that don't like you. You're surrounded by
Doesn't
people
matter.
that
They
don't
got a
like you.
military. As long as they got a military and everything like that. So my goal is to basically have it like our basic goal is to have at least good relationship with surrounding states, you know?
Yeah, strong allies.
Just showing out surrounding states.
Yeah,
That's what we
but
want. You know?
their military is powerful though because they were holding it down. I'm like, dang, they
Yeah,
were
so the
ruthless.
and they're determined to freaking live and exist, you know?
But we gotta be like them. I mean, you hate to take on someone's brutal nature, but them Israel, them Jews did not care. They were killing people left and right, leaders, you know, all kind of people. They were just knocking them off the
They
map.
were like basically like, we're gonna live, we're not gonna, you ain't gonna push us into the sea, we're gonna survive. That's what it takes to have a nation. I said the show I did the other day called The Ugly Reality of Nation Building. That's what I mean. You know, it's an ugly
Yeah,
reality.
because them
You know?
Jews, they were sending a message. We don't give a damn. We're gonna keep coming after each last Hamas leader. We don't care.
And the bottom line, I respect them for that, you know.
Yeah, me too. They did the right thing. You do that to white people and come back 10 times harder.
Yeah, what Bruce keeps saying, we need a African. Why would we retard ourselves by learning an African language? You know,
Mm-hmm.
see how I basically am talking. I talk to you in English. We speak English, right? I'm talking very clear. That means I got to stop, look at my Swahili book, see what I got to say, and we'll be like retarded for the next 200 years. You know, we don't have time to learn another language. You know.
I mean, we could respect the language. We could teach it as like a secondary language, but it's good to know English.
As an elective, you can have it as an elective. You can even encourage certain people to do the Kiss Swahili songs, or you could basically have some news outlets to have it. You know, but as far as like a national language, we has to be that everyone knows lingua franca. It's gonna be English. You know.
Yeah, universal, exactly, universal language. It's good to get to a point where everyone learn English because then we have no more language barriers.
Yeah. So bottom line is this. And also, like it says, English, all the books, text, science, and everything is in English. You would have to interpret all the books of learning the periodic tables of element, all the stuff in science and technology and everything has to be interpreted in another language when you already got it in English. Why are we going to freaking start all over again? That'll take thousands of years, Baruti, you know?
And English is the easiest language to learn.
Exactly.
It's super easy. I mean, any foreigner can pick it up fast. Spanish is difficult because of conjugations and the feminine and masculine nouns. And all that other languages are really hard.
Spanish is actually harder than French, to be honest with you.
Huh?
You know, Spanish is more difficult than French to learn.
Yeah, it is more difficult than French. I took French and I was picking up on me, je m'appelle, you know, I still know how to like speak a little bit of it, but Spanish is really difficult.
I took 4 years of Spanish in high school. I know a little bit. I know a little bit still, but I really.
¿Cómo estás? Bien.
Yeah. How you doing? You know. And so, bottom line, I took Spanish in high school. That's been so.
And
many
see,
years.
the thing is, when they teach you Spanish in school, it's nothing like street Spanish. It's very different.
I can pick up something and say, "Que quiero?" What do you want? You know.
Yeah.
I can pick up some stuff like that. Hola means hi, whatever. I can pick up some things when I hear people talk. You know. But for the most part, yeah, it's the Spanish I learned in school was different than the Spanish. It's what you call the Puerto Rican Spanish, you know.
Yeah, Mexican Spanish and they speak more rhythmically faster.
Yeah.
It's just you're not gonna pick up every word.
If you don't, if you don't know English really well, you can't understand what a lot of Black people say. You know.
Yeah, there's Ebonics.
When people hear that, you ever see the movie Airplane?
Yeah, what you're talking about? What's that? Oh, what's that thing what's that language? Jive talking or something?
Yeah, jive talk. I speak jive. You know, the lady from
Yeah.
Let me find that clip. Let me
Dude,
find
that
that
shit
clip.
was funny. Shit, he was all like, "What's wrong with him? Man, it's getting me to the bone now."
Yeah. Let me play that. Let me find that clip. You know, let me find that clip, man. I need to get
She was all like, "Now hold on, young blood." That would have me cracking up, man.
Yeah, that's the Billingsley. She was a mother in Leave It to Beaver.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
She was
that
pretty,
was
man.
hilarious. Which was she said that was all improv. You know, she's like, yo,
Really?
no, that reason she had said they rehearse. Let's see, black guys, movie. Yeah, so yeah, she was basically said that one of the guys, like speaking of that, he was like basically yeah, they went over a thing when like, she just picked it up just like that. That was hilarious. You know, that was just hilarious.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's all
all these
improv.
plane crashes, man. Nervous to fly, man. Shit, you know.
But yeah, of a black
Airplane, I tell you,
language,
some
if you
airline. What you say?
no, nothing.
Okay, hold up.
You were saying that you gotta know English really well to understand how some black people talk. You're right, because you in the South, man. The way some of these dudes talk in the South, you'd be like, "What'd you say?"
Yeah, you gotta really know English really well.
Shit, man. That hunky must be messing my old lady. Got to be running coal upside down his head, you know?
Hey, yo, I can dig it. No, he ain't gonna lay no more big rap up on you, man.
I say, hey, Sky. Southern say I won't sing. Pray to Jay, I did the same old, same old.
Knock yourself a pro slick. The gray matter backlot performers down. I take TCB in, man.
Hey, you know what they say? See a broad to get that booty yak 'em. Leg her down or smack 'em, yak 'em. Cole got to be. You know? Shit.
Yeah, that was just so funny. They couldn't make that movie.
Can I get you
They
something?
couldn't make that movie these days of time. Let's play another clip. They couldn't make that. This is for fair use, folks. Fair use.
Turn on some air.
Can I get you something?
Some mofo butter laying me to the bone, jacking me up. Tight me.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Cuddy say can't hang.
Oh, stewardess, I speak jive.
Oh, good.
He said that he's in great pain and he wants to know if you can help him.
All right, would you tell him to just relax and I'll be back as soon as I can with some medicine?
Just hang loose, blood. She's gonna catch up on the rebound on the med side.
What it is, big mama? My mama raised no dummies. I duck a rap.
Cut me some slack, Jack.
Say Cuddy ain't saying we say be doing everything.
Chump don't wanna help, Chump don't get the help.
Say can't hang, say 7 Up.
Jive ass dude don't got no brains in him.
That's hilarious, man. Nobody trying to see that shit, man. That's a classic. They could not make that nowadays. So everybody get offended.
Yeah, man.
Everybody get offended and whatnot. You know.
The 70s. This was this is the 80s, right? Or the 70s? No, it's the 70s.
That was 1980. That was 1980.
Okay, this was 80. Yeah, you're right. Okay, it's in the 70s. But yeah, it's the 80s. So yeah, man, movies were more raw back then, man.
Yeah, oh yeah. We had a movie called History of the World Part 1. That was the funniest movie ever made. Mel Brooks.
Uh-huh.
That was the funniest movie ever made, man. I'll play some clips. They had the one dude. There was an ancient Rome. They go to different parts of the thing. There was in barbarian times, and then went to ancient Rome. And all of a sudden, they had the one black dude, Gary Hines, right? Then had a brother walking down the street, ancient Rome, with a box on his head, with an afro in a box. Well, that shit was funny. Playing Funky Town, when he hit down with that, walking out Rome with a fucking box and whatnot. That's funny. And all of a sudden, they had the one thing that said, we got this weed. They had a whole bunch. He said, oh, yeah, I know how we can stop the Roman soldiers, right? And he had this weed, right? So he bought this big-ass blunt, right, out of paper, right? He could give me those scrolls over there. Hey, bro, that's 5-foot-ass blunt, right? And smoked the just so fucking funny, man. That was a fun. See, they used to make movies like that. But they can't make movies like that. Because then they had one part where Jesus, it was like the last dinner with Jesus, right? And Mel Brooks was like, somebody, the guy, he said, man, Jesus. The Jew said, what? You know, I said, freaking Jesus. What do you want? Why you calling me? It's so fucking funny. And I was in one part with Moses. You know, Moses got stuck up in the back. He raises his arms, right? And next thing you know, the water parts, right? And they'll say that the next thing they show he had a bow and arrow in the back, and they now hold him on, keep him there while he got robbed. And Moses are saying, "You goddamn son of a bitch." People got mad about that. They say you had Moses cursing, Jesus cursing. That shit was freaking funny. And he was in the French Revolution. That's what made me people understand how movies and stuff like popular work because of history of the world. It made me want to study what the French Revolution was all about, right? And I really studied it because it was like the last scene was based on the French Revolution, right? There was in the French Revolution. And so I went and started studying the French Revolution since I saw that movie. It made me interested in the French Revolution, just from a movie History of the World. I said, and that's why people ask me about the French Revolution. I know about it. How did I get started on it? I saw it in a movie. That's why I said when you have a good movie, a good author or writer, he encourages you. Like my novel, Journey to the Promised Land, I injected a lot of real history in there, in the characters, like the Colfax Massacre. Have you ever heard of the Colfax Massacre?
Oh, no, I never heard of that.
Okay, the Colfax Massacre happened in the 1800s. 1800s during Reconstruction. It was a massacre of a black town in Louisiana in one of the parishes, right? And one of the characters in my book was a survivor, or he was a Union soldier survivor of the Colfax Massacre, right? And I had a lot of people read my books, right? I never heard of Colfax Massacre, right? And I said, so you went and looked at it? I said, yeah. So they went and looked up the Colfax. Sure enough, it did exist. It really happened, because the way I described it in vivid detail and stuff like that, he was chased, the character was chased by a white mob, but now he made it, So basically, like I said, the Colfax. I want to see Dave. He ordered my book. I want to see how he is. Dave, are you out there? Call in. Let's see how far you got on my book, man. He ordered my book,
Oh, your book is on Amazon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did save it to my list, man. I gotta pick that book up, man. I forgot about. I had to save it on my list though.
Yeah, Journey to the Promised Land.
Man.
I wrote that book. When I wrote that book, published that book in 2014. 10 years later, my dream came true. I took a group of African Americans to Liberia. 10 years. That was
takes
my
time.
plan. My plan. It took me 10 years. I had to get the right person, Mamani, but he helped make it happen. So, like I said, when I tell you that I'm going to make this thing to the African, we're going to do this, I am going to do it. When I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it.
And you're being patient, you're growing. And Sean, I saw that interview you had with that brother from where is he from?
UK.
UK. Yeah, he was a lawyer. No, he was a lawyer. He was a ambassador. No, not ambassador.
Ambassador Hyman.
Yes.
Yeah, they call him ambassador. He's like a goodwill ambassador or whatever like that. But he represents a lot of big money people in Europe that want to invest in Africa, but they need the right partners and stuff on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I provided that with him, right? But he made a mistake in going over my head, That's the whole thing. But my boy Ross told me that he actually got a hold to the show where I played him video. Now he's basically coming back to Liberia. He probably should be there one time, another month or so. He's coming back, he's reconsidering, he's coming back to Liberia with a plan, But he got sidetracked when he thought he was going over my head. Yeah, that's another thing about Africa, right? People, I'm gonna tell you something. These people are fucking a bunch of idiots. They get in power, right? And they hold all the progress up unless they get their cut, And so it's like I know if we had a freaking nation state of our own and we have to deal with these Africans, man, we'd be fucking on top, But all these people that go into places like Ghana, they ain't gonna get no place, They ain't gonna get no place. Africans are mired in mediocrity, man. That's what it is. I know Principe don't like when I say that, but it's the truth. They're mired in mediocrity and whatnot. They only care about what's in front. They ain't got no long-term plans for the continent. Brody says, Kali, you missed my last comment. Riri, I said Africa need consolidated group name. Dude, man, we're African Americans, man. When we move to if we move to the African continent and we get a new land, then we'll have a new name. But until then, I am sick of the renaming bullshit. We always renaming ourselves. We ain't got our situation doesn't change. You ever notice that, right, Wise? Everybody can give us new names, everything like that. But what about our fucking land? You know, that's the only thing I want to hear from anybody. You know, is how we gonna get our fucking land. You know, I don't want to hear nothing about no renaming myself or whatever like that. Or learning some other shit. You know.
Yeah, man. Do diplomacy. But may I ask you a question in the spirit of Black History Month?
Go ahead.
Do you believe the anti-woke culture is attack on your vision, and is it an attack on the work of your ancestors?
What are you talking about?
The anti-woke culture. So they basically are trying to
First of all,
slowly
it
roll
depends on
back.
what you mean by woke. I'm anti-woke. I don't believe there's multiple genders. I don't believe in that shit.
No, not that. I think most Black people don't agree with that. But I'm saying, like,
Okay, hold
in
on,
terms of
hold on. What? First of all, before we can ask the question, what are you defining? Give me an example about how you define woke.
like they basically now saying like, oh, you can joke on whatever stuff like that. And
Like what? You gotta give me an
historically,
example.
they used to have minstrel shows in America, which was used to ridicule and minimize the African race, especially
All right,
Black
look.
Americans.
I would look. The
So is
bottom
that
line
a
is this.
plus?
I would simply, in a million years, dare them to do that. They can't do that to us now. So I still don't understand what is a woke culture. I don't get. To me, the woke culture is a bunch of people who basically just someone one day is thinking that everything's a lie and I've been lied to. That's what you people that come out brand new. Everything's a lie. We've been lied to. Blah blah blah. The Earth is really flat. You're eating chemicals every day, blah, blah, blah. And they basically really a bunch of idiots who only are contrarians, There's woke and there's contrarians. There's people that basically want to be contrary to what everybody else is doing. If you say that, yeah, education is good, oh man, woke tells me that you can learn more by watching TikTok than you can go by getting a college education, That's what woke means, Woke means that, oh man, I don't have to freaking follow my doctor's instruction. I can just go and drink some vitamins, some herbs, and I'll be all right. Forget the fact that I got full-blown cancer. That's what
the
woke
worst advice, man. That's the worst woke.
and so that's what I'm saying. That's what the woke fucking is. Idiots, bunch of fucking idiots.
Like Dr. Sabi, no offense to him. When you mentioned
He was
that
a
herbal
fucking
crap,
clown.
man.
He was a clown.
That dude was a big scammer, man. I knew that guy. He had someone come to his village. They died. They were on kidney dialysis. And they said, well, I'm on kidney dialysis. He said, oh, don't worry. Just come to my village. They end up dying like a few days later. I mean, it's like, you got to be careful who you're dealing with.
As I'm saying, these guys coming from these third world countries and whatnot, and
Hold
they
on,
prey
hold on.
on vulnerable Black
How you
Americans.
going to attack Dr. Sebi on Black History Month?
Look,
Even
man,
the
first of all,
Western
he did
medicine
Black
doesn't work
history.
100%.
Look, this is why I say, Principal. There's new rules here in the college in Black America, right? Well, the college says, right? I give people permission to question other people, right? There's been a lot of characters in our community that, we like them, but we got to put them on the shelf. We
Yeah.
can't go by it like this. We have to be able to critique and criticize people. We can't have
No,
not have sacred cows. He's not a sacred cow.
Yeah, but even Western medicine doesn't work 100%. There's people that go to the hospital and they still die.
Stop it, bro.
Is that another thing?
Look, I'm alive right now because of Western medicine.
Yeah, nobody's knocking Western medicine, but
look,
it's not 100%.
Like I said, too many
margins for error.
right? I work in the healthcare field. I deal with clients of mine that they got to have life-saving treatments, medicine, stuff like that. That the medical science is in America is the best in the world, right? People's lives are being saved through medical science, STEM research, and stuff like that. And so the bottom line is, then you got the ignorant Black people who don't want to actually get a medical degree and real research. They think they got it. All they do is sit around trying to discredit real academia and stuff like this in the name of being woke, honestly, I'm tired of it. If they want to do that, man, on their own, fine. But I'm sick and tired of them coming to our community. Fucking our outcomes in our community are worse now than it ever was by people coming around talking about they're trying to heal us,
Yeah, these spiritual woo-woo people, these
gurus
potheads, naturopathic people. Like, come on, get up out of here, bro. No offense, man, but we got modernize.
I had this one lady, a client of mine, right? This is like, what year was this? Like 10 years ago, right? 10 years ago. Anyway, she was an older black lady at the time, man. She was older than me because she was like 65. She was on Medicare. Anyway, I went to her house out in Portsmouth, nice house one night. I think she lived with some relatives one night. She's down from New York. I could tell her accent. She's down from New York. She was one of the strong black women. You know, you black women that basically, she's nice, but you could tell you don't want to piss her off or not. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about, right? She has that strong, like she'll tell. She got into get this. She's in the suburbia in Portsmouth, right? Guess what she's hooked up into? Malachi York.
Oh no.
And check this out. And I'm saying, she goes, "Oh yeah, see, I don't even drink water out of the faucet, but I don't know, just so we don't supposed to do this." And then all of a sudden, we shouldn't be doing this when not. We shouldn't be doing that. And I mean, just all this we shouldn't do and whatnot. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna start living off the land and whatnot. I'm gonna start planting stuff in the backyard. And I'm like, this lady was batshit crazy, man.
Yes, these spiritual woo-woo people, man.
Yes.
Super like
So
scientific,
we have to
cosmic.
basically rein in what is right and what is I believe in LARP was logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. And principally, did you see the part where where John Henry Clark said that Booker T. Washington was anointed? That's what happens in black leaders. You ask who are black leaders? Black leadership, as we've always known it, right, are anointed by the white power structure. Do you think they're gonna let somebody? You think they're really gonna let black people choose who leads them? No, it don't work like that, bro.
Yeah, but by definition, like a lot of people were selected,
Every one
such
of
as
them was
W. Du Bois,
selected.
Frederick Douglass.
They even select our radicals. They say, okay, we know some of y'all gonna be angry with the status quo. We know there's a militant faction, so we're gonna create a outlet for that group. That's why they gave us the Nation of Islam. The main
No, but
thing is,
those people have a genuine following before they even are quote unquote selected by the media.
no, they'll misled. Most of those people were misled. Those people are misled. Misled people. They always target people right out of prison, stuff like that. People ain't got no other choice, and stuff like that. Nation of Islam never penetrated into the mainstream of Black America. It never did.
No, but Booker T. Washington was an educated person who
But the
basically had a following in academia.
he was also somebody who had to eat, and it was
What
a white
about
power structure used him to basically placate black people. And at 6 years after black people listened to him, cast their buckets down, and still we had some success. White people still, and he did produce
Hold on. He even though he was a mulatto, some people believe he was a mulatto, some people don't. He was not for race mixing. So
No.
the people
What I'm saying is this:
these people that caused that riot was people that were
The people that caused the riot
dating
were
white women.
white people, were white Georgians, right? They rioted on black people because they believed black men were attacking white women. They had to show
Exactly, integrationists who want to date white women.
No, it wasn't
Booker T was
integration.
not for
No,
that.
that's a lie. That's a lie, bro. The people that basically attacked black people in their own towns, white people invaded their black towns, and massacred them out of newspaper articles that white women were being assaulted in the black areas. That's what happened.
Hold on, Colin. I have heard you even try to imply that most Caribbeans are sellouts, and we seek after white women, and we don't understand that in certain communities,
these black
white
men
people don't like that. So you telling me African Americans don't do that?
These black men were not after white women. That was a lie. They were
Come on, man.
propaganda.
So no men at that time were after white women.
No, you understand how Black America is, right? We know how dangerous it is, but we will always tell every black man would tell his son, "You stay away from the white girl." My father told me that. That's something in us, man. We're told, "Don't bring no white girl home. Don't do like that. Don't mix the races." That's where stay away from white girl. I was told that in 3rd grade from my uncle.
I hear you, but everybody doesn't follow that. There's certain people that try to create their own creed and own mission and own.
Most black people in America, follow that rule. Maybe you guys don't. Most of my friends who went with white girls were from Haiti and from the islands, right? Most Black American guys.
How many of them were they?
Almost all of them.
How much was all? How much?
I looking back at now, right? Almost all the people that I know, my boy Pat Philippe, all of them had white girls.
Yeah, but how many of all of them is? Like, is it 10 people, 12 people?
About 10, 15 people, lots of them. Everybody.
That's not a lot of people.
We had lots of yellow. I grew up with a lot of Haitians, right? Most of them had no problem with white girls, man. You know, they're the only ones that did. We didn't freaking basically mess with white girls like that. You know, we didn't. You know, it was Haitian kids and freaking Jamaicans that mess with white girls. Us brothers that came from African American families, we didn't do that because we were just told stay away from white girls. And also, when I was growing up, man, a friend of mine, his little brother, got killed, murdered for dating a white girl, Sean Edwards.
Was he Caribbean or African? Was he
It was
Caribbean
African
or African?
American, but I don't know. The Edwards.
Exactly. So
I
come
know
on, man.
that. What I'm saying is this though. We know we weren't shocked when it happened. You know, it's that when Africans get killed and Caribbeans get killed, they act shocked. You know, we were not shocked because we weren't expecting that. You date white girls and whatnot, and out here these Klansmen upstate New York, man, they'll fucking lynch you. They'll kill you. You know, they'll shoot you. You know, they see you with a white.
But
That's how dangerous it was.
There's a pride element in African communities and Caribbean communities that they kind of want you to marry and date your own or other blacks that exist as well.
Africans,
No, that exists.
They anything that look prettier than them.
That's true.
That's what it is. You know,
that's not true. Most of us be in enclaves and we party amongst ourselves, date amongst ourselves. What are you talking about?
Africans don't see race, bro. Africans or Caribbeans do not see race. They're very accepting of other races people.
No, but a lot of them party amongst them. A lot of Africans party amongst them.
They're not marrying their damn women. Stop it. Africans have single mother property, just like the Haitians, Jamaicans. Well, everybody start making so there's some honorable people living in their own communities. Well, sell that to somebody else, man. You know, they got baby mothers on welfare living in the projects like everybody the fuck else. You know, please.
Again, but that exists, but it's not encouraged. A lot of that is frowned upon.
We don't look. That's another thing.
Haitian
We don't
community,
encourage that shit. You know, when you make it seem like we're encouraging all this shit like that, this function in our community, it happens. You know, because people.
No. Yeah, you ever see the BET Awards?
Well, hold up. This is what I'm talking about, right? BET Award don't represent black people. That ain't owned by black people. The friggin' people that run BET are not black people that have an interest in black American culture. You know, I can only be.
No. But
look, if I was up here every night showing booty shaking in one of my videos and whatnot, then you could hold me accountable for that. But what I show on here is educational. But the bottom line is, I don't have the power, whatever like that. There's money behind BET. And that's what they want us to show our people. You know, you don't seem to understand.
No. My point is this: when you watch it, you'll see like the divide in Black America. There's a middle class conservative type. Then you see the ratchet type, and every time the ratchet people go do ratchet shit, conservative types make a face.
Hold on. There's this myth that basically because you're middle class that you're not ghetto and ratchet. I know so many people, black people that are so-called have nice houses, middle class, everything like that. They're just degenerate as anything. Then I know a lot of people who are poor, living in public housing. They're the most beautiful people, righteous people you're ever gonna meet in your life.
It's a mindset.
Basically,
hold on. I didn't use the middle class. I said conservative versus the ratchet.
There's a lot
you
of
see
people,
the energy in that.
There's a lot of people I know that live in public housing, poor black people that are decent people, decent girls and whatnot that keep themselves for their husband when they get married, got morals and values, everything like that. Ain't got two dimes to rub together. And those are the black people I love. You know. You know, so
absolutely, but exactly, conservatism doesn't have nothing to do with class. It has everything to do with mindset. That's why I said when you watch it, you'll see the distinctions.
There's a difference, though. When I talk about when black people are concerned, we are not conservative in our own way. Conservative, when white people talk about, they mean keeping the status quo of white supremacy. That's what they mean. You know, Jesse Lee Peterson is a white supremacist in blackface. Same thing with Thomas Sowell, Candace Owens. Those are conservatives. And Brandon Tatum, that dude's a fucking clown. You know, he's somebody that hates black people. You know, he really is married to a white woman. He's like, I'm not that sort of conservative. You know, I just mean.
No, I'm not talking. Those are like Republican loyalist kind of
a black conservative, right? I'm like this.
No. Hold on.
Those people detest their own people. You know, that ain't who I am. They don't care about they hate their own race when they think there's something wrong with being black. So therefore they basically make up this thing like black people. And what they found out was like that black people basically think a lot, and white people think about the same thing. They care about the border, they care about immigration, they care about stuff like that. They care about school choice. They care about the economy and stuff like that, right? But you listen to the black conservatives, all we're doing is talking about reparations. They use the extreme examples. Always all talk about we make excuses for gangbangers and stuff like that. That's what the black conservatives do to make them feel like they're the special Negroes to white people. That's all that is. They want to be the only Negro in the room, you know? And then when you see these black conservatives, they don't even get along with each other, you know? They hate each other, you know? You'll never see black conservatives on a podcast together, talking it up, whatever like that. They basically hate each other, you know? Because they naturally hate their own race. And I don't buy with nothing that hates my own race, you know? And these black conservatives hate their own race.
But black conservative, I'm talking about the black church, black family-centered people, the Nation of Islam type, the Pan-Africanist black family type.
Those are just hold up.
That's conservatives who believe in preserving.
Those are just black people, you know. Those black people.
No, but they believe in preserving like family, culture, community, the essence of morals. Exactly. That's the conservatives I love.
That's been in our community for 400 years, man. It ain't nothing new.
Absolutely, I agree. I agree.
Bottom line, look, Black America. There's a Black America that functions. That's the majority, right? Then there's a loud minority that don't do that. So my goal is to get that minority on code with the rest of it. The only way you can do that is you got to enfranchise them. The only way you can enfranchise them by building a new reality for them. It's not going to happen in America. America has absorbed as much black people as it could possibly do, right? The rest of the black people are just abandoned and left to their own vices. That's not fair. Now, when we build a nation, those black people that you look down on, they'll have an opportunity to pull themselves up, you know? And so that's what I'm saying. It's opportunity. The black people who don't want a nation are just selfish, you know? They got theirs, what that. So the black people who want to make a come up, say, man, I'm gonna take 4 years, get my degree. I want to learn this one. I'm gonna have plenty of work over in the Afghanistan. You know, I'll be able to find me a nice, beautiful woman. I'll be able to work, have play. When I don't have to worry about no damn racist cops or whatever like that. All this stuff I complain about in America. I'm living in a black culture, black country, black media, black movie theater, movie industry, and everything like that. Everything's based on me. I want to live in that world, you know, a black world. That's all it is. I want to transition from here to a black world, and I know millions of black people are going to want to do that. I know it because I know.
I agree with that.
I know my people.
I agree with that.
And the bottom line,
your message need to target that.
You know, like the reason why I'm doing this because what I want is more people, everybody in Black America. The problem, the reason why it don't happen is not because it's just Black Americans are lazy. Look who we got leading us, lazy people. Al Sharpton, fucking Roland Martin. You know. Everybody's lazy. Everybody thinks basically, you know, what people think is hard work nowadays, being a fucking content creator. You know.
Hold on. I thought you said they weren't leaders. You just said they weren't leaders at the beginning.
Lazy people, right? We don't have any freaking leaders, right? We have people that we listen to and everything like that. They got an audience and everything like that, but there's no leadership. There's nobody like that. I said people we listen to these people, but they're not leaders. None of them. Leadership. Why? Because Black America has decided, right, that it's lazy. It doesn't want to do nothing, right? So all we want to do is be talked to and entertained. So in that regard, to lazy people that's not doing nothing, yeah, Al Sharpton, Roland Martin are leaders. You know, you're leading black people to nowhere. You know, but when it comes time to actually black people say we want something, we want to build something, like the Garvey movement, then people like myself got to step up and answer that void. You know. So
the thing is, leadership brings us together. The classism within our leadership, the classism within our, you know what I'm saying, the elitism, the classism, what splits us apart.
Well, explain that.
So all the leaders, they focus on like the people that could respond and be like more intelligent, more, you know what I mean, more.
So is there something wrong with being intelligent?
There's nothing wrong with anything I'm saying or anything. I'm just pointing out the facts or the thing that, you know what I mean, is in between why we can't get together. Leadership brings everybody together. The thing about black people is they keep classing themselves apart. And then so it gets to be about just that class or just the other class.
Well, that's all. Let me say this, bro. That's the way it is because let me give you an example. Every time you have when black people do get together, right? let's say somebody like me, right? I don't really care about the. I wish a lot of black people would luck, but if I got to vote on something, right? Let me give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about, right? When you get people together and they're talking about, oh, what about we need more food stamps, we need more Section 8. I'm like, I'm not on Section 8 food stamp. Why should that be my main focus on why I vote? You know? Why is everything serving one class of black people and not the rest of? What about black people who are trying to get into like lucrative government contracts and stuff like that? Should we have a political backing of our people? Why is it always centered
It's
around
just like
the poor?
it's just like because the education that you get and the job availabilities and things that you're supposed to move up in class. So the squeaky wheel gets the oil. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you a question, right? Should the lower class people make a concerted? Let me tell you something. You got a lot of these sisters out here, right? They're basically still connected to the ghetto, but they get their degrees, right? And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, whatever like that, because the social status don't change, even though they make a little bit of money and like that. So the bottom line, they still have become single mothers and same problems that they have even with their degrees. So, that can't be it. That can't be it. So I'm saying, or as far as like politics is concerned, right? On every election 4 years, everybody's coming you, beating you upside the head that we got to vote for the Democrats. Now they're pushing us to talk about DEI. And I want to play a video. Hold on. Give me 1 second. It's about this DEI shit. Bomani sent me this. It's about this DEI shit, you got people talking about DEI. DEI does not benefit from Black America, right? But they recruited our Black pastors and everything to go out there and talk about DEI, which the really goal of DEI is the transgenders and all these other people like that having access to everything, So we basically got to ask ourselves a question: it seems to me that these people are so brazen about using black. I mean, the balls these people. We have all this pain and suffering, right? But yet people come around and use us. Don't care like this. Like, people using Black Lives Matter, according to all this confusion, right? And it's really about the gay movement. It's really about all these things that don't care about nothing about black people, right? But they'll get up there saying Black Lives Matter, Black Lives, and you ain't serious about helping black people. It ain't about us. It's bait and switch, So, like I said, this is what we're talking about nowadays. Now people are starting to ask, what the hell is all? That's why people look at this now like there is no black leadership. There never was. There never was any black leadership,
There was never was nothing for black. I mean, black was always here to be used. I mean, according,
I'm not gonna be used, but I'm not gonna be used.
I mean,
like I said, they don't have my vote. I'll make a point of always voting for a Republican just to send a message that I don't give a damn about what you say. Look, I'm not joining a movement to promote the gays and all these other people like that. I'm not going to do it. I am not going to do it. So hold up. Here's a video here.
Hey, homeowners.
Okay, hold up. Okay, hold up.
At Cox Mobile, we know you need reliable cell service that goes wherever you do. That's why we run on the network with more nationwide coverage than T-Mobile.
Our church is going to be in a fast of 40 days of consistent prayer. Come on, I can't hear nobody. I said 40 days of consistent prayer. Lent starts on Wednesday, March the 5th. And for 40 consecutive days, our church will be in prayer. Some of those days will be here in person, other days will be virtually, other days will be on the phone, but 40 consistent days of prayer. Secondly, ladies and gentlemen, I am calling us, listen to me, because we have to operate in the spiritual. I am calling the conscientious Christian community all over this country, the conscientious Christian community all over this country. I am calling for a 40-day fast from Target. Beginning on March the 5th, 100,000 conscientious Christians. You don't have to be black, Latino, Asian, white, 100,000. You're going to sign this commitment to be a part of this 40-day fast. 100,000 of you bare minimal. I'm asking you that after service, you'll go to targetfast.org. Targetfast.org. I want you to share with everybody on your job, every person in your home, every person in your sphere of influence, every person who follows you on social media. I am believing for 100,000 people are going to sign this covenant commitment of not just prayer, but fasting from Target. Here's what is amazing. Listen to me, because what we learned from the Montgomery bus boycott is that racist America doesn't respond to speeches. They respond to dollars. Come on, and if they start losing $29 million a day for 40 days, we will break the back of the system. I want to go on record that not only am I asking you to fast for 40 days from Target, I am telling you to sell all of your Target stock. I want the stock to go down because we are standing in righteous indignation against racism and sexism in this nation. I hear the naysayers, I hear the pundits, I hear those who are detractors saying, how will this impact our...
Notice how he's slipping sexism in there? What he really means is anti-gayism and whatnot. See how slick they are?
Black businesses. I'm glad you asked. You at New Birth. You're not at their church. So as a consequence, when it is that you register to be a part of this 40-day fast, we have come into partnership with the National Black Chamber of Commerce. National Black Chamber of Commerce CEO is here with us on the day. Brother Busby, would you please stand? Thank you so very much for being with us from Washington, D.C. Listen to me very carefully. When you register for this fast, we will send you a digital directory of 300,000 black businesses in America, where you can do your business instead of going to Target. Y'all not saying anything to me. You can buy black-owned paper towels and toilet paper and soap and dishwashing detergent. Do you know what it's going to be for America when we start shifting our own economic ecosystem and start investing in ourselves? Let me further say to all of the black vendors who presently have products in Target, we are not starting for 30 days because I want you to have enough time to shift all of your product digitally so that the community will be able to support you. Your business will not fail and your family will not suffer. Additionally, every black business that is not in the Black Chamber of Commerce, you got 30 days because the fast does not start until March the 3rd. I need Target to be on the full alert because we are operating in decency and in order. We are operating in decency and in order. We are operating in decency and in order. I'm going to say it again. We're operating in decency and in order. I'm saying this before they got a new FBI chief that calls us a terrorist organization.
So Carla, you see him as a partner or you see him as an adversary?
Well,
I've been to his church before.
Look, I'm like this. My
I've been to
whole
his
thing
church
is
in
this.
Atlanta.
I support the idea of support black businesses right now, black business app, whatever like that. But they haven't told me what exactly are they boycotting Target for? DEI? Get rid of DEI, And so people understand. So they haven't really defined if Target still got black vendors and stuff like that there. So it wasn't that the main thing everybody talked about, Target buying stuff from black vendors and stuff like that. And he says, I'm going to give you all a chance to reroute your stuff. So why would they reroute that stuff from Target if it's selling there? And also, if they're still there, then how has DEI affected anything? Do you understand? I don't get it. I just think DEI, the real fuss is the transgender issue with Target. They got rid of. That's what that's all about. It ain't about the black people. So we basically take on. That's why I said, well, we don't have real leaders. When we have real leaders, we're like, oh, look, we didn't lose anything. We still got our products on Target shelves. Next, no, let's talk about something else. But because the gays and the feminists and the white liberals got into him, they control so-called black leaders. We're not. He's going for it full thing. I don't think it's even making any sense. What say you? So, anyway, Prince of P, bro. Go ahead.
Yo, you out?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Say what you're gonna say. I'm gonna end in a second, but go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I agree with you for the most part. I agree with you for the most part because technically DEI on paper is it's like okay, mama. Shh, quiet. It's like ending discrimination. Yeah. I'm at the bailout though, but yeah,
All right,
I
brother.
agree with your point for the most part. God bless,
I hear what
man.
you're saying. All right, brother. Take care. All right, folks. This has been the Colin Nation Radio Show. I have to go to bed and get up and actually I'm gonna get some to eat. I'll talk to y'all later. Good night.